Competition by James Causey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Competition by James Causey. They would learn what caused the murderous disease if it was the last thing they did. Greta. January 18, Earth Time. I wish Max would treat me like a woman. An hour ago, at dinner, John Armitage proposed a toast, especially for my benefit. He loves to play the gallant. Big man, silver mane, very blue eyes, a porcelain smile. The head of WSC, the perfect example of the politician-scientist. To the colony, he announced, raising his glass. May Epsilon love them and keep them. May it only be transmittal trouble. Amen, Max said. We drank. Taylor Bishop put down his glass precisely. Bishop is a gray little man with a diffident voice that belies his reputation as the best biochemist in the system. Has Farragut hinted otherwise? He asked mildly. Armitage frowned. It would be scarcely prudent for Senator Farragut to alarm the populace with disaster rumors. Bishop looked at him out of his pale eyes. Besides, it's an election year. The silence was suddenly ugly. Then Armitage chuckled. All right, he said, so the senator wants to be a national hero. The fact still remains that Epsilon had better be habitable or Pan-Asia will scream we're hogging it. They want war anyway. Within a month, boom. For a moment, I was afraid he was going to make a speech about Earth's suffocating billions, the screaming tension of the Cold War, and the sacred necessity of our mission. If he had, I'd have gotten the weeping shrieks. Some responsibilities are too great to think about, but instead he winked at me. For the first time, I began to realize why Armitage was the director of the Scientists' World Council. Hypothesis, Greta, he said. Epsilon is probably a paradise. Why should the test colony let the rest of the world in on it? They're being selfish. I giggled. We relaxed. After supper, Armitage played chess with Bishop while I followed Max into the control room. Soon, I said. Planetfall in 18 hours, Doctor. He said it stiffly, busying himself at the controls. Max is a small dark man with angry eyes and the saddest mouth I've ever seen. He is also a fine pilot and magnificent bacteriologist. I wanted to slap him. I hate these professional British types that think a female biochemist is some sort of freak. Honestly, I said, what do you think? Disease, he said bitterly. For the first 6 months, they reported on schedule, remember? A fine, clean planet, no dominant life forms, perfect for immigration. Unique, 1 world in a billion. Abruptly, they stopped sending. You figure it. I thought about it. I read your thematic on Venusian viruses, he said abruptly. Good show. You should be an asset to us, Doctor. Thanks, I snapped. I was so furious that I inadvertently looked into the cabin viewplate. Bishop had warned me. It takes years of deep space time to enable a person to stare at the naked universe without screaming. It got me. The crystal thunder of the stars, that horrible hungry blackness. I remember I was sort of crying and fighting, then Max had me by the shoulders, holding me gently. He was murmuring and stroking my hair. After a time, I stopped whimpering. Thanks, I whispered. You better get some sleep, Greta, he said. I turned in. I think I'm falling in love. January 19th. Today we made planetfall. It took Max a few hours to home in on the test colony ship. He finally found it, on the shore of an inland sea that gleamed like wrinkled blue satin. For a time we cruised in widening spirals, trying to detect some signs of life. There was nothing. We finally landed. Max and Armitage donned spacesuits and went toward the colony ship. They came back in a few hours, very pale. They're dead, Armitage's voice cracked as he came out of the airlock. "All of them." "Skeletons," Max said. "How?" Bishop said. Armitage's hands were shaking as he poured a drink. "Looks like civil war." "But there were 100 of them," I whispered. "They were dedicated." "I wonder," Bishop said thoughtfully. "White and brown and yellow. Russian and British and French and German and Chinese and Spanish. They were chosen for technical background rather than emotional stability." "Rot," Armitage said, like drums beating. "It's some alien bug, some toxin. We've got to isolate it, find an antibody." He went to work. January 22nd. I'm scared. It's taken 3 days to finalize the atmospheric tests. Oxygen, nitrogen, helium with trace gases. Those trace gases are stinkers. Bishop discovered a new inert gas, heavier than xenon. He's excited. I'm currently checking stuff that looks like residual organic and am not too happy about it. Still, this atmosphere seems pure. Armitage is chafing. "It's in the flora," he insisted today. "Something, perhaps, that they ate." He stood with a strained tautness, staring feverishly at the chronometer. "Senator Farragut's due to make contact soon. What'll I tell him?" "That we're working on it," Bishop said dryly. "That the 4 best scientists in the galaxy are working toward the solution." "That's good," Armitage said seriously. "But they'll worry. You are making progress?" I wanted to wrap a pestle around his neck. We were all in the control room an hour later. Armitage practically stood at attention while Farragut's voice boomed from the transmitter. It was very emetic. The senator said the entire hemisphere was waiting for us to announce the planet was safe for immigration. He said the stars were a challenge to man. He spoke fearfully of the coming world crisis. Epsilon was man's last chance for survival. Armitage assured him our progress was satisfactory, that within a few days we would have something tangible to report. The senator said we were heroes. Finally it was over. Max yawned. "Wonder how many voters start field work at once." Armitage frowned. "It's not funny, Cizon. Not funny at all. Inasmuch as we've checked out the atmosphere, I suggest we start field work at once." Taylor blinked. "We're still testing a few residual—" "I happen to be nominal leader of this party." Armitage stood very tall, very determined. "Obviously the atmosphere is pure. Let's make some progress." February 2nd. This is progress? For the past 10 days we've worked the clock round. Quantitative analysis, soil, water, flora, fauna, cellular, microscopic. Nothing. Max has discovered a few lethal alkaloids in some greenish tree fungus, but I doubt if the colony were indiscriminate fungus eaters. Bishop has found a few new unicellular types, but nothing dangerous. There's one tentacled thing that reminds me of a frightened rotifer. Max named it Armitagium. Armitage is pleased. Perhaps the fate of the 100 colonists will remain one of those forever unsolved mysteries, like the fate of the Mary Celeste or the starship Prometheus. This planet's clean. February 4. Today Max and I went specimen hunting. It must be autumn on Epsilon. Everywhere the trees are a riot of scarlet and ochre. The scrubby bushes are shedding their leaves. Once we came upon a field of thistle-like plants with spiny seed pods that opened as we watched, the purple spores drifting afield in an eddy of tinted mist. Max said it reminded him of Scotland. He kissed me. On the way back to the ship we saw 2 skeletons. Each had its fingers tightly locked about the other's throat. February 20. We have, to date, analyzed 900 types of plant life for toxin content. Bishop has tested innumerable spores and bacteria. Our slide file is immense and still growing. Max has captured several insects. There is one tiny yellow bush spider with a killing bite, but the species seems to be rare. Bishop has isolated a mold bacterium that could cause a high fever, but its propagation rate is far too low to enable it to last long in the bloodstream. The most dangerous animal seems to be a 2-foot tall arthropod. They're rare and peaceable. Bishop vivisected one yesterday and found nothing alarming. Last night I dreamed about the first expedition. I dreamed they all committed suicide because Epsilon was too good for them. This is ridiculous. We're working in a sort of quiet madness, getting no closer to the solution. Armitage talked to Senator Farragut yesterday, and hinted darkly that the first ship's hydroponic system went haywire and that an improper carbohydrate imbalance killed the colony. Pretty thin. Farragut's getting impatient. Bishop looks haggard. Max looks grim. February 23rd. Our quantitative tests are slowing down. We play a rubber of bridge each night before retiring. Last night I trumped Max's ace and he snarled at me. We had a fight. This morning I found a bouquet of purple spore thistles at my cabin door. Max is sweet. This afternoon, by mutual consent, we all knocked off work and played bridge. Bishop noticed the thistle bouquet in a vase over the chronometer. He objected. "They're harmless," Max said. "Besides, they smell nice." I can hardly wait for tomorrow's rubber. Our work is important, but one does need relaxation. February 25. Armitage is cheating. Yesterday he failed to score one of my over tricks. We argued bitterly about it. Taylor, of course, sided with him. 3 hands later, Armitage got the bid in hearts. 150 honors, he announced. "That's a lie," I said. "It was only 100, he grinned. "But thank you, Greta. Now I shan't try the queen finesse." No wonder they've won the last 3 evenings. Max is furious with them both. February 28. We played all day. Max and I kept losing. I always knew Armitage was a pompous toad, but I never realized he was slimy. This afternoon it was game all, and Armitage overcalled my diamond opener with 3 spades. Bishop took him to 4, and I doubted, counting on my ace-king of hearts and diamonds. I led out my diamond ace, and Armitage trumped from his hand. Bishop laid down his dummy. He had clubs and spades solid, with doubleton heart and diamonds. "None?" Max asked Armitage dangerously. Armitage tittered. I wanted to scratch his eyes out. He drew trump immediately and set up clubs on board, dumping the heart losers from his hand, and finally sloughing 2 diamonds. "Made 7, he said complacently. "Less 2 for the diamond renege makes 5. 1 over trick doubled. We were vulnerable, so it's game and rubber." I gasped. "You reneged deliberately?" "Certainly. Doubleton and hearts and diamonds in my hand. If you get in, I'm down 1. As it was, I made an over trick. The only penalty for a renege is 2 tricks. The rule book does not differentiate between deliberate and accidental reneges. Sorry." I stared at his florid throat, at his jugular. I could feel my mouth twitching. On the next hand I was dummy. I excused myself and went into the lab. I found a scalpel. I came up quietly behind Armitage, and Bishop saw what I was going to do, and shouted, and I was not nearly fast enough. Armitage ducked, and Bishop tackled me. "Thanks, dear," Max said thoughtfully, looking at the cards scattered on the floor. "We would have been set 1 trick. Club finesse fails." "She's crazy!" Armitage's mouth worked. "The strain's too much for her." I cried. I apologized hysterically. After a while I convinced them I was all right. Max gave me a sedative. We did not play any more bridge. Over supper I kept staring at Armitage's throat. After eating, I went for a long walk. When I got back to the ship, everyone was sleeping. March 1. Bishop found Armitage this morning in his cabin. He came out, very pale, staring at me. "You bitch," he said. "Ear to ear. Now what'll I do for a partner?" "You can't prove it," I said. We'll have to confine her to quarters, Max said wearily. I'll tell Farragut. And let him know the expedition is failing? Max sighed. You're right. We'll tell them Armitage had an accident. I said seriously, it was obviously suicide. His mind snapped. Oh, God, Max said. They buried Armitage this afternoon. From my cabin I watched them dig the grave. Cheaters never prosper. March 2. Max talked with Senator Farragut this morning. He said Armitage had died a hero's death. Farragut sounds worried. The Pan-Asians have withdrawn their embassy from Imperial Africa. Tension is mounting on the home front. Immigration must start this week. Max was very reassuring. Just a few final tests, Senator. We want to make sure. We puttered in our laboratories all afternoon. Bishop seemed bored. After dinner he suggested three-handed bridge, and Max said he knew a better game, a friendly game his grandmother had taught him. Hearts. March 5. It's a plot. All day long Bishop and Max have managed to give me the queen of spades. It's deliberate, of course. 3 times I've tried for the moon, and Bishop has held out one damned little heart at the end. Once Max was slightly ahead on points, and Bishop demanded to see the score. I thought for a moment they would come to blows, but Bishop apologized. It's just that I hate to lose, he said. Quite, Max said. When we finally turned in, Bishop was ahead on points. Too far ahead. March 6. I suppose it's Bishop's laugh. It has a peculiar horse-like stridency that makes me want to tear out his throat. Twice today I've broken down and cried when he made a jackpot. I'm not going to cry any more. Supper was the usual, beef, yeast, and Vita ale. I remember setting Bishop's plate in front of him, and the way his pale eyes gleamed between mouthfuls. 3,000 points ahead, he gloated. You'll never catch me now. Never, never. That was when he gripped his throat and began writhing on the floor. Max felt his pulse. He stared at me. Very nice, he said. Quick, did you use a derivative of that green fungus? I said nothing. Max's nostrils were white and pinched. Must I make an autopsy? Why bother? I said. It's obviously heart failure. Yes, why bother? He said. He looked tired. Stay in your cabin, Greta. I'll bring your meals. I don't trust you. His laughter had a touch of madness. March 10. Max unlocked my cabin door this morning. He looked drawn. Listen, he said, I've checked my respiration, pulse, saliva, temperature, all normal. So? Come here, he said. I followed him into the lab. He indicated a microscope. His eyes were bright. Well? A drop of my blood, he said. Look. I squinted into the microscope. I saw purple discs. Oddly, they did not attack the red blood cells. There was no fission, no mitosis. The leukocytes, strangely enough, let them alone. My hands were shaking as I took a sterile slide and pricked my finger. I put the slide under the microscope. I adjusted the lens and stared. Purple discs swimming in my bloodstream, thriving, minding their own business. Me too, I said. They're inert, Max said hoarsely. They don't affect metabolism, cause fever, or interfere with the body chemistry in any way. Do they remind you of anything? I thought about it. Then I went to the slide file that was marked Flora negative. Right, Max said. The purple thistle. Spores. The atmosphere is clogged with them. Greta, my sweet, we are infected. I feel fine, I said. All day long we ran tests. Negative tests. We seem to be disgustingly healthy. Symbiosis, Max said finally. Live and let live. Apparently we're hosts. Only one thing disturbs me. Most symbiotes do something for their host. Something to enhance the host's survival potential. We played chess this evening. I won. Max is furious. He's such a poor sport. March 11. Max talked with Senator Farragut this morning. He gave Epsilon a clean bill of health, and the senator thanked God. "The first starship will leave tonight," the Senator said. "Right on schedule, with 10,000 colonists aboard. You're world heroes." Max and I played chess the rest of the day. Max won consistently. He utilizes a fianchetto that is utterly impregnable. If he wins tomorrow, I shall have to kill him. Max. March 13. It was, of course, necessary for me to destroy Armitage and Bishop. They won far too often. But I am sorry about Greta. Yet I had to strangle her. If she hadn't started that infernal Queen's Pawn opening it would have been different. She beat me 6 times running, and on the last game I pulled a superb orangutan, but it was too late. She saw mate in 4 and gave me that serpent smirk I know so well. How could I have ever been in love with her? March 14. Frightfully boring to be alone. I have a thought. Chess. Right hand against left. White and black. Jolly good. March 16. I haven't much time. Left was black this morning and I beat him 4 out of 5. We're in the lab now. He's watching me scribble this. His thumb and forefinger are twitching in fury. He looks like some great white spider about to spring. He sees the scalpel by the microscope. Now his fingers are inching toward it. Treacherous beast. I'm stronger. If he tries to amputate... End of Competition by James Causey.
By Manly Wade Wellman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Devil's Asteroid by Manly Wade Wellman. It was not very large, as asteroids go, but about it clung a silvery mist of atmosphere. Deeper flashes through the mist-betokened water, and green patches hinted of rich vegetation. The space patroller circled the little world knowledgeably, like a wasp buzzing around an apple. In the control room by the forward ports, the Martian skipper addressed his terrestrial companion. "I wish you joy of your new home," he purred. Like many Martians, he was braced upright on his lower tentacles by hoops and buckles around his bladdery body, so that he had roughly a human form over which lay a strange loose armor of light plates. In the breathing hole of his petal-tufted skull was lodged an artificial voice box that achieved words. "I regret—" Fitzhugh Parr glowered back. He was tall, even for a man of Earth, and his long-jawed young face darkened with wrath. "Regret nothing," he snapped. "You're jolly glad to drop me on this little hell." "Hell?" repeated the Martian reproachfully. "But it is a splendid miniature world, 19 of your miles in diameter, with artificial gravity center to hold air and water, sown too with terrestrial plants, and companions of your own race." "There's a catch," rejoined Parr. "Something you Martian swine think is a heap big joke. I can see that, Captain." The tufted head wagged. "Under treaty between Mars and Earth, judges of one planet cannot sentence to death criminals from the other, not even for murder." "It wasn't for murder," exploded Parr. "I struck in self-defense." "I cannot argue the point. Your victim was a high official, perhaps insolent, but you Earth folk forget how easy our craniums crack under your blows. Anyway, you do not die. You are exiled. Prepare to disembark." Behind them, 3 Martian space hands, sprawling like squids near the control board, made flute-like comments to each other. The tentacle of each twiddled an electro-automatic pistol. "Remove tunic and boots," directed the skipper. "You will not need them. Quickly, sir." Parr glared at the leveled weapons of the space hands, then shucked his upper garment and kicked off his boots. He stood up straight and lean-muscled in a pair of duck shorts, his fists clenched at his sides. "Now we ground," the skipper continued, and even as he spoke there came the shock of the landfall. The inner panel opened. then the outer hatch. Sunlight beat into the chamber. "Goodbye," said the skipper formally. "You have 30 seconds Earth time to walk clear of our blasts before we take off. March." Parr strode out upon dark, rich soil. He sensed behind him the silent quiver of Martian laughter, and felt a new ecstasy of hate for his late guards, their race, and the red planet that spawned them. Not until he heard the rumble and swish of the ship's departure did he take note of the little world that was now his prison home. At first view, it wasn't really bad. At second, it wasn't really strange. The sky, by virtue of an Earth-type atmosphere, shone blue with wispy clouds, and around the small plain on which he stood sprouted clumps and thickets of green tropical trees. Heathery ferns with white and yellow edges to their leaves grew under his bare feet. The sun, hovering at zenith, gave a July warmth to the air. The narrow horizon was very near, of course, but the variety of thickets and the broken nature of the land beyond kept it from seeming too different from the skyline of Earth. Parr decided that he might learn to endure, even to enjoy. Meanwhile, what about the other Terrestrials exiled here? And as Parr wondered, he heard their sudden, excited voices. Threats and oaths rent the balmy air. Through the turmoil resounded solid blows. Parr broke into a run, shoved through some broad-leafed bushes, and found himself in the midst of the excitement. A dozen men, with scraggly beards and skimpy rags of clothing, were setting upon an unclassifiable creature that snarled and fought back. It was erect and coarsely hairy. Parr saw that much before the enigma gave up the unequal fight and ran clumsily away into a mass of bright-flowered shrub. Excretions and a volley of sticks and stones speeded its flight. Then the mob was aware of Parr. Every man, they were all male Terrestrials, turned toward him with something like respect. One of them, tall and thin, spoke diffidently. "You just arrived?" "I was just booted out 10 minutes ago," Parr informed him. "Why?" "Because you're our new chief," responded the thin man, bowing. "The latest comer always commands here." Parr must have goggled, for the thin one smiled through tawny stubble. "The latest comer is always the highest and wisest," he elaborated. "He is healthiest, best. The longer you stay on this asteroid, the lower you fall." Parr thought he was being joked with, and scowled, but his informant smiled the broader. "My name is Sadau. Here, under sentence for theft of Martian government property." "I'm Fitzhugh Parr. They said I was a murderer. It's a lie." One or two chuckled at that, and the one who called himself Sadau said, "We all feel unjustly condemned. Meet the others. Jeffords, Wayne, Haldocott." Each man, as named, bowed to Parr. The final introduction was of a sallow, frowning lump of a fellow called Shanklin. "I was boss until you came," volunteered this last man. "Now you take over." He waved toward a little cluster of grass huts, half hidden among ferny palms. "This is our capital city. You get the largest house, until somebody new shows up. Then you step down, like me." He spoke with ill grace. Parr did not reply at once, but studied these folk who were putting themselves under his rule. They would not have been handsome even if shaved and dressed properly. Indeed, 2 or 3 had the coarse, low-browed look of profound degenerates. Back into Parr's mind came the words of Sadau: "The longer you stay, the lower you fall." "Gentlemen," said Parr at last, "before I accept command or other office, give me information. Just now you were acting violently. You, Sadau, started explaining. Go ahead." Sadau shrugged a lean, freckled shoulder, and with a jerk of his head directed his companions to retire towards the huts. They obeyed, with 1 or 2 backward glances. Left alone with Parr, Sadau looked up with a wise, friendly expression. "I won't waste time trying to be scientific or convincing. I'll give you facts. We older exiles know them only too well. This asteroid seems a sort of Eden to you, I dare say. I told the Martians that I knew there was a catch somewhere. Your instinct's sound. The catch is this: living creatures, Terrestrials anyway, degenerate here. They go backward in evolution, become—" Sadau broke off a moment, for his lips had begun to quiver. "They become beasts," he finished. "What?" growled Parr. "You mean that men turn into apes?" "Yes, and the apes turn into lower creatures. Those become lower creatures still." Sadau's eyes were earnest and doleful. "The process may run back and down to the worm for all we can judge. We try not to think too much about it." "This is a joke of some kind," protested Parr, but Sadau was not smiling. "Martian joke, perhaps. The treaty keeps them from killing us, and this is their alternative punishment. It makes death trivial by comparison." "You don't believe?" "It's hard. But you see that some of us, oldest in point of exile, are sliding back into bestiality. And you saw us drive away, as our custom is, a man who had definitely become a beast." "That thing was a man?" prompted Parr, his spine chilling. "It had been a man. As you wander here and there, you'll come upon queer sights, sickening ones." Parr squinted at the huts, around the doors of which lounged the other men. "That looks like a permanent community, Sadau." "It is, but the population's floating. I came here 3 months ago, Earth months, and the place was operating under the rules I outlined. Latest comer, necessarily the highest grade human being, to be chief. Those who degenerate beyond a certain point to be driven out. The rest to live peaceably together, helping each other." Parr only half heard him. "Evolution turned backward. It can't be true. It's against nature." "Martians war against nature," replied Sadau pithily. "Mars is a dead world, and its people are devils. They'd be the logical explorers to find a place where such things can be, and to make use of it. Don't believe me if you don't want to. Time and life here will convince you." In the days that followed (the asteroid turned once in approximately 22 hours), Parr was driven to belief. Perhaps the slowness of the idea's dawning kept him from some form of insanity. Every man of the little group that called him chief was on the way to being a man no more. There were stooped backs among them, a forward hang to arms, a sprouting of coarse lank hair. Foreheads fell away, noses flattened coarsely, eyes grew small and shifty. Sadau informed Parr that such evidences of degeneration meant a residence of a year or so on the exile asteroid. "We'll be driving one or two of them away pretty soon," he observed. "What then?" asked Parr. "What happens to the ones that are driven out?" "Sometimes we notice them peering through the brush, but mostly they haul out by themselves, a little way from here. Shaggy brutes, like our earliest fathers. There are lower types still. They stay completely clear of us." Parr asked the question that had haunted him since his first hour of exile. "Sadau, do you see any change in me?" Sadau smiled and shook his head. "You won't alter in the least for a month." That was reasonable. Man, Parr remembered, has been pretty much the same for the past 10,000 years. If a year brought out the beast in the afflicted exiles, then that year must count for a good 100,000 years turned backward. 5 years would be 500,000 of reverse evolution. In that time one would be reduced to something definitely animal. Beyond that one would drop into the category of tailed monkeys or rodent crawlers. Reptiles next, and then... "I'll kill myself first," he thought, but even as he made the promise he knew he would not. Cowards took the suicide way out, the final yielding to unjust, cruel mastery by the Martians. Parr stiffened his shoulders that had grown tanned and vigorous in the healthy air. He spoke grimly to Sadau. "I don't accept all this yet. It's happened to others, but not to me so far. There's a way of stopping this, and paying off those Martian swine. If it can be done—" "I'm with you, Chief!" cried Sadau, and they shook hands. Heartened, he made inquiries. The Martian space patroller came every month or so to drop a new exile. It always landed on the plane where Parr had first set foot to the asteroid. That gave him an idea, and he held conference in the early evening with Sadau, Shanklin, and one or two others of the higher grade. "We could capture that craft," urged Parr. "There's only a skipper and 3 Martians." "Yes, with pistols and ray throwers," objected Shanklin. "Too big a risk." "What's the alternative?" demanded Sadau. "You want to stay here and turn monkey, Shanklin?" Chief," he added to Parr, "I said once that I was on your side. I'll follow wherever you lead." "Me too," threw in Jeffords, a sturdy man of middle age who had been sentenced for killing a Martian in a brawl. "And me," wound up Haldocott, a blond youth whose skin was burned darker than his hair and downy beard. "We four can pull it off without Shanklin." But Shanklin agreed, with something like good humor, to stand by the vote of the majority. The others of the community assented readily, for they were used to acting at the will of their wiser companions. And at the next arrival of the Martian patroller, an observer posted by Parr in a treetop reported its coming whole hours away. They made a quick disposal of forces around the rocket-scorched plain that did duty for a landing field. Parr consulted for a last moment with Sadau, Shanklin, Jeffords, and Haldocott. "We'll lead the rushes from different directions," he said. "As the hatchway comes open, the patroller will stall for a moment. Can't take off until it's airtight everywhere. I'll give a yell for signal. Then everybody charge. Jam the tubes by smacking the soft metal collars at the nozzles. We can straighten them back when the ship's ours. Out to your places now." "The first one at the hatch will probably be shot or rayed," grumbled Shanklin. "I'll be first there," Parr promised him. "Who wants to live forever anyway? Posts, everybody. Here she comes in." Tense, quick breathing moments thereafter as the craft descended and lodged. Then the hatchway opened. Parr, crouching in a clump of bushes with two followers, raised his voice in a battle yell and rushed. A figure had come forward to the open hatch, slender and topped with tawny curls. It paused and shrank back at the sudden apparition of Parr and his men leaping forward. Tentacles swarmed out, trying to push or pull the figure aside so as to close the hatch again. That took more seconds. Then Parr had crossed the intervening space. Without even looking at the newcoming exile who had so providentially forestalled the closing of the hatch, he clutched a shoulder and heaved mightily. The Martian whose tentacles had reached from within came floundering out, dragging along. It was the skipper whose ironic acquaintance Parr had made in his own voyage out, all dressed in that loose plate armor. Parr wrenched a pistol from a tentacle. Yelling again, he fired through the open hatchway. Two space hands ducked out of sight. "We've won!" yelled Parr, and for a moment he thought they had. But not all his followers had charged with his own bold immediacy. Sadau, on one side of the ship, Jeffords and Haldocott on the other, had run in close and were walloping manfully at the nozzles of the rocket tubes. The outer metal yielded under the blows, threatening to clog the throats of the blasts. Only at the rear was there no attack. Shanklin, and with him 3 or 4 of the lesser men, had hung back. The few moments' delay there was enough to make all the difference. Thinking and acting wisely, even without a leader, the Martian space hands met the emergency. They had withdrawn from the open hatchway, but could reach the mechanism that closed it. Parr was too late to jump in after them. Then one of them fired the undamaged rear tubes. Swish! Whang! The ship took off so abruptly that Parr barely dodged aside in time, dragging along with him the new terrestrial whose shoulder he clutched, and also the surprised Martian skipper. The rocket blasts, dragging fiery fingers across the plain, struck down Haldocott and Jeffords, and bowled over 2 of the laggards with Shanklin's belated contingent. Then it was away, moving jumpily with its half-wrecked side tubes, but nevertheless escaping. Parr swore a great oath that made the stranger gasp, and then Parr had time to see that this was a woman, and young. She was briefly dressed in blouse and shorts. Her tawny hair was tumbled, her blue eyes wide. To her still clung the Martian skipper, and Parr covered him with the captured pistol. Next instant Shanklin arrived at last, struck out with his club, and shattered the flower-like cranium inside the plated cap. The skipper fell dead on the spot. "I wanted him for a prisoner," growled Parr. "What good would that do?" flung back Shanklin roughly. "The ship's what we wanted. It's gone. You bungled, Parr." Parr was about to reply with the obvious charge that Shanklin's own hesitancy had done much to cause the failure, when Sadau spoke. "This young lady, miss, are you an exile? Because," he spoke in the same fashion that he had once employed to Parr, Then you're our new chief. The latest comer commands." Why, stammered the girl. "Wait a minute," interposed Parr again. "Let's take stock of ourselves. Haldocott and Jeffords killed, and a couple of others." Shanklin barked at him. "You don't give the orders any more. We've got a new chief, and you're just one of the rabble, like me." He made a heavily gallant bow toward the latest arrival. "May I ask your name, lady?" "I'm Varina Pemberton," she said. "But what's the meaning of all this?" Shanklin and Sadau began to explain. The others gathered interestedly around. Parr felt suddenly left out and stooped to look at the dead Martian. The body wore several useful things: a belt with ammunition and a knife combination, shoes on the thickened ends of the tentacles, and that strange armor. As Parr moved to retrieve these, his companions called out to halt him. "The new chief will decide about those things," said Shanklin officiously. "Especially the gun. Can I have it?" To avoid a crisis, Parr passed the weapon to the girl, who nodded thanks and slid it into her own waist belt. Shanklin asked for and received the knife. Sadau was the only man slender enough to wear the shoes, and gratefully donned them. Parr looked once again at the armor, which he had drawn free of its dead owner. "What's that for?" asked Shanklin. Parr made no answer, because he did not know. The armor was too loosely hung together for protection against weapons. It certainly was no space overall, and it had nothing of the elegance that might make it a Martian uniform of office. Casting back, Parr remembered that the skipper had worn it at the time when he, Parr, was landed, but not during the voyage out. He shook his head over the mystery. "Let that belong to you," the girl Varina Pemberton was telling him. "It has plates of metal that may be turned to use. Perhaps—" She seemed to be on the verge of saying something important, but checked herself. "If you'll come with us," Sadau told her respectfully, "we'll show you where we live and where you will rule." They held council that night among the grass huts, the 9 that were left after the unsuccessful attack on the patroller. Varina Pemberton, very pretty in her brief sports costume, sat on the stump that was chief's place, but Shanklin did most of the talking. "Nobody will argue about our life and prospects being good here," he thundered. "But there's no use in making things worse when they're bad enough." He shook a thick forefinger at Fitzhugh Parr, who wore the armor he had stripped from the dead Martian. "You were chief, and what you said goes. But you're not chief now. You're just the man who murdered 4 of us." Yes," growled one of the lower fallen listeners, a furry-shouldered, buck-toothed clod named Wayne. "That blast almost got me, right behind Haldocott." His eyes, grown small, gleamed nastily at Parr. "We ought to condemn this man." "Please," interposed Sadau, who alone remained friendly to Parr. "It's for the chief to condemn." He looked to Varina Pemberton, who shook her head slowly. "I feel," she ventured with her eyes on Parr, "that this ought to be left up to you as a voting body." Shanklin sprang to his feet. "Fair enough," he bawled. "I call Parr guilty. All who think like me say aye. 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 Aye." They were all agreeing except Sadau, who looked shrunken and sad and frightened. Shanklin smirked. "All who think he should be killed is a murderer." "Hold on," put in Varina Pemberton. "If I'm chief, I'll draw the line there. Don't kill him." Shanklin bowed toward her. "I was wrong to suggest that before a woman. Then he's to be kicked out?" There was a chorus of approving yells, and all save Sadau jumped up to look for sticks and stones. Parr laid his hand on the club he had borne in the skirmish that day. "Now wait," he said clearly and harshly, and the whole party faced him, Sadau wanly, the girl questioningly, the rest angrily. "I'm to be kicked out," Parr repeated. "I'll accept that. I'll go. But," and the club lifted itself in his right hand, "I'm not going to be roughhoused. I've seen it happen here, and none of it for me." "Oh, no?" Shanklin had picked up a club of his own and grinned fiercely. "No. Let me go, and I leave without having to be whipped out of camp. Mob me, and I promise to die fighting, right here." He stamped a foot on the ground. "I'll crack a skull or two before I wink out. That's a solemn statement of fact." "Let him go," said Varina Pemberton again, this time with a ring of authority. "He wears that armor, and he'll put up a fight. We can't spare any more men." "Thank you," Parr told her bleakly. He gave Shanklin a last long stare of challenge, then turned on his heel and walked away toward the thickets amid deep silence. Behind him the council fire made a dwindling hole in the blackness of night. It seemed to be his last hope, fading away. He pushed in among thick leafy stems. A voice hailed him. And a figure blacker than the gloom tramped close to him across a little grassy clearing. "You? They drive you out?" A thick, unsure voice accosted him. Parr hefted his club, wondering if this would be an enemy. "Yes, they drove me out. I'm exiled from among exiles." The other seemed perplexed over these words, as though they stated a situation too complicated. Parr's eyes, growing used to the darkness, saw that this was a grotesque, shaggy form, one of the degenerate outcasts from the village. Repeated his interrogator. "You come to us. Make one more in camp. Come." Among tall trees, thickly grown, lay a throng of sleepers. Parr's companion led him there and made an awkward gesture. "You lie down. You sleep. Tomorrow, boss talk." So saying, the beast man curled up at the root of a tree. Parr sat down with his back against another trunk, the club across his knees. But he did not sleep. This, plainly enough, was the outcast horde. It clung together, the gregariousness of humanity not yet winnowed out by degeneration. It had a ruler, too. Tomorrow, boss talk. Talk of what? In what fashion? Thus Parr meditated during the long moonless night. He also took time to examine once more his captured armor. Its metal plates, clamped upon a garment of leatheroid, covered his body and limbs, even the backs of his hands, as well as his neck and scalp. Yet, as he had decided before, it was no great protection against violence. As clothing, it was superfluous on this tropical planetoid. What then? He could not see, but he could feel. His fingers questioned all over one plate, probing and tapping. The plate was hollow, in reality two saucer-shaped plates with their concave faces together. They gave off a muffled clink of hollowness when he tapped them. When he shook the armor, there was something extra in the sound, and that impelled him to hold a plate close to his ear. He heard a soft, rhythmic whir of machinery. "There's a vibration in this stuff," he summed up in his mind. "What for? To protect against what?" Then suddenly he had it. The greatest menace of the whole tiny world was the force that reversed evolution. The vibration must be designed to neutralize that force. "I'm immune!" cried Fitzhugh Parr aloud, and in the early dawn that now crept into the grove his sleeping companions began to wake and rise and gape at him. He gaped back, with the shocked fascination that any intelligent person would feel at viewing such reconstructions of his ancestors. At almost the first glance he saw that the newest evolutionary thought was correct. These were simian, but not apes. Ape and man, as he had often heard, sprang from the same common forefather, low-browed, muzzle-faced, hairy. Such were these, in varying degrees of intensity. None wore clothes. Grinning mouths exhibited fang-like teeth. Bare chests broadened powerfully. Clumsy hands with short, ineffectual thumbs made foolish gestures. But the feet, for instance, were not like hands. They were flat pedestals with forward projecting toes. The legs, though short, were powerful. Man's father, decided Parr, must have had something of the bear about his appearance, and the most bear-like of the 20 or 30 beast men heaved himself erect and came slouching across toward Parr. This thing had once been a giant of a man, and remained a giant of an animal. None of the others present were nearly as large, nor were any of the men who had driven Parr forth. 6 feet 6 towered this hair-thicketed ogre, with a chest like a dray horse and arms as thick as stovepipes. One hand, the thumb had trouble opposing the great cucumber fingers, flourished a club almost as long as Parr's whole body. "I boss," thundered this monster impressively. "Throw down stick." Parr had risen, his own club poised for defense. The giant's free hand pointed to the weapon. "Throw down," it repeated with a growl as bear-like as the body. "Not me," said Parr, and ducked away from the tree trunk against which he might be pinned. "What's the idea? I didn't do anything to you." "I boss," said his threatener again. "Nobody fight me." "True, true," chorused the others sycophantically. "Ling, he boss. Throw down club. You new man." Parr saw what they meant. With the other community, the newest and therefore most advanced individual ruled. In this more primitive society, the strongest held sway until a stronger displaced him. The giant called Ling was by no means the most human-seeming creature there, but he was plainly the ruler, and plainly meant so to continue. Parr was no coward, but he was no fool. As the 6-foot bludgeon whirled upward between him and the sky, he cast down his own stick in token of surrender. "No argument, Ling," he said sensibly. There was laughter at that, and silly applause. Ling swung around and stripped bare his great pointed fangs in a snarl. Silence fell abruptly, and he faced Parr again. "You," he said. "You got on." And he stepped close, tapping the plates on Parr's chest. "It's armor," said Parr. "Ar. The word was too much for the creature whose brain and mouth alike had forgotten most language. "Well," said Ling, "I wear." He fumbled at the fastenings. Parr jumped clear of him. He had accepted authority a moment ago, but this armor was his insurance against becoming a beast. "It's mine," he objected. Solemnly Ling shook his great browless head, as big as a coal scuttle and fringed with bristly beard. "Mine," he said roughly. "I boss. You—" He caught Parr by the arm and dragged him close. So quick and powerful was the clutch that it almost dislocated Parr's shoulder. By sheer instinct, Parr struck with his free fist. Square and solid on that coarse-bearded chin landed Parr's knuckles, with their covering of armor plate. And Ling, confident to the point of innocence because of his strength and authority, had neither guarded nor prepared. His great head jerked back as though it would fly from his shoulders, and Parr, wrenching loose, followed up the advantage because a second's hesitation would be his downfall. He hit Ling on the lower end of the breastbone, where his belly would be softest. Above him he heard the beast giant grunt in pain, and then Parr swung roundabout to score on the jaw again. Ling actually gave back, dropping his immense bludgeon. A body less firmly pedestaled upon powerful legs and scoop-shoveled feet would have gone down. It took a moment for him to recover. "Ah!" he roared. "I kill you!" Parr had stooped and caught up his own discarded club. Now he threw it full at the distorted face of his enemy. Ling's hands flashed up like a shortstop's, snatched the stick in mid-air, and broke it in two like a carrot. Another roar, and Ling charged, head down and arms outflung for a pulverizing grapple. Parr sprang sideways. Ling blundered past. His stooping head crashed against a tree. His whole body bounded back from the impact, and down he went in a quivering, moaning heap. He did not get up. Parr backed away, gazing at the others. They stood silent in a score of attitudes, like children playing at moving statues. Then, cried one. "New boss!" A chorus of cries and howls greeted this. They gathered around Parr with fawning faces. "You boss! You fight Ling! Beat him! You boss!" At the racket, Ling recovered a little and managed to squirm into a sitting posture. "Yes," he said. "You boss." With one hand holding his half-smashed skull, he lifted the other in salute to Parr. It took time, several days, but Parr got over his first revulsion at the bestial traits of his new companions. After all, in shedding the wit and grace of man, they were recovering the honest simplicity of animals. For instance, Ling was not malicious about being displaced, as Shanklin had been. 2. There was much more real mutual helpfulness, if not so much talk about it. When one of the horde found a new crop of berries or roots or nuts, he set up a yell for his friends to come and share. A couple of oldsters, doddering and incompetent gargoyles, were fed and cared for by the younger beast men, and all stood ready to obey Parr's slightest word or gesture. Thus, though it was a new thought to them, several went exploring with him to the North Pole of their world. The journey was no more than 15 miles, but took them across grassy, foodless plains which had never been worth negotiation. Parr chose Ling and another comparatively intelligent specimen who called himself Ruba. Izak, the mild-mannered one who had first met and guided Parr on the night of his banishment from the human village, also pleaded to go. Several others would have joined the party, but the deterioration of legs and feet made them poor walkers. The 4 went single file: Parr, then Big Ling, then Ruba, then Izak. Each carried on a vine sling a leaf package of fruit and a melon for quenching thirst. They also carried clubs. The plain was well grassed, as high as Ling's knuckled knee. Occasionally small creatures hopped or scuttled away. The beast men threw stones until Parr told them to stop. He could not help but wonder if those scurriers had once been men. The hot sun made him sweat under his plate armor, but not for all the solar system would he have laid it aside. They paused for noonday lunch in a grove of ferny trees beyond the plain, then scaled some rough lava-like rocks. In the early afternoon they came to what must be the asteroid's northern pole. Like most asteroids, this was originally jagged and irregular. Martian engineers, in fitting it artificially to support life, had roughed it into a sphere and pulverized quantities of the rock into soil. Here at the apex was a ring of rough, naked hills enclosing a pit into which the sun could not look. Ling, catching up with Parr on the brow of the circular range, pointed with his great club. "Look like mouth of world," he hazarded. "Dark. Maybe world hungry. Eat us." "Maybe," agreed Parr. The pit, about 100 yards across and full of shadow, looked forbidding enough to be a savage maw. Izak also came alongside. "Mouth?" he repeated after Ling. "Look down. Men in there." There was a movement, sure enough, and a flare of something, a torch of punky wood. Izak was right. Men were inside this polar depression. "Come on," said Parr at once, and began to scramble down the steep, gloomy inner slope. Ling grimaced, but followed, lest his companions think him afraid. Ruba and Izak, who feared to be left behind, stayed close to his heels. The light of the torch flared more brightly. Parr could make out figures in its glow. 2 of them. The torch itself was wedged in a crack of the rock, and beneath its flame the couple seemed to tug and wrench at something that gleamed darkly, like a great metal toadstool at the bottom of the depression. So engrossed were the workers that they did not notice Parr and his companions, and Parr, drawing near, had time to recognize them both. One was Sadau, who would have remained his friend. The other was Varina Pemberton. In the torchlight she looked browner and more vigorous than when he had seen her last. "What are you doing?" he called to them. Abruptly they both snapped erect and looked toward him. Sadau seized the torch and whirled it on high, shedding light. Varina Pemberton peered at the newcomers. "Oh," she said, "it's you, Parr. Well, get out of here." Parr stood his ground, studying the toadstool thing they had been laboring over. It was a wheel-like disk of metal set upon an axle that sprouted from the floor of rock. By turning it they could finish opening a great rock-faced panel nearby. "Get out!" repeated the girl, with a hard edge on her voice. Parr felt himself grow angry. "Take it easy," he said. "Your crowd booted me out, and I'm not under your rule any more. Neither can this be said to be your country. We've as much right here as you." "4 of us," added Ruba with threatening logic. "2 of you. Fight. "Parr," said Sadau, "do as Miss Pemberton tells you. Leave here." "And if I don't?" temporized Parr, who felt the eagerness of his beast men for some sort of skirmish. Varina Pemberton took something from her belt and pointed it. A brittle report resounded. Whick! And an electro-automatic pellet exploded almost between Parr's feet, digging a hole in the rock. He jumped back. So did his three comrades, from whose memories had not faded the knowledge of firearms. "The next shot," she warned, "will be a little higher and more carefully placed. Get out and don't come back." "They win," said Parr. "Come on, boys." They retired to the upper combing of rock, with the sun at their backs. There Parr motioned them into hiding behind jagged boulders. Time passed, several hours of it. Finally they saw Sadau and Varina Pemberton depart on the other side of the hole.
"Good," rumbled Ling. "We follow. Sneak up. Grab. Kill."
"Not us," Parr ruled. "No war against women, Ling. But we'll go down where they were working and see what it's all about." They groped their way down again. At the bottom of the pit valley they found the metal projection, so like a mighty steering wheel. Sadau's torch lay there, extinguished, and Parr still carried a radium lighter in the pocket of his shabby shorts. He made a light and looked. The big panel or rock that had been half open was closed. As for the wheel, it had been bent and jammed by powerful blows with a rock. He could not budge it, nor could the mighty Ling, nor could all of them together. They were inside this asteroid, decided Parr, half to himself. Down where the Martians planted the artificial gravity machinery. Having been there, they fixed things so nobody will follow them. Only blasting rays could open up a way, and those would probably wreck the mechanism and send air, water, and exiles all flying into space. All this she did. Why?
"Why what?"
asked Izak, not comprehending. "Yes, why what?" repeated Parr. "I can only guess, Izak, and none of my guesses have been worth much lately. Let's go home and keep an eye peeled on our neighbors." The Martians had come again, the same space patroller, repaired, and twice as many hands, and a new skipper. They carried no terrestrial exile. For once, their errand was different. 4 of them, harnessed into erect human posture, armed and armored, stood around the evening fire in the central clearing of the village, now ruled by Varina Pemberton. The skipper was being insistent, but not particularly deadly. "We recognize that 4 dead among you will settle for 1 dead Martian," he told the gathered exiles. "The more so as you assure me that the man responsible has been driven from among you. But we make one demand: the armor taken from the body of the dead Martian." "I am sorry about that," the chieftainess replied from her side. "We didn't know that you valued it. If we get it back for you—" "Such action would reflect favorably upon you," nodded the Martian skipper. "Get the armor again, and we'll refrain from punitive measures." "Why do you want the armor so much?" inquired Shanklin boldly. He himself had never thought of it as worth much. He was more satisfied to have the knife, which he now hid behind him lest the Martians see and claim. But the skipper only shook his petalled skull. "It is no problem of yours," he snubbed Shanklin. And to Varina Pemberton: "What time shall we grant you? A day? 2 days? Come before the end of that time and report to me at the patrol vessel." He turned and led his followers back toward the plain where the ship was parked. Night had well fallen, and silence hung about the vessel. Only a rectangle of soft light showed the open hatchway. The Martian officer led the way thither, ducked his head, entered. Powerful, hairy hands caught and overpowered him before he could collect himself for resistance. Other hands had disarmed him and were dragging him away. His 3 companions, narrowly escaping the same fate, fell back and drew their guns and ray throwers. A voice warned them sharply: "Don't fire, any of you. We've got your friends in here, and we've taken their electro-automatics. Give us the slightest reason, and we'll wipe them out first. You second." "Who are you?" shrilled one of the Martians, lowering his weapon. "My name's Fitzhugh Parr," came back the grim reply. You framed me into this exile. It's going to prove the worst day's work you Martian flower faces ever did. Not a move, any of you. The ship's mine, and I'm going to take off at dawn." The three discomfited hands tramped away again. Inside the control room, Parr spoke to his shaggy followers, who grinned and twinkled like so many gnomes doing mischief. "They won't dare rush us," he said. "But two of you, Ling and Izak, stay at the door with those guns. Dead sure you can still use 'em? You, Ruba, come here to the controls. You say you once flew a spacecraft?" Ruba's broad, coarse hand ruffled the brushy hair that grew on his almost browless head.
"Once,"
he agreed dolefully.
"Now many things I don't remember."
His face, flat-nosed and blubber-lipped, grew bleak and plaintive as he gazed upon instruments he once had mastered. "You'll remember," Parr assured him vehemently. "I never flew anything but a short-shot pleasure cruiser, but I'm beginning to dope things out. We'll help each other, Ruba. Don't you want to get away from here? Go home?"
"Home?"
breathed Ruba, and the ears of the others pointed. Some of those ears, and all of them hairy, pricked up visibly at that word. "Well, there you are," Parr said encouragingly. "Sweat your brains, lad. We've got until dawn. Then away we go." "You will never manage," slurred the skipper from the corner where the Martian captives, bound securely, sprawled under custody of a beast man with a lever bar for a club. "These animals have not the power." "Shut up, or I'll let that guard tap you," Parr warned him. "They had mental power enough to fool you all over the shop. Come on, Ruba. Isn't this the rocket gauge? Please, remember how it operates?" The capture of the ship had been easy. So easy. The guard had been well kept only until the skipper and his party had gone out of sight toward the human village. Nobody ever expected trouble from beast men, and the watch on board had not dreamed of a rush until they were down and secure. But this, the rationalization of intricate space machinery, was by contrast a doleful obstacle. "Please remember," Parr pleaded with Ruba again. And so for hours, and at last prodded and cajoled and bullied, the degenerated intelligence of Ruba had partially responded. His clumsy paws, once so skillful, coaxed the mechanism into life. The blasts emitted preliminary belches. The whole fabric of the ship quivered, like a sleeper slowly waking. "Can you get her nose up, Ruba?" Parr found himself able to inquire at last.
Boss,"
spoke Ling from his watch at the door.
"Come, I see white thing."
Parr hurried across to look. The white thing was a tattered shirt held aloft on a stick. From the direction of the village came several figures, Martian and terrestrial. Parr recognized the bearer of the flag of truce. It was Varina Pemberton. With her walked the three Martian hands whom he had warned off, their tentacles lifted to ask for parley, their weapons sheathed at their belts. Sadau was there, and Shanklin. "Ready guns," Parr warned Ling and Izak. "Stand clear of us out there," he yelled. "We're going to take off." "Fitzhugh Parr," called back Varina Pemberton. "You must not." "Oh, must I not?" he taunted her. "Who's so free with her orders? I've got a gun myself this time. Better keep your distance." The others stopped at the warning, but the girl came forward. "You wouldn't shoot a woman," she announced confidently. "Listen to me." Parr looked back to where Ruba was fumbling the ship into more definite action. "Go on and talk," he bade her. "I give you 1 minute." "You've got to give up this foolish idea," she said earnestly. "It can't succeed, even if you take off." "No if about it. We're doing wonders. Make your goodbyes short. I wish you joy of this asteroid, ma'am." "Suppose you do get away," she conceded. "Suppose, though it's a small, crowded ship, you reach Earth and land safely. What then?" "I'll blow the lid off this dirty Martian joke," he told her. "Exhibit these poor devils to show what the Martians do to terrestrials they convict. And then—" "Yes, and then?" she cut in passionately. "Don't you see, Parr? Relations between Mars and Earth are at a breaking point now. They have been for long. The Martians are technically within their rights when they dump us here, but you'll be a pirate, a thief, a fugitive from justice. You can cause a break, perhaps war. And for what?" For getting away, for giving freedom to my only friends on this asteroid, said Parr. Freedom? She repeated. You think they can be free on Earth? Can they face their wives or mothers as they are now, no longer men?
Boss, said Ling suddenly and brokenly, she tell true. I won't go home.
It was like cold water, that sudden rush of ghastly truth upon Parr. The girl was right. His victory would be the saddest of defeats. He looked around him at the beast men who had placed themselves under his control. What would happen to them on Earth? Prison? Asylum? Zoo? Varina Pemberton, he called. I think you win. The hairy ones crowded around him, sensing a change in plan. He spoke quickly. It's all off, boys. Get out, one at a time, and rush away for cover. Nobody will hurt you, and we'll be no worse off than we were. He raised his voice again. If I clear out, will we be left alone? You must give back that armor, she told him. The Martians insist. It's a deal. He stripped the stuff from him and threw it across the floor to lie beside the bound prisoners. I'm trusting you, Varina Pemberton, he shouted. We're getting out. They departed at his orders, all of them. Ling and Isaac went last, dropping the stolen guns they had held so unhandily. Parr waited for all of them to be gone. Then he himself left the ship. At once bullets began to whicker around him. He dodged behind the ship, then ran crookedly for cover. By great good luck he was not hit. His beast men hurried to him among the bushes.
Boss, they asked anxiously. Ship no good. What we do?
He looked over his shoulder. Somewhere in the night enemies hunted for him. The beast folk were beneath contempt, would be left alone. Only he had shown himself too dangerous to be allowed to live. Goodbye, boys, he said with real regret. I'm not much of a boss if I bring bullets among you. Get back home, and let me haul out by myself. I mean it, he said sternly as they hesitated. On your way, and don't get close to me again. Death's catching. They trampled away into the gloom with querulous backward looks. Parr took a lonely trail in an opposite direction. After a moment he paused, tingling with suspense. Heavy feet were following him. Who's coming? He challenged, and ducked to avoid a possible shot. None came. The heavy tread came nearer.
Boss?
It was Ling. I told you to go away, reminded Parr gruffly.
I not go, Ling retorted. You no make me.
Ling, you were boss before I came. Now that I'm gone from you...
You not gone from me. You my boss. Those others, they maybe pick new boss.
Ling, you fool. Parr put out a hand in the night and grabbed a mighty shaggy arm. I'll be hunted, maybe killed.
Grunted Ling. They hunt us. Maybe they kill us.
He turned and spat over his shoulder in contempt for all marauding Martians and their vassal Earth folk.
You, me, we stay together, boss.
Come on, then, said Parr. Ling, you're all right.
Good talk, said
Ling. They went to the other side of the little spinning world, and there nobody bothered them. Time and space were relative, as once Einstein remarked to illustrate a rather different situation. Anyway, the village under Varina Pemberton numbered only 8 men. Parr and Ling could avoid that many easily on a world with nearly 900 square miles of brush, rock, and gully. In a grove among grapevines they built a shelter, and there dwelt for many weeks. Ling wore well as a sole friend and partner. Looking at the big devoted fellow, Parr did not feel so revolted as at their first glimpse of each other. Ling had seemed so hairy, so misshapen, like a troll out of a Gothic legend. But now he was only big and burly, and not so hairy as Parr had once supposed. As for his face, all tusk and jaw and no brow, where had Parr gotten such an idea of it? Homely it was, brutal it wasn't. I get it, mused Parr. I'm beginning to degenerate. I'm falling into the beast man class, closer to Ling's type. Like can't disgust like. Oh well, why bother about what I can't help? He felt resigned to his fate, but then he thought of another. Verena Pemberton, the girl who might have been a pleasant companion in happier, easier circumstances. She had banished him, threatened him, wheedled him out of victory. She, too, would be slipping back to the beast. Her body would warp, her skin grow hairy, her teeth lengthen and sharpen. Ugh! That at least revolted him. "Look, boss," said Ling, rising from where he lounged with a cluster of grapes in his big hand. "People coming. 2 of 'em." "Get your club," commanded Parr, and caught up his own rugged length of tough, torn wood. "They're men, not beast men. They must be looking for trouble." "Couldn't come to a better place to find it," rejoined Ling, spitting between his palm and the half of his cudgel to tighten his grip. The 2 of them walked boldly into view. "I see you, Sadau," shouted Parr clearly, for there was no mistaking the gaunt, freckled figure in the lead. "Who's that with you?" The other man must be a new arrival. He was youngish and merry-faced as he drew closer, with black curly hair and a pointed beard. There was a mental motive look to him, as if he were a high-grade engineer or machinist. He wore a breechclint of woven grasses and looked expectantly at Parr. "They aren't armed," pointed out Ling, and it was true. The pair carried sticks, but only as staffs. "Parr!" Sadau was shouting back. "Thank heaven I've found you. We need you badly." He came close, and Parr hefted his club. "No funny business," he challenged, but Sadau gestured the challenge aside. "I'm not here to fight. I say you're needed. Things have gone wrong, awfully. The others got to feeling that there was no reason to obey a woman chief, even though Miss Pemberton has many good impulses." "I agreed to that," nodded Parr, remembering the girl's many strange behaviors. "I dare say she wasn't much of a leader." Sadau did not argue the point. Shanklin, as the previous newest man, grabbed back the chieftaincy. He plunged ahead. "Those other fools backed him. When I tried to defend Miss Pemberton, they drove me out. I stumbled among the others, that crowd you used to capture the patroller, and got a line on where you were. I came for help." One phrase had stuck in Parr's mind. "You tried to defend that girl? They were going to kill her?" "No. Shanklin, as chief and king, figures he needs a queen. She's not bad looking. He's going to marry her, unless—" Parr snorted, and Sadau's voice grew angry. "Curse it, man, I'm not casting you for a Knight of the Round Table, or a valiant space hero who arrives in the nick of time at the television drama. Simplify it, Parr. You're the only man who ever had the enterprise to do anything actual here. You ought to be chief still, running things justly. And it isn't justice for a girl to be married unofficially to someone she doesn't like. Miss Pemberton despises Shanklin. Now do you get my point? Or are you afraid?" It was Ling who made answer. "My boss isn't afraid of anything. He'll straighten that mess out." Parr glanced at the big fellow. "Thanks for making up my mind for me, Ling. Well, you 2 have talked me into something. Sadau, shake Ling's big paw. And—" he now had time to view the stranger at close hand. "Who's this with you?" The man with the black curls looked genially surprised. "You know me, boss. I'm Frank Rupert." Parr stared. "Never heard of you." "You're joking. Why, I almost got that Martian patroller into space when Miss Pemberton—" Parr sprang at him and caught him by his shoulders. "You were Ruba! Rupert! It's only that you didn't talk plain before. What's happened to you, man?" Sadau hastily answered. "The degeneration force is obviated, reversed. All those who were beast men are coming back. Some of the later arrivals completely normal again. Haven't you noticed a change in this big husk?" Parr turned and looked at Ling. So that was it. Day by day the change had not been enough to impress him. As Ling had climbed back along his lost evolutionary trail, Parr had thought that he himself was slipping down. "Don't stop and scratch your head over it, Parr," Sadau scolded him. "It'll take a lot of explaining, and we haven't the time. You said you'd help get Miss Pemberton out of her jam. Come on." It was like the television thrillers after all, Parr reflected. But Sadau was right on one count. Parr didn't quite fill the role of the space hero. He had neither the close-clipped mustache nor the gleaming top boots. But he did have the regulation deep, unfathomable eyes and the murderous impulse. It was just after noon. Shanklin, as Chief King, had also set up for a priest. In the center of the village clearing he stood, holding a sullen and pale Varina Pemberton by one wrist, while he recited what garblings of the marriage service he remembered. His subordinates were gathered to leer and applaud. They did not know of the rush until it was all over them. Parr smote one on the side of the neck and spilled him into a squalling heap. Sadao, Ling, and Rupert overwhelmed the rest of the audience, while Parr charged on into Shanklin. His impact interrupted the words, "I take this woman," just after the appropriate syllable, "Whoa." As once before with Ling, Parr dusted Shanklin's jaw with his fist, followed with a digging jab to the solar plexus, and swung again to the jaw. Shanklin tottered, reeled back, and Parr closed in again. "I always knew I could lick you," Parr taunted. "Come on and fight, bridegroom. I'll raise a knot on your head the size of a wedding cake." Shanklin retreated another 2 paces, and from his girdle snatched the Martian knife. He opened its longest blade with a snap. Varina Pemberton screamed. Then, above the commotion of battle, sounded the flat smack of an electro-automatic. Shanklin swore murderously, dropping his knife. His knuckles were torn open by the grazing pellet. And Parr, glancing in the direction whence the shot came, realized with savage disgust that the space hero had come after all. There stood a gorgeous young spark in absolutely conventional space hero costume, not forgetting the top boots or the close-clipped mustache. Parr moved back, as if to allow this young demigod the center of the stage. But Varina Pemberton was not playing the part of heroine. Instead of rushing in and embracing, she set her slim hands on her hips. She spoke, and her voice was acid. "It's high time you came, Captain Worrell. I did my part of the job weeks ago." The handsome fellow in uniform chuckled. "We weren't late. At least we've been hiding here for some time. Saw what this fellow I shot loose from the knife had in mind whole hours ago. But we also saw these others," and he nodded toward Parr. "They sneaked up in such a businesslike manner I hadn't the heart to spoil their rescue." Other uniformed men, hands of the terrestrial space fleet, were coming into view from among the boughs. They too were armed. Ling walked across to Parr, a struggling captive under each arm. "What are these strangers up to, boss?" he demanded. "Say the word and I'll wring that officer's neck. I never liked officers anyway." "Wait," Parr bade him. Then to the man called Captain Worrell, "Just what are you doing here?" "This asteroid," replied Worrell, "is now terrestrial territory. We're fortifying it against the Martians. War was declared 3 weeks ago, and we made rocket tracks for this little crumb. It's an ideal base for a flanking attack." Parr scowled. "You're fortifying?" he repeated. "Well, you'd better shag out of here. There's a power. Not working just now, but—" "No fear of that," Varina Pemberton told him. She was smiling. "I can explain best by starting at the start. Recently we got a report of what the Martians were doing out here. We realized that Earth must take care of her own, these poor devils who were being pushed back into animalism. Also, with war inevitable—" "You aren't starting at the start," objected Parr. "Where do you fit into all this? You're no soldier." "Oh, but she is," Captain Worrell said, offering Parr a cigarette from a platinum case. "She's a colonel of intelligence, high ranking. Wonderful job you've done, Colonel Pemberton." She took up the tale again. "If the reverse evolution power could be destroyed, this artificially habitable rock in space would be a great prize for our Navy to capture. So I took a big chance, got myself framed to a charge of murder on Mars, and was the first woman ever sent here. I knew fairly accurately when the war would break out, and figured I had months to do my work. That captured armor gave me the clue." "All I knew was that it gave off a vibration," nodded Parr. "Exactly. Which meant that the evolution reverse was vibratory too. I confided in Sadao, and he and I pieced the rest of the riddle together. The vibrator would be inside,
where nobody would venture for fear of jamming the gravity core. But we ventured." "And shut it off!" cried Parr. "More than that. We reversed it, started it again at top speed to cause a recovery from the degeneration process. Clever, these Martians. They fix it so you can shuttle to and fro in development. Already the higher beast men are back to normal, like Rupert there, and the others will be all right soon." "You had every right to chase me off at the end of a pistol," said Parr. "I might have gummed the works badly." "You nearly did that anyway," Varina Pemberton accused. "Fighting, raiding, stirring up the Martians who might have put a crimp in my plans any moment. But, being the type you are, you couldn't do otherwise. I recognized that when I gave you the protective armor." He gazed at her. "Why didn't you keep it for yourself?" "No," and she shook her tawny head. "I figured to win or lose very promptly. But you, armored against degeneration, might live after me and be an awful problem to the Martians. Remember, I didn't make you give it back until I had done what I came to do." Worrall spoke again. "Colonel, these exiles must stay until all effects of the degeneration influence is gone. They'll figure as civilians, with colonists' rights. That means they must have a governor to cooperate with the military garrison. Will that be you?" Shanklin dared to speak. "I am chief." "Arrest that man," the girl told two space hands. "No, Captain. But I'm senior officer and I'll make an appointment. By far the best fitted person for the governorship is Fitzhugh Parr." The other exiles had pressed close to listen. Sadau, the diplomatic, at once set up a cheer. Ling added his own loyal bellow, and the others joined in. Parr's ears burned with embarrassment. "Have it your way," he said to them all. "We'll live here, get normal, and help all we can. But first, what have we to eat? We've got guests." "No, Governor. You're the guest of the garrison," protested Captain Worrall. "Come aboard my ship. I'll lend you a uniform, and you'll preside at the head of the table tonight." "Varina Pemberton," Parr addressed the girl who had caused so much trouble and change on the little world of exile, "will you come and sit at my right hand there?" "A pleasure." She smiled and put her arm through his. Everybody cheered again, and both Parr and the girl blushed. End of Devil's Asteroid by Manly Wade Wellman.
Job on Thizar by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Norman Elfer. Heist Job on Thizar by Randall Garrett. Anson Drake sat quietly in the Flamebird room of the Royal Gandil Hotel, listening to the alien but soothing strains of the native orchestra and sipping a drink. He knew perfectly well he had no business displaying himself in public on the planet Thizar. There were influential Thizarians who held no love for a certain Earthman named Anson Drake. It didn't particularly bother Drake. Life was danger and danger was life to him, and Anson Drake was known on 100 planets as a man who could take care of himself. Even so, he wouldn't have bothered to come if it had not been for the fact that Viron Belgezad was a pompous braggart. Belgezad had already suffered at the hands of Anson Drake. Some years before, a narcotics gang had been smashed high, wide, and handsome on Thizar. 3 men had died from an overdose of their own thionite drug, and 50,000 credits of illicit gain had vanished into nowhere. The Thizarian police didn't know who had done the job, and they didn't know who had financed the ring. But Belgezad knew that Anson Drake was the former, and Drake knew that Viron Belgezad was the latter, and each one was waiting for his chance to get the other. A week before, Drake had been relaxing happily on a beach on Seldon II, 12 light-years from Thizar, reading a newsfax. He had become interested in an article which told of the sentencing of a certain young lady to 7 years in Celadon prison, when his attention was attracted by another headline. Viron Belgezad buys Algol necklace. Thizar, GNS. Baron Belgezad, wealthy Thizarian financier, has purchased the fabulous Necklace of Algol, it was announced today. The necklace, made of matched star diamonds, is estimated to be worth more than 1,000,000 credits, although the price paid by Belgezad is not known. Illustration: the coronation of Thizar was a thing of vast magnificence. Such an interesting bit seemed worthy of further investigation, so Drake had immediately booked passage on the first space liner to Thizar. And thus it was that an immaculately dressed, broad-shouldered, handsome young man sat quietly in the Flamebird room of Thizar's fleshiest hostelry, surveying his surroundings with steady green eyes, and wondering how he was going to get his hands on the Necklace of Algol. The police couldn't touch Belgezad, but Anson Drake could and would. "Hello, Drake," said a cold voice at his elbow. Drake turned and looked into the sardonically smiling face of Jomis Dobigel, the heavy-set, dark-faced Thizarian who worked with Belgezad. "Well, well," Anson said, smiling, "if it isn't Little Bo Peep. How's the dope business? How is the big dope himself?" Dobigel's face soured. "You're very funny, Earthman, but we don't like Earthmen here. Do sit down, Dobby, and tell me all about it. Last I heard, which was 3 hours ago, the government of Thizar was perfectly happy to have me here. In fact, they were good enough to stamp my passport to prove it." Dobigel pulled out a chair and sat down, keeping his hands beneath the table. "What are you doing here, Drake?" he asked in a cold voice. "I couldn't help it," Drake said blandly. "I was drawn back by the memory of the natural beauties of your planet. The very thought of the fat, flabby face of old Belgezad, decorated with a bulbous nose that is renowned throughout the galaxy, was irresistible. So here I am." Dobigel's dark face grew even darker. "I know you, Drake, and I know why you're here. Tomorrow is the date for the coronation of His Serenity, the Shan of Thizar." "True," Drake agreed, "and I wouldn't miss it for all the loot in Andromeda. A celebration like that is worth traveling parsecs to see." Dobigel leaned across the table. "Belgezad is a noble of the realm," he said slowly. "He'll be at the coronation. You know he's going to wear the Necklace of Algol as well as anyone. And you—" Suddenly he leaned forward a little further, his right hand stabbing out toward Drake's leg beneath the table. But Anson Drake was ready for him. Dobigel's hand was a full 3 inches from Drake's thigh, when a set of fingers grasped his wrist in a vice-like hold. Steely fingers bit in, pressing nerves against bone. With a gasp, Dobigel opened his hand. A small metallic cylinder dropped out. Drake caught at it with his free hand and smiled. "That's impolite, Dobby. It isn't proper to try to give your host an injection when he doesn't want it." Casually, he put the cylinder against the arm which he still held, and squeezed the little metal tube. There was a faint pop. Drake released the arm and handed back the cylinder. Dobigel's face was white. "I imagine that was 12-hour poison," Drake said kindly. "If you hurry, old Belgezad will give you the antidote. It will be painful, but—" He shrugged. "And by the way, Brother Dobigel," he continued, "let me give you some advice. The next time you try to get near a victim with one of those things, don't do it by talking to him about things he already knows. It doesn't distract him enough." Dobigel stood up, his fists clenched. "I'll get you for this, Drake." Then he turned and stalked off through the crowd. No one had noticed the little byplay. Drake smiled seraphitically and finished his drink. Dobigel was going to be uncomfortable for a while. 12-hour poison was a complex protein that could be varied in several thousand ways, and only an antidote made from the right variation would work for each poison. And if the antidote wasn't given, the victim died within 12 hours. And even if the antidote was given, getting over the poison wasn't any fun at all. Reflecting happily on the plight of Jomis Dobigel, Anson Drake paid his bill, tipped the waiter liberally, and strolled out of the Flamebird room and into the lobby of the Royal Gandil Hotel. The coronation would begin tomorrow, and he didn't want to miss the beginning of it. The Shan's coronation was the affair of Thizar. He went over to the robot news vendor and dropped a coin in the slot. The reproducer hummed and a freshly printed newsfax dropped out. He headed to the lift tube, which whisked him up to his room on the 81st floor. He inserted his key in the lock and pressed the button on the tip. The electronic lock opened and the door slid into the wall. Before entering, Drake took a look at the detector on his wrist. There is no sign of anything having entered the room since he had left it. Only then did he go inside. With one of the more powerful financiers of Thizar out after his blood, there was no way of knowing what might happen, and therefore no reason to take chances. There were some worlds where Anson Drake would no more have stayed in a public hotel than he would have jumped into an atomic furnace, especially if his enemy was a man as influential as Belgezad. But Thizar was a civilized and reasonably well-policed planet. The police were honest and the courts were just. Even Belgezad couldn't do anything openly. Drake locked his door, sang to himself in a pleasant baritone while he bathed, put on his pajamas, and lay down on his bed to read the paper. It was mostly full of coronation news. Noble so-and-so would wear such and such. An archbishop would do thus and so. There was another item about Belgezad. His daughter was ill and would be unable to attend. Bloody shame, thought Drake. Too bad Belgezad isn't sick or dying. There was no further mention of the necklace of Algol. It was second only to the crown jewels of the Shan himself. The precautions being taken were fantastic. At a quick guess, about half the crowd would be policemen. The door announcer chimed in. Drake sat up and punched the door TV. The screen showed the face of a girl standing at his door. Drake smiled in appreciation. She had dark brown hair, brown eyes, and a smooth, tanned complexion. It was a beautiful face, and it showed promise of having a body to match. Who, may I ask, is calling on a gentleman at this ungodly hour, and thus compromising her reputation and fair name? The girl smiled, showing even white teeth, and her eyes sparkled, showing flickers of little golden flames against the brown. I see I found the right room. That voice couldn't belong to anyone but Anson Drake. Then she lowered her voice and said softly, "Let me in. I'm Norma Knight." Drake felt a tinge of psychic electricity flow over his skin. There was a promise of danger and excitement in the air. Norma Knight was known throughout this whole sector of the galaxy as the cleverest jewel thief the human race had ever spawned. Drake had never met her, but he had definitely heard of her. He touched the admission stud, and the door slid silently aside. There was no doubt about it. Her body did match her face. "Do come in, Norma," he said. She stepped inside, and Drake touched the closing button. The door slid shut behind her. She stood there for a moment, looking at him, and Drake took the opportunity to study the girl more closely. At last she said, "So, you're Anson Drake. You're even better looking than I'd heard you were. Congratulations." "I have a good press agent," Drake said modestly. "What's on your mind?" He waved his hand at a nearby chair. "The same thing that's on yours, I suspect," she said. "Do you have a drink to spare?" Drake unlimbered himself from the bed, selected a bottle from the menu, and dialed. The robot bellhop whirred, and a chute opened on the wall, and a bottle slid out. Drake poured, and handed the tumbler to the girl and said, "This is your party. What do you have in mind?" The girl took a sip of her drink before she answered. Then she looked up at Drake with her deep brown eyes. "Two things. One, I have no intention or desire to compete with Anson Drake for the necklace of Algol. Both of us might end up in jail with nothing for our pains. Two, I have a foolproof method of getting the necklace, but none for getting it off the planet. I think you probably have a way." Drake nodded. "I dare say I could swing it. How does it happen that you don't have an avenue of disposal planned?" She looked bleak for a moment. "The man who was to help me decided to back out at the last minute. He didn't know what the job was, and I wouldn't tell him because I didn't trust him." "And you trust me?" Her eyes were very trustful. "I've heard a lot about you, Drake, and I happen to know that you never double-cross anyone unless they double-cross you first." "Trade about is fair play, to quote an ancient maxim," Drake said, grinning, "and I'm a firm believer in fair play. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, what do you have to offer? Why shouldn't I just pinch the gems myself and do a quick flit across the galaxy? That would give me all the loot." She shook her head. "Belgezad is on to you, you know. He knows you're here. His own private police and the Shan's own guard will be at the coronation to protect all that jewelry." She cocked her pretty head to one side and looked at him. "What's between you and Belgezad, anyway?" "I stole his toys when he was a child," said Drake, "and he hasn't trusted me since. How do you propose to get the necklace of Algol, if I'd hint?" She smiled and shook her head slowly. "That would be telling. You let me take care of my part, and I'll let you take care of yours. Drake shook his head. Not so slowly. Absolutely not. We either work together or we don't work at all. The girl frowned in thought for a moment, and then reached into the belt pouch at her side and pulled out a square of electro-engraved plastic. She handed it to Drake. Underneath all the flowery verbiage, it boiled down to an invitation to attend the post-coronation reception. It was addressed to Miss Caroline Smith, and was signed and sealed by the Shan of Thizar himself. I'm Caroline Smith, she said. I've managed to get in good with the family of Belgezad, and he wangled the invitation. Now the plan is this. Right after the invocation, while the new Shan is being prepared in his special coronation robes, the nobles have to change their uniforms from red to green. Belgezad will go into his suite in the palace to change. He'll be accompanied by 2 guards. One will stay outside, and the other will help Belgezad dress. I've got the room next to his, and I've managed to get the key that unlocks the door between them. I'll use this. She pulled a small globe of metal from her belt pouch. It's a sleep gas bomb. It'll knock them out for at least 20 minutes. No one will come in during that time, and I'll be able to get the necklace and get out of the palace before they wake up. They'll know you did it, Drake pointed out. If you're still missing when they come in, the thief's identity will be obvious. She nodded. That's where you come in. I'll simply go out into the garden and throw it over the wall to you. We'll meet here afterwards. Drake thought it over and smiled devilishly. It sounds fine. Now let's coordinate everything. They went over the whole plot again, this time with a chart of the palace to mark everything out, and a time schedule was arranged. Then they toasted to success, and the girl left. When she was gone, Anson Drake smiled ruefully to himself and opened a secret compartment in his suitcase. From it, he removed a long strand of glittering jewels. A perfect imitation, Drake said. And you're very pretty. It's a shame I won't be able to hang you around the neck of Belgezad in place of the real Nicholas of Algol. But his original plan had been more dangerous than the present one, and Anson Drake was always ready to desert a good plan for a better one. Coronation Day dawned bright and clear, and the festivities began early. There were speeches and parades and dancing in the streets. A huge fleet of high-flying rockets rumbled high in the stratosphere, filling the sky with white traceries of their exhaust. For all of Thizar, it was a holiday, a day of rejoicing and happiness. Cheers for the Shan filled the streets, and strains of music came from the speakers of the public communications systems. Anson Drake missed most of the fun. He was too busy making plans. The day passed as he worked. Thizar's sun began to set as the time for the actual crowning of the Shan approached. At the proper time, Drake was waiting in the shadows outside the palace walls. There were eyes watching him, and he knew it, but he only smiled softly to himself and waited. Psst! It was the girl on the other side of the wall. I'm here, whispered Drake. Something that glittered faintly in the soft light of the twin moons of Thizar arced over the wall. Drake caught it in his hands. It was the necklace of Algol. He slipped it into a small plastic box he was carrying, and then glanced at the detector on his wrist. The screen showed a pale blue pip, which indicated that someone was hiding in the shadows a few yards to his right. Drake didn't even glance toward the spy. He put the plastic box containing the necklace into his belt pouch and strode away from the palace. He had, he figured, about 20 minutes. He headed directly for the spaceship terminal. Never once did he look back, but the detector on his wrist told him he was being closely followed. Excellent. Inside the terminal, he went directly to the baggage lockers. He found one that was empty, inserted a coin, and opened it. From his pouch, he took a plastic box, put it in the locker, switched on the lock with his key, and strolled away. He glanced again at his detector. He was no longer being followed by the same man. Another had taken up his trail. It figured. He went straight to the Hotel Gandil, making sure his tail didn't lose him. Not until they were in the lobby did he make any attempt to shake the man who was following him. He went into the bar, ordered a drink, and took a sip. He left his change and the drink on the bar and headed out the door in the direction of the men's room. Whoever was following him wouldn't realize for a minute or two he was leaving for good. A man doesn't usually leave change and an unfinished drink in a bar. Drake took the lift tube up to his room and attended to some unfinished business and waited. Less than 3 minutes later, the door was opened. In walked Viren Belgezad and his lieutenant, Jomis Dobigel. Both of them looked triumphant, and they were surrounded by a squad of royal police. "There he is," said Dobigel. "Arrest him!" A policeman stepped forward. "Anson Drake, I arrest you in the name of the Shan," he said. Drake grinned. "On what charge?" "The theft of the necklace of Algol." Drake looked directly at Belgezad. "Did old Fatface here say I took it?" "You can't talk that way," Dobigel snarled and stepped forward. "Who says so, ugly?" At that, Dobigel stepped forward and threw a hard punch from his shoulder, straight at Drake's face. It never landed. Drake sidestepped and brought a smashing uppercut up from his knees. It lifted Dobigel off his feet and sent him crashing back against old Belgezad, toppling them both to the floor. The policemen had all drawn their guns, but Drake was standing placidly in the middle of the room, his hands high above his head, regarding the scene calmly. "I'll go quietly. I've got no quarrel with the police." One of the officers led him into the hall, while the others searched his room. Belgezad was sputtering incoherently. Another policeman was trying to wake up Dobigel. "If you're looking for the necklace of Algol," Drake said, "you won't find it there." The captain of the police squad said, "We know that, Mr. Drake. We are merely looking for other evidence. We already have the necklace." He reached in his belt pouch and took out a small plastic box. He opened it, disclosing a glittering rope of jewels. "You were seen depositing this in a baggage locker at the spaceship terminal. We have witnesses who saw you, and we had it removed under police supervision." Byron Belgezad smiled nastily. "This time you won't get away, Drake. Stealing anything from the Palace of the Shan carries a minimum penalty of 20 years in Thizar prison." Drake said nothing as they took him off to the Royal Police Station and locked him in a cell. It was late afternoon of the next day when the prosecutor for the Shan visited Drake's cell. He was a tall, imposing man, and Drake knew him by reputation as an honest and energetic man. "Mr. Drake," he said as he sat down in a chair in the cell, "you have refused to speak to anyone but me. I am, of course, perfectly willing to be of any assistance, but I am afraid I must warn you that any statement made to me will be used against you at the trial." Drake leaned back in his own chair. One nice thing about Thizar, he reflected, they had comfortable jails. "My Lord Prosecutor," he said, "I'd like to make a statement. As I understand it, Belgezad claims he was gassed, along with the police guard who was with him. When he woke up, the necklace was gone. He didn't see his assailant." "That is correct," said the prosecutor. Drake grinned. That was the way it had to be. Belgezad couldn't possibly have bribed the cops, so they both had to be gassed. "If he didn't see his assailant, how does he know who it was?" "You were followed from the palace by Jomis Dobigel, who saw you put the necklace into the baggage locker. There were several other witnesses to that." Drake leaned forward. "Let me point out, my Lord Prosecutor, that the only evidence you have that I was anywhere near the palace is the word of Jomis Dobigel, and he didn't see me inside the palace. I was outside the wall." The prosecutor shrugged. "We admit the possibility of an assistant inside the walls of the palace," he said. "We are investigating that now. But even if we never find your accomplice, we have proof that you were implicated, and that is enough." "But what proof do you have?" Drake said blandly. "Why, the necklace itself, of course." The prosecutor looked as though he suspected Drake of having taken leave of his senses. Drake shook his head. "That necklace is mine. I can prove it. It was made for me by a respectable jeweler on Seldon II. It's a very good imitation, but it's a phony. They aren't diamonds. They are simply well-cut crystals of titanium dioxide. Check them if you don't believe me." The Lord Prosecutor looked dumbfounded. "But what? Why?" Drake said, "I brought it to give to my good friend, the noble Belgezad. Of course it would be a gross insult to wear them at the Shan's coronation, but he could wear them at other functions. And how does my good friend repay me? By having me arrested. My Lord Prosecutor, I am a wronged man." The prosecutor swallowed heavily and stood up. "The necklace has, naturally, been impounded by the police. I shall have the stones tested." "You'll find they're phonies," Drake said, "and that means one of two things. Either they are not the ones stolen from Belgezad, or Belgezad has mortally insulted his Shan by wearing false jewels to the coronation." "Well, we shall see about this," said the Lord Prosecutor. Anson Drake, free as a lark, was packing his clothes in his hotel room when the announcer chimed. He punched the TV pickup and grinned. It was the girl. When the door slid aside, she came in smiling. "You got away with it, Drake. Wonderful. I don't know how you did it, but—" "Did what?" Drake looked innocent. "Get away with the necklace, of course. I don't know how it happened that Dobigel was here, but, Drake said, smiling. "You don't seem to know very much at all, do you?" What do you mean?" Drake put his last article of clothing in his suitcase and snapped it shut. I'll probably be searched pretty thoroughly when I get to their spaceport, he said coolly. But they won't find anything on an innocent man. Where is the necklace? She asked in a throaty voice. Drake pretended not to hear her. It's a funny thing, he said. Old Belgezad would never let the necklace out of his hands except to get me. He thought he'd get it back by making sure I was followed, but he made 2 mistakes. The girl put her arms around his neck. His mistakes don't matter as long as we have the necklace, do they? Anson Drake was never a man to turn down an invitation like that. He held her in his arms and kissed her, long and lingeringly. When he broke away, he went on as though nothing had happened. 2 mistakes. The first was thinking up such an obviously silly plot. If it was as easy to steal jewels from the palace as all that, nothing would be safe on Thizar. The second mistake was sending his daughter to trap me. The girl gasped and stepped back. It was very foolish of you, Miss Belgezad, he went on calmly. You see, I happen to know the real Normanite was sentenced to 7 years in Seldon prison over a week ago. Unfortunately, the news hadn't reached Thizar yet. I knew from the first the whole thing was to be a frame-up. It's too bad your father had to use the real necklace. It's a shame he lost it. The girl's eyes blazed. You thief! You... She used words which no self-respecting lady is supposed to use. Drake waited until she was finished and then said, Oh no, Miss Belgezad, I'm no thief. Your father can consider the loss of that necklace as a fine for running narcotics, and you can tell him that if I catch him again, it will be worse. I don't like his kind of slime, and I'll do my best to get rid of them. That's all, Miss B. It was nice knowing you. He walked out of the room, leaving her to stand there in helpless fury. His phony necklace had come in handy after all. The police had thought they had the real one, so they never bothered to check the Galactic Mail Service for a small package mailed to Seldon 2. All he had had to do was drop it into the mail chute from his room, and then cool his heels in jail while the Galactic Mails got rid of the loot for him. The necklace of Algol would be waiting for him when he got to Seldon 2. End of Heist Job on Thizar by Randall Garrett.
By Robert Silverberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Hunted Heroes by Robert Silverberg. The planet itself was tough enough. Barren, desolate, forbidding. Enough to stop the most adventurous and dedicated. But they had to run head-on against a mad genius who had a motto: death to all Terrans. Let's keep moving, I told Val. The surest way to die out here on Mars is to give up. I reached over and turned up the pressure on her oxymask to make things a little easier for her. Through the glassite of the mask I could see her face contorted in an agony of fatigue. And she probably thought the failure of the Sandcat was all my fault, too. Val's usually about the best wife a guy could ask for, but when she wants to be, she can be a real flying bother. It was beyond her to see that some grease monkey back at the dome was at fault. Whoever it was who had failed to fasten down the engine hood. Nothing but what had stopped us could stop a Sandcat. Sand, in the delicate mechanism of the atomic engine. But no, she blamed it all on me somehow. So we were out walking on the spongy sand of the Martian desert. We'd been walking a good 8 hours. Can't we turn back now, Ron? Val pleaded. Maybe there isn't any uranium in this sector at all. I think we're crazy to keep on searching out here. I started to tell her that the Uranco chief had assured me we'd hit something out this way, but changed my mind. When Val's tired and overwrought, there's no sense in arguing with her. I stared ahead at the bleak, desolate wastes of the Martian landscape. Behind us somewhere was the comfort of the dome. Ahead, nothing but the mazes and gullies of this dead world. Try to keep going, Val. My gloved hand reached out and clumsily enfolded hers. Come on, kid. Remember, we're doing this for Earth. We're heroes. She glared at me. Heroes? Hell, she muttered.
That's the way it looked back home, but out there it doesn't seem so glorious, and UranCo's pay is stinking." "We didn't come out here for the pay, Val." I know, but just the same." It must have been hell for her. We had wandered fruitlessly over the red sands all day, both of us listening for the clicks of the counter, and the Geigers had been obstinately hushed all day, except for the constant undercurrent of meaningless noises. Even though the Martian gravity was only a fraction of Earth's, I was starting to tire, and I knew it must have been really rough on Val with her lovely but unrugged legs. "Heroes," she said bitterly. "We're not heroes, we're suckers. Why did I ever let you volunteer for the Geig Corps and drag me along?" Which wasn't anywhere close to the truth. Now I knew she was at the breaking point, because Val didn't lie unless she was so exhausted she didn't know what she was doing. She had been just as much inflamed by the idea of coming to Mars to help in the search for uranium as I was. We knew the pay was poor, but we had felt it a sort of obligation, something we could do as individuals to keep the industries of radioactive starved Earth going. And we'd always had a roving foot, both of us. No, we had decided together to come to Mars, the way we decided together on everything. Now she was turning it against me. I tried to jolly her. "Buck up, kid," I said. I didn't dare turn up her oxy pressure any higher, but it was obvious she couldn't keep going. She was almost sleepwalking now. We pressed on over the barren terrain. The Geiger kept up a fairly steady click pattern, but never broke into that sudden explosive tumult that meant we had found pay dirt. I started to feel tired myself. Terribly tired. I longed to lie down on the soft, spongy Martian sand and bury myself. I looked at Val. She was dragging along with her eyes half shut. I felt almost guilty for having dragged her out to Mars, until I recalled that I hadn't. In fact, she had come up with the idea before I did. I wished there was some way of turning the weary, bedraggled girl at my side back into the Val who had so enthusiastically suggested we join the Geigs. 12 steps later, I decided this was about as far as we could go. I stopped, slipped out of the Geiger harness, and lowered myself ponderously to the ground. "What's the matter, Ron?" Val asked sleepily. "Something wrong?" "Nah, baby," I said, putting out a hand and taking hers. "I think we ought to rest a little before we go any further. It's been a long, hard day." It didn't take much to persuade her. She slid down beside me, curled up, and in a moment she was fast asleep, sprawled out on the sands. Poor kid, I thought. Maybe we shouldn't have come to Mars after all. But I reminded myself someone had to do the job. A second thought appeared, but I squelched it. Why the hell me? I looked down at Valerie's sleeping form and thought of our warm, comfortable little home on Earth. It wasn't much, but people in love don't need very fancy surroundings. I watched her sleeping peacefully, a wayward lock of her soft blonde hair trailing down over one eyebrow, and it seemed hard to believe that we'd exchanged Earth and all it held for us for the raw, untamed struggle that was Mars. But I knew I'd do it again if I had the chance. It's because we wanted to keep what we had. Heroes? Hell no. We just liked our comforts and wanted to keep them, which took a little work. Time to get moving. But then Val stirred and rolled over in her sleep, and I didn't have the heart to wake her. I sat there holding her, staring out over the desert, watching the wind whip the sand up into weird shapes. The Geig Corps preferred married couples working in teams. That's what had finally decided it for us. We were a good team. We had no ties on Earth that couldn't be broken without much difficulty. So we volunteered. And here we are, heroes. The wind blasted a mass of sand into my face, and I felt it tinkle against the oxy mask. I glanced at the suit chronometer. Getting late. I decided once again to wake Val, but she was tired, and I was tired too. Tired from our wearying journey across the empty desert. I started to shake Val, but I never finished. It would be so nice just to lean back and nuzzle up to her, down in the sand. So nice. I yawned and stretched back. I awoke with a sudden startled shiver and realized angrily I had let myself doze off. "Come on, Val,"
I said savagely, and started to rise to my feet. I couldn't. I looked down. I was neatly bound in thin, tough plastic tangle cord, swathed from chin to boot bottoms, my arms imprisoned, my feet caught. And tangle cord is about as easy to get out of as a spider's web is for a trapped fly. It wasn't Martians that had done it. There weren't any Martians, hadn't been for 1,000,000 years. It was some Earthman who had bound us. I rolled my eyes toward Val and saw that she was similarly trussed in the sticky stuff. The tangle cord was still fresh, giving off a faint, repugnant odor like that of drying fish. It had been spun on us only a short time ago, I realized. "Ron?" "Don't try to move, baby. This stuff can break your neck if you twist it wrong." She continued for a moment to struggle futilely, and I had to snap, "Lie still, Val!" "A very wise statement," said a brittle, harsh voice from above me. I looked up and saw a helmeted figure above us. He wasn't wearing the customary skin-tight, pliable oxysuits we had. He wore an outmoded, bulky spacesuit and a fishbowl helmet, all but the face area opaque. The oxygen canisters weren't attached to his back as expected, though. They were strapped to the back of the wheelchair in which he sat. Through the fishbowl I could see hard little eyes, a yellowed parchment-like face, a grim set jaw. I didn't recognize him, and this struck me odd. I thought I knew everyone on sparsely settled Mars. Somehow I'd missed him. What shocked me most was that he had no legs. The spacesuit ended neatly at the thighs. He was holding in his left hand the tangle gun with which he had entrapped us, and a very efficient-looking blaster was in his right. "I didn't want to disturb your sleep," he said coldly, "so I've been waiting here for you to wake up." I could just see it. He might have been sitting there for hours, complacently waiting to see how we'd wake up. That was when I realized he must be totally insane. I could feel my stomach muscles tighten, my throat constrict painfully. Then anger ripped through me, washing away the terror. "What's going on?" I demanded, staring at the half of a man who confronted us from the wheelchair. "Who are you?" "You'll find out soon enough," he said. "Suppose now you come with me." He reached for the tangle gun, flipped the little switch on its side to melt, and shot a stream of watery fluid over our legs, keeping the blaster trained on us all the while. Our legs were free. "You may get up now," he said, slowly, without trying to make trouble. Val and I helped each other to our feet as best we could, considering our arms were still tightly bound against the sides of our oxysuits. "Walk," the stranger said, waving the tangle gun to indicate the direction. "I'll be right behind you." He holstered the tangle gun. I glimpsed the bulk of an outboard atomic rigging behind him, strapped to the back of the wheelchair. He fingered a knob on the arm of the chair, and the two exhaust ducts behind the wheel housings flamed for a moment, and the chair began to roll. Obediently, we started walking. You don't argue with a blaster, even if the man pointing it is in a wheelchair. "What's going on, Ron?" Val asked in a low voice as we walked. Behind us, the wheelchair hissed steadily. "I don't quite know, Val. I've never seen this guy before, and I thought I knew everyone at the Dome." "Quiet up there," our captor called, and we stopped talking. We trudged along together, with him following behind. I could hear the crunch, crunch of the wheelchair as its wheels chewed into the sand. I wondered where we were going and why. I wondered why we had ever left Earth. The answer to that came to me quick enough. We had to. Earth needed the radioactives, and the only way to get them was to get out and look. The great atomic wars of the late 20th century had used up much of the supply, but the amount used to blow up half the great cities of the world hardly compared with the amount we needed to put them back together again. In 3 centuries, the shattered world had been completely rebuilt. The wreckage of New York and Shanghai and London and all the other ruined cities had been hidden by a shining new world of gleaming towers and flying roadways. We had profited by our grandparents' mistakes. They had used their atomics to make bombs. We used ours for fuel. It was an atomic world. Everything, power drills, printing presses, typewriters, can openers, ocean liners, powered by the inexhaustible energy of the dividing atom. But though the energy is inexhaustible, the supply of nuclei isn't. After 3 centuries of heavy consumption, the supply failed. The mighty machine that was Earth's industry had started to slow down. And that started the chain of events that led Val and me to end up as a madman's prisoners on Mars. With every source of uranium mined dry on Earth, we had tried other possibilities. All sorts of schemes came forth. Project Sea Dredge was trying to get uranium from the oceans. In 40 or 50 years, they'd get some results. We hoped. But there wasn't 40 or 50 years worth of raw stuff to tide us over until then. In a decade or so, our power would be just about gone. I could picture the sort of dog-eat-dog world we'd revert back to. Millions of starving, freezing humans, tooth and clawing it in the useless shell of a great atomic civilization. So, Mars. There's not much uranium on Mars, and it's not easy to find or any cinch to mine. But what little there is helps. It's a stopgap effort, just to keep things moving until Project Sea Dredge starts functioning. Enter the Geig Corps. Volunteers out on the face of Mars combing for its uranium deposits. And here we are, I thought. After we walked on a while, a dome became visible up ahead. It slid up over the crest of a hill, set back between 2 hummocks on the desert, just out of the way enough to escape observation. For a puzzled moment, I thought it was our dome, the settlement where all of UranCo's Geig Corps were located. But another look told me that this was actually quite near us and fairly small. A one-man dome, of all things. "Welcome to my home," he said. "The name is Gregory Ledman." He herded us off to one side of the airlock, uttered a few words keyed to his voice, and motioned us inside when the door slid up. When we were inside, he reached up clumsily, holding the blaster, and unscrewed the ancient spacesuit fishbowl. His face was a bitter, dried-up mask. He was a man who hated. The place was spartanly furnished. No chairs, no tape player, no decoration of any sort. Hard bulkhead walls, rivet-studded, glared back at us. He had an automatic chef, a bed, and a writing desk, and no other furniture. Suddenly he drew the tanglegun and sprayed our legs again. We toppled heavily to the floor. I looked up angrily. "I imagine you want to know the whole story," he said. "The others did, too." Valerie looked at me anxiously. Her pretty face was a dead white behind her oxy mask. "What others?" "I never bothered to find out their names," Ledman said casually. "They were other Geigs I caught unawares, like you, out on the desert. That's the only sport I have left. Geig hunting. Look out there." He gestured through the translucent skin of the dome, and I felt sick. There was a little heap of bones lying there, looking oddly bright against the redness of the sands. They were the dried, parched skeletons of Earthmen. Bits of cloth and plastic, once oxy masks and suits, still clung to them. Suddenly I remembered. There had been a pattern there all the time. We didn't much talk about it. We chalked it off as occupational hazards. There had been a pattern of disappearances on the desert. I could think of 6, 8 names now. None of them had been particularly close friends. You don't get time to make close friends out here. But we'd vowed it wouldn't happen to us. It had. "You've been hunting Geigs?" I asked. "Why? What have they ever done to you?" He smiled as calmly as if I'd just praised his housekeeping. "Because I hate you," he said blandly. "I intend to wipe every last one of you out, one by one." I stared at him. I'd never seen a man like this before. I thought all his kind had died at the time of the atomic wars. I heard Val sob. "He's a madman." "No," Ledman said evenly. "I'm quite sane, believe me. But I'm determined to drive the Geigs and UranCo off Mars. Eventually I'll scare you all away." "Just pick us off in the desert?" "Exactly," replied Ledman. "And I have no fears of an armed attack. This place is well fortified. I've devoted years to building it. And I'm back against those hills. They couldn't pry me out." He let his pale hand run up to his gnarled hair. "I've devoted years to this. Ever since I landed here on Mars." "What are you going to do with us?" Val finally asked after a long silence. He didn't smile this time. "Kill you," he told her. Not your husband. I want him as an envoy to go back and tell the others to clear off." He rocked back and forth in his wheelchair, toying with the gleaming, deadly blaster in his hand. We stared in horror. It was a nightmare, sitting there placidly rocking back and forth. A nightmare. I found myself fervently wishing I was back out there on the infinitely safer desert. "Do I shock you?" he asked. "I shouldn't. Not when you see my motives." "We don't see them," I snapped. "Well, let me show you. You're on Mars hunting uranium, right? To mine and ship the radioactives back to Earth to keep the atomic engines going, right?" I nodded over at our Geiger counters. We volunteered to come to Mars," Val said irrelevantly. "Ah, two young heroes," Ledman said acidly. "How sad. I could almost feel sorry for you." Almost. "Just what is it you're after?" I said, stalling. "Atomics cost me my legs," he said. "You remember the Sadlerville blast?" he asked. "Of course. And I did, too. I'd never forget it. No one would. How could I forget that great accident, killing hundreds, injuring thousands more, sterilizing 40 miles of Mississippi land, when the Sadlerville pile went up?" "I was there on business at the time," Ledman said. "I represented Ledman Atomics. I was there to sign a new contract for my company. You know who I am now?" I nodded. "I was fairly well shielded when it happened. I never got the contract, but I got a good dose of radiation instead. Not enough to kill me," he said. "Just enough to necessitate the removal of—" he indicated the empty space at his thighs. "So I got off lightly." He gestured at the wheelchair blanket. I still didn't understand. "But why kill us Geigs? We had nothing to do with it." "You're just in this by accident," he said. "You see, after the explosion and the amputation, my fellow members on the board of Ledman Atomics decided that a semi-basket case like myself was a poor risk as head of the board, and they took my company away. All quite legal, I assure you. They left me almost a pauper." Then he snapped the punchline at me. "They renamed Ledman Atomics. Who did you say you worked for?" I began. "Don't bother. A more inventive title than Ledman Atomics, but not quite as much heart, wouldn't you say?" He grinned. "I saved for years. Then I came to Mars, lost myself, built this dome, and swore to get even. There's not a great deal of uranium on this planet, but enough to keep me in a style to which, unfortunately, I'm no longer accustomed." He consulted his wristwatch. "Time for my injection." He pulled out the tangle gun and sprayed us again, just to make doubly certain. "That's another little souvenir of Sadlerville. I'm short on red blood corpuscles." He rolled over to a wall table and fumbled in a container among a pile of hypodermics. "There are other injections, too. Adrenaline, insulin, others. The blast turned me into a walking pincushion, but I'll pay it all back," he said. He plunged the needle into his arm. My eyes widened. It was too nightmarish to be real. I wasn't seriously worried about his threat to wipe out the entire Geig Corps, since it was unlikely that one man in a wheelchair could pick us all off. No, it wasn't the threat that disturbed me so much as the whole concept, so strange to me that the human mind could be as warped and twisted as Ledman's. I saw the horror on Val's face, and I knew she felt the same way I did. "Do you really think you can succeed?" I taunted him. "Really think you can kill every Earthman on Mars? Of all the insane, cockeyed—" Val's quick, worried headshake cut me off. But Ledman had felt my words all right. "Yes, I'll get even with every one of you for taking away my legs. If we hadn't meddled with the atom in the first place, I'd be as tall and powerful as you today, instead of a useless cripple in a wheelchair." "You're sick, Gregory Ledman," Val said quietly. "You've conceived an impossible scheme of revenge, and now you're taking it out on innocent people who've done nothing at all to hurt you. That's not sane." His eyes blazed. "Who are you to talk of sanity?" Uneasily, I caught Val's glance from a corner of my eye. Sweat was rolling down her smooth forehead faster than the auto wiper could swab it away. "Why don't you do something? What are you waiting for, Ron?" "Easy, baby," I said. I knew what our ace in the hole was, but I had to get Ledman within reach of me first. "Enough," he said. "I'm going to turn you loose outside right after—" "Get sick," I hissed to Val, low. She began immediately to cough violently, emitting harsh, choking sobs. "Can't breathe," she began to yell, writhing in her bonds. That did it. Ledman hadn't much humanity left in him, but there was a little. He lowered the blaster a bit and wheeled one hand over to see what was wrong with Val. She continued to retch and moan most horribly. It almost convinced me. I saw Val's pale, frightened face turn to me. He approached and peered down at her. He opened his mouth to say something, and at that moment I snapped my leg up hard, tearing the tangle cord with a snicking rasp, and kicked his wheelchair over. The blaster went off, burning a hole through the dome roof. The automatic sealers glued it instantly. Ledman went sprawling helplessly out into the middle of the floor, the wheelchair upended next to him, its wheels slowly revolving in the air. The blaster flew from his hands at the impact of landing and spun out near me. In one quick motion I rolled over and covered it with my body. Ledman clawed his way to me with tremendous effort and tried wildly to pry the blaster out from under me, but without success. I twisted a bit, reached out with my free leg, and booted him across the floor. He fetched up against the wall of the dome and lay there. Val rolled over to me. "Now if we could get free of this stuff," I said, "I could get him covered before he comes to. But how?" "Teamwork," Val said. She swiveled around on the floor until her head was near my boot. "Push my oxymask off with your foot, if you can." I searched for the clamp and tried to flip it. No luck with my heavy, clumsy boot. I tried again, and this time it snapped open. I got the tip of my boot in and pried upward. The oxymask came off, slowly scraping a jagged red scratch up the side of Val's neck as it came. "There," she breathed. "That's that." I looked uneasily at Ledman. He was groaning and beginning to stir. Val rolled onto the floor, and her face lay near my right arm. I saw what she had in mine. She began to nibble the vile-tasting tangle cord, running her teeth up and down it until it started to give. She continued unfailingly. Finally one strand snapped, then another. At last I had enough use of my hand to reach out and grasp the blaster. Then I pulled myself across the floor to Ledman, removed the tangle gun, and melted the remaining tangle cord off. My muscles were stiff and bunched, and rising made me wince. I turned and freed Val, then I turned and faced Ledman. "I suppose you'll kill me now," he said. "No. That's the difference between sane people and insane," I told him. "I'm not going to kill you at all. I'm going to see to it that you're sent back to Earth." "No!" he shouted. "No! Anything but back there. I don't want to face them again, not after what they did to me." "Not so loud," I broke in. "They'll help you on Earth. They'll take all the hatred and sickness out of you and turn you into a useful member of society again." "I hate Earthmen," he spat out. "I hate all of them." "I know," I said sarcastically. "You're just all full of hate. You hated us so much that you couldn't bear to hang around on Earth for as much as a year after the Sadlerville blast. You had to take right off for Mars without a moment's delay, didn't you? You hated Earth so much, you had to leave." "Why are you telling all this to me?" "Because if you'd stayed long enough, you'd have used some of your pension money to buy yourself a pair of prosthetic legs, and then you wouldn't need this wheelchair." Ledman scowled, and then his face went belligerent again. "They told me I was paralyzed below the waist, that I'd never walk again, even with prosthetic legs, because I had no muscles to fit them to." "You left Earth too quickly," Val said. "It was the only way," he protested. I had to get off." "She's right," I told him. "The atom can take away, but it can give as well. Soon after you left, they developed atomic-powered prosthetics. Amazing things. Virtually robot legs. All the survivors of the Sadlerville blast were given the necessary replacement limbs free of charge. All except you. You were so sick you had to get away from the world you despised and come here." "You're lying," he said. "It's not true." "Oh, but it is." Val smiled. I saw him wilt visibly, and for a moment I almost felt sorry for him. A pathetic, legless figure propped up against the wall of a dome at blaster point. But then I remembered he'd killed 12 Geigs or more, and would have added Val to the number had he had the chance. "You're a very sick man, Ledman," I said. "All this time you could have been happy, useful on Earth, instead of being holed up here nursing your hatred. You might have been useful on Earth, but you decided to channel everything out as revenge." "I still don't believe it. Those legs, I might have walked again. No, it's all a lie. They told me I'd never walk," he said, weakly but stubbornly still. I could see his whole structure of hate starting to topple, and I decided to give it the final push. "Haven't you wondered how I managed to break the tangle cord when I kicked you over?" "Yes. Human legs aren't strong enough to break tangle cord that way." "Of course not," I said. I gave Val the blaster and slipped out of my oxysuit. "Look," I said. I pointed to my smooth, gleaming metal legs. The almost soundless purr of their motors was the only noise in the room. "I was in the Sadlerville blast too," I said, "but I didn't go crazy with hate when I lost my legs." Ledman was sobbing. "Okay, Ledman," I said. Val got him into his suit and brought him the fishbowl helmet. "Get your helmet on and let's go. Between the psychs and the prosthetics men, you'll be a new man inside of a year." But I'm a murderer." "That's right, and you'll be sentenced to psych adjustment. When they're finished, Gregory Ledman the killer will be as dead as if they'd electrocuted you. But there'll be a new and sane Gregory Ledman." I turned to Val. "Got the Geigers, honey?" For the first time since Ledman had caught us, I remembered how tired Val had been out in the desert. I realized now that I had been driving her mercilessly. Me, with my chromium legs and atomic-powered muscles. No wonder she was ready to fold. And I'd been too dense to see how unfair I had been. She lifted the Geiger harness, and I put Ledman back in his wheelchair. Val slipped her oxymask back on and fastened it shut. "Let's get back to the dome in a hurry," I said. "We'll turn Ledman over to the authorities. Then we can catch the next ship for Earth." "Go back? Go back? If you think I'm backing down now and quitting, you can find another wife. After we dump this guy, I'm sacking in for 20 hours, and then we're going back out there to finish that search pattern. Earth needs the uranium, honey, and I know you'd never be happy quitting in the middle like that." She smiled. "I can't wait to get out there and start listening for those telltale clicks." I gave a joyful whoop and swung her around. When I put her down, she squeezed my hand hard. "Let's get moving, fellow hero," she said. I pressed the stud for the airlock, smiling. End of The Hunted Heroes by Robert Silverberg.
By T.D. Ham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. Before reading this story, prepare yourself for a jolt and a chill in capsule form. O. Henry could have been proud of it. It could well become a minor classic. Hampered as she was by the child in her arms, the woman was running less fleetly now. A wave of exultation swept over Guldran, drowning out the uneasy feeling of guilt at disobeying orders. The instructions were mandatory and concise. No capture must be attempted individually. In the event of sighting any form of human life, the ship must be notified immediately. All small craft must be back at the landing space not later than 1 hour before takeoff. Anyone not so reporting will be presumed lost. Guldran thought uneasily of the great seas of snow and ice sweeping inexorably toward each other since the Earth had reversed on its axis in the great catastrophe a millennium ago. Now, Summer and winter alike brought paralyzing gales and blizzards, heralded by the sleety snow in which the woman's skin-clad feet had left the tracks which led to discovery. His trained anthropologist's mind speculated avidly over the little they had gotten from the younger of the two men found nearly a week before, nearly frozen and half starved. The older man had succumbed almost at once. The other, in the most primitive sign language, had indicated that, of several humans living in caves to the west, only he and the other had survived to flee some mysterious terror. Guldran felt a throb of pity for the woman and her child, left behind by the men, no doubt, as a hindrance. But what a stroke of fortune that there should be left a male and female of the race to carry the seed of Terra to another planet. And what a triumph if he, Guldran, should be the one to return at the 11th hour with the prize. No need of calling for help. This was no armed war party, but the most defenseless being in the universe, a mother burdened with a child. Guldran put on another burst of speed. His previous shouts had served only to spur the woman to greater efforts. Surely there was some magic word that had survived even the centuries of illiteracy, something equivalent to the bread and salt of all illiterate peoples. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Food! Food!" Ahead of him the woman turned her head, leapt lightly in mid-stride, and went on, slowing a little, but still running doggedly. Guldran's pulse leaped. He yelled again, "Food!" The instant that his foot touched the yielding surface of the trap, he knew that he had met defeat. As his body crashed down on the fire-sharpened stakes, he knew, too, the terror from which the last men of the human race had fled. Above him, the woman looked down, her teeth gleaming wolfishly. She pointed down into the pit, spoke exultantly to the child. "Food," said the last woman on Earth. End of The Last Supper by T.D. Ham.
House by Frank Herbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Old Rambling House by Frank Herbert. All the Grahams desired was a home they could call their own. But what did the home want? On his last night on Earth, Ted Graham stepped out of a glass-walled telephone booth, ducked to avoid a swooping moth that battered itself in a frenzy against a bare globe above the booth. Ted Graham was a long-necked man, with a head of pronounced egg shape, topped by prematurely balding sandy hair. Something about his lanky, intense appearance suggested his occupation: certified public accountant. He stopped behind his wife, who was studying a newspaper classified page, and frowned. "They said to wait here. They'll come and get us. Said the place is hard to find at night." Martha Graham looked up from the newspaper. She was a doll-faced woman, heavily pregnant, a kind of pink prettiness about her. The yellow glow from the light above the booth subdued the red auburn cast of her ponytail hair. "I just have to be in a house when the baby's born," she said. "What'd they sound like?" "I don't know. There was a funny kind of interruption, like an argument in some foreign language." "Did they sound foreign?" "In a way." He motioned along the night-shrouded line of trailers toward one with two windows glowing amber. "Let's wait inside. These bugs out here are fierce." "Did you tell them which trailer is ours?" "Yes. They didn't sound at all anxious to look at it. That's odd, them wanting to trade their house for a trailer." "There's nothing odd about it. They've probably just got itchy feet like we did." He appeared not to hear her. "Funniest sounding language you ever heard. When that argument started. Like a squirt of a noise." Inside the trailer, Ted Graham sat down on the green couch that opened into a double bed for company. "They could use a good tax accountant around here," he said. "When I first saw the place, I got that definite feeling. The valley looks prosperous. It's a wonder nobody's opened an office here before." His wife took a straight chair by the counter, separating kitchen and living area, folded her hands across her heavy stomach. "I'm just continental tired of wheels going around under me," she said. "I want to sit and stare at the same view for the rest of my life. I don't know how a trailer ever seemed glamorous when—" "It was the inheritance. Gave us itchy feet," he said. Tires gritted on gravel outside. Martha Graham straightened. "Could that be them?" "Awful quick if it is." He went to the door, opened it, stared down at the man who was just raising a hand to knock. "Are you Mr. Graham?" he asked. "Yes." He found himself staring at the caller. "I'm Clint Rush. You called about the house?" The man moved farther into the light. At first he appeared an old man, fine wrinkle lines in his face, a tired leather look to his skin. But as he moved his head in the light, the wrinkles seemed to dissolve, and with them the years lifted from him. "Yes, we called," said Ted Graham. He stood aside. "Do you want to look at the trailer now?" Martha Graham crossed to stand beside her husband. "We've kept it in awfully good shape," she said. "We've never let anything get seriously wrong with it." "She sounds too anxious," thought Ted Graham. "I wish she'd let me do the talking for the two of us." "We can come back and look at your trailer tomorrow, in daylight," said Rush. "My car's right out here if you'd like to see our house." Ted Graham hesitated. He felt a nagging worry tug at his mind, tried to fix his attention on what bothered him. "Hadn't we better take our car?" he asked. "We could follow you." "No need," said Rush. "We're coming back into town tonight anyway. We can drop you off then." Ted Graham nodded. "Be right with you as soon as I lock up." Inside the car, Rush mumbled introductions. His wife was a dark shadow in the front seat, her hair drawn back in a severe bun. Her features suggested gypsy blood. He called her Ramey. Odd name, thought Ted Graham, and he noticed that she, too, gave that strange first impression of age that melted in a shift of light. Mrs. Rush turned her gypsy features toward Martha Graham. "You are going to have a baby?" It came out as an odd, veiled statement. Abruptly, the car rolled forward. Martha Graham said, "It's supposed to be born in about 2 months. We hope it's a boy." Mrs. Rush looked at her husband. "I have changed my mind," she said. Rush spoke without taking his attention from the road. "It is too—" He broke off, spoke in a tumble of strange sounds. Ted Graham recognized it as the language he'd heard on the telephone. Mrs. Rush answered in the same tongue, anger showing in the intensity of her voice. Her husband replied, his voice calmer. Presently Mrs. Rush fell moodily silent. Rush tipped his head toward the rear of the car. "My wife has moments when she does not want to get rid of the old house. It has been with her for many years." Ted Graham said, "Oh. Then, are you Spanish?" Rush hesitated. "No. We are Basque." He turned the car down a well-lighted avenue that merged into a highway. They turned onto a side road. There followed more turns, left, right, right. Ted Graham lost track. They hit a jolting bump that made Martha gasp. "I hope that wasn't too rough on you," said Rush. We're almost there." The car swung into a lane, its lights picking out the skeleton outlines of trees, peculiar trees, tall, gaunt, leafless. They added to Ted Graham's feeling of uneasiness. The lane dipped, ended at a low wall of a house, red brick with clerestory windows beneath overhanging eaves. The effect of the wall and a wide-beamed door they could see to the left was ultra-modern. Ted Graham helped his wife out of the car, followed the Rushes to the door. I thought you told me it was an old house," he said. "It was designed by one of the first modernists," said Rush. He fumbled with an odd, curved key. The wide door swung open onto a hallway equally wide, carpeted by a deep pile rug. They could glimpse floor-to-ceiling view windows at the end of the hall, city lights beyond. Martha Graham gasped, entered the hall as though in a trance. Ted Graham followed, heard the door close behind them. It's so big!" exclaimed Martha Graham. "You want to trade this for our trailer?" asked Ted Graham. "It's too inconvenient for us," said Rush. "My work is over the mountains on the coast." He shrugged. "We cannot sell it." Ted Graham looked at him sharply. "Isn't there any money around here?" He had a sudden vision of a tax accountant with no customers. "Plenty of money, but no real estate customers." They entered the living room. Sectional divans lined the walls. Subdued lighting glowed from the corners. Two paintings hung on the opposite walls, oblongs of odd lines and twists that made Ted Graham dizzy. Warning bells clamored in his mind. Martha Graham crossed to the windows, looked at the lights far below. "I had no idea we'd climb so far," she said. It's like a fairy city." Mrs. Rush emitted a short, nervous laugh. Ted Graham glanced around the room, thought, "If the rest of the house is like this, it's worth 50 or 60,000. He thought of the trailer. A good one, but not worth more than 7,000. Uneasiness was like a neon sign flashing in his mind. "This seems so—" He shook his head. "Would you like to see the rest of the house?" asked Rush. Martha Graham turned from the window. "Oh, yes." Ted Graham shrugged. No harm in looking, he thought. When they returned to the living room, Ted Graham had doubled his previous estimate on the house's value. His brain reeled with the summing of it. A solarium with an entire ceiling covered by sun lamps. An automatic laundry where you dropped soiled clothing down a chute, took it washed and ironed from the other end. "Perhaps you and your wife would like to discuss it in private," said Rush. "We will leave you for a moment." And they were gone before Ted Graham could protest. Martha Graham said, "Ted, I honestly never in my life dreamed—" "Something's very wrong, honey." "But Ted—" "This house is worth at least $100,000, maybe more. And they want to trade this," he looked around him, "for a $7,000 trailer." "Ted, they're foreigners, and if they're so foolish they don't know the value of this place, then why should—" "I don't like it," he said. Again he looked around the room, recalled the fantastic equipment of the house. "But maybe you're right." He stared out at the city lights. They had a lace-like quality, tall buildings linked by lines of flickering incandescence. Something like a Roman candle shot skyward in the distance. "Okay," he said. "If they want to trade, let's go push the deal." Abruptly the house shuddered. The city lights blinked out. A humming sound filled the air. Martha Graham clutched her husband's arm. "Ted, what was that?" "I don't know." He turned. "Mr. Rush?" No answer, only the humming. The door at the end of the room opened. A strange man came through it. He wore a short toga-like garment of gray metallic cloth belted at the waist by something that glittered and shimmered through every color of the spectrum. An aura of coldness and power emanated from him, a sense of untouchable hauteur. He glanced around the room, spoke in the same tongue the Rushes had used. Ted Graham said, I don't understand you, mister." The man put a hand to his flickering belt. Both Ted and Martha Graham felt themselves rooted to the floor, a tingling sensation vibrating along every nerve. Again the strange language rolled from the man's tongue, but now the words were understood. "Who are you?" My name's Graham. This is my wife. What's going—" "How did you get here?" "The Rushes. They wanted to trade us this house for our trailer. They brought us. Now look, we—" "What is your talent? Your occupation?" "Tax accountant. Say, why all these—" "That was to be expected," said the man. "Clever. Oh, excessively clever." His hand moved again to the belt. "Now be very quiet. This may confuse you momentarily." Colored lights filled both the Grahams' minds. They staggered. "You are qualified," said the man. "You will serve." "Where are we?" demanded Martha Graham. "The coordinates would not be intelligible to you," he said. "I am of the Rojac. It is sufficient for you to know that you are under Rojac sovereignty." Ted Graham said, "But—" "You have, in a way, been kidnapped. and the Raimeys have fled to your planet, an unregistered planet." "I'm afraid," Martha Graham said shakily. "You have nothing to fear," said the man. "You are no longer on the planet of your birth, nor even in the same galaxy." He glanced at Ted Graham's wrist. "That device on your wrist, it tells your local time?" "Yes." "That will help in the search. And your sun, can you describe its atomic cycle?" Ted Graham groped in his mind for his science memories from school, from the Sunday supplements. "I can recall that our galaxy is a spiral, like—" "Most galaxies are spiral." "Is this some kind of practical joke?" asked Ted Graham. The man smiled, a cold, superior smile. "It is no joke. Now I will make you a proposition." Ted nodded warily. "All right, let's have the stinger." "The people who brought you here were tax collectors we Rojac recruited from a subject planet. They were conditioned to make it impossible for them to leave their job untended. Unfortunately, they were clever enough to realize that if they brought someone else in who could do their job, they were released from their mental bonds. Very clever." "But—" "You may have their job," said the man. "Normally you would be put to work in the lower echelons, but we believe in meting out justice wherever possible. The Raimeys undoubtedly stumbled on your planet by accident and lured you into this position without—" "How do you know I can do your job?" "That moment of brilliance was an aptitude test. You passed. Well, do you accept?" "What about our baby?" Martha Graham worriedly wanted to know. "You will be allowed to keep it until it reaches the age of decision, about the time it will take the child to reach adult stature." "Then what?" insisted Martha Graham. "The child will take its position in society according to its ability." "Will we ever see our child after that?" "Possibly." Ted Graham said, "What's the joker in this?" Again the cold, superior smile. "You will receive conditioning similar to that which we gave the Raimeys, and we will want to examine your memories to aid us in our search for your planet. It would be good to find a new inhabitable place." "Why did they trap us like this?" asked Martha Graham. "It's lonely work," the man explained. "Your house is actually a type of space conveyance that travels along your collection route, and there is much travel to the job. And then you will not have friends nor time for much other than work. Our methods are necessarily severe at times." "Travel?" Martha Graham repeated in dismay. "Almost constantly." Ted Graham felt his mind whirling, and behind him he heard his wife sobbing. The Raimeys sat in what had been the Grahams' trailer. "For a few moments I feared he would not succumb to the bait," she said. "I knew you could never overcome the mental compulsion enough to leave them there without their first agreeing." Raimey chuckled. "Yes, and now I'm going to indulge in everything the Rojac never permitted. I'm going to write ballads and poems." "And I'm going to paint," she said. "Oh, the delicious freedom!" "Greed won this for us," he said. "The long study of the Grahams paid off. They couldn't refuse to trade." "I knew they'd agree. The looks in their eyes when they saw the house. They both had—" She broke off, a look of horror coming into her eyes. "One of them did not agree." "They both did. You heard them." "The baby?" He stared at his wife. But it's not at the age of decision." "In perhaps 18 of this planet's years it will be at the age of decision. What then?" His shoulders sagged. He shuddered. "I will not be able to fight it off. I will have to build a transmitter, call the Rojac, and confess." "And they will collect another inhabitable place," she said, her voice flat and toneless. "I've spoiled it," he said. "I've spoiled it!" End of Old Rambling House by Frank Herbert. By Frederick Pohl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Pythias. by Frederik Pohl. Sure, Larry Connaught saved my life, but it was how he did it that forced me to murder him. I am sitting on the edge of what passes for a bed. It is made of loosely woven strips of steel, and there is no mattress, only an extra blanket of thin olive drab. It isn't comfortable, but of course they expect to make me still more uncomfortable. They expect to take me out of this precinct jail to a district prison and eventually to the death house. Sure, there will be a trial first, but that's only a formality. Not only did they catch me with the smoking gun in my hand and Connaught bubbling to death through the hole in his throat, but I admitted it. I, knowing what I was doing with, as they say, malice aforethought, deliberately shot to death Lawrence Connaught. They execute murderers, so they mean to execute me, especially because Lawrence Connaught had saved my life. Well, there are extenuating circumstances. I do not think they would convince a jury. Connaught and I were close friends for years. We lost touch during the war. We met again in Washington a few years after the war was over. We had to some extent grown apart. He had become a man with a mission. He was working very hard on something, and he did not choose to discuss his work, and there was nothing else in his life on which to form a basis for communication. And, well, I had my own life, too. It wasn't scientific research in my case. I flunked out of med school, while he went on. I'm not ashamed of it. It is nothing to be ashamed of. I simply was not able to cope with the messy business of carving corpses. I didn't like it. I didn't want to do it. And when I was forced to do it, I did it badly. So I left. Thus I have no string of degrees, but you don't need them in order to be a Senate guard. Does that sound like a terribly impressive career to you? Of course not. But I liked it. The senators are relaxed and friendly when the guards are around, and you learn wonderful things about what goes on behind the scenes of government. And a Senate guard is in a position to do favors. For newspaper men who find a lead story useful, for government officials who sometimes base a whole campaign on one careless, repeated remark, and for just about anyone who would like to be in the visitors' gallery during a hot debate. Larry Connaught, for instance. I ran into him on the street one day, and we chatted for a moment, and he asked if it was possible to get him in to see the upcoming foreign relations debate. It was. I called him the next day and told him I had arranged for a pass. And he was there, watching eagerly with his moist little eyes, when the secretary got up to speak, and there was that sudden unexpected yell, and the handful of Central American fanatics dragged out their weapons and began to change American policy with gunpowder. You remember the story, I suppose. There were only 3 of them, 2 with guns, 1 with a hand grenade. The pistol men managed to wound 2 senators and a guard. I was right there talking to Connaught. I spotted the little fellow with the hand grenade and tackled him. I knocked him down, but the grenade went flying. Pin pulled, seconds ticking away. I lunged for it. Larry Connaught was ahead of me. The newspaper stories made heroes out of us both. They said it was miraculous that Larry, who had fallen right on top of the grenade, had managed to get it away from himself and so placed that when it exploded no one was hurt. For it did go off, and the flying steel touched nobody. The papers mentioned that Larry had been knocked unconscious by the blast. He was unconscious, all right. He didn't come to for 6 hours, and when he woke up he spent the next whole day in a stupor. I called on him the next night. He was glad to see me. "That was a close one, Dick," he said. "Take me back to Tarawa." I said, "I guess you saved my life, Larry." "Nonsense, Dick. I just jumped. Lucky, that's all." "The papers said you were terrific. They said you moved so fast nobody could see exactly what happened." He made a deprecating gesture, but his wet little eyes were wary. "Nobody was really watching, I suppose." "I was watching," I told him flatly. He looked at me silently for a moment. "I was between you and the grenade," I said. "You didn't go past me, over me, or through me, but you were on top of the grenade." He started to shake his head. I said, "Also, Larry,
You fell on the grenade. It exploded underneath you. I know, because I was almost on top of you, and it blew you clear off the floor of the gallery. Did you have a bulletproof vest on?" He cleared his throat. "Well, as a matter of—" "Cut it out, Larry. What's the answer?" He took off his glasses and rubbed his watery eyes. He grumbled, "Don't you read the papers? It went off a yard away." "Larry," I said gently, "I was there." He slumped back in his chair, staring at me. Larry Connaught was a small man, but he never looked smaller than he did in that big chair, looking at me as though I were Mr. Nemesis himself. Then he laughed. He surprised me. He sounded almost happy. He said, "Well, hell, Dick, I had to tell somebody about it sooner or later. Why not you?" I can't tell you all of what he said. I'll tell you most of it, but not the part that matters. I'll never tell that part to anybody. Larry said, "I should have known you'd remember." He smiles at me ruefully, affectionately. "Those bull sessions in the cafeterias, eh? Talking all night about everything. But you remembered." "You claimed that the human mind possessed powers of psychokinesis," I said. "You argued that just by the mind, without moving a finger or using a machine, a man could move his body anywhere instantly. You said that nothing was impossible to the mind." I felt like an absolute fool saying those things. They were ridiculous notions. Imagine a man thinking himself from one place to another. But I had been on that gallery. I licked my lips and looked to Larry Connaught for confirmation. "I was all wet," Larry laughed. "Imagine." I suppose I showed surprise, because he patted my shoulder. He said, becoming sober, "Sure, Dick, you're wrong, but you're right all the same. The mind alone can't do anything of the sort. That was just a silly kid notion. But," he went on, "but there are, well, techniques linking the mind to physical forces, simple physical forces that we all use every day, that can do it all, everything. Everything I ever thought of, and things I haven't found out yet. Fly across the ocean? In a second, Dick. Wall off an exploding bomb? Easily. You saw me do it. Oh, it's work. It takes energy. You can't escape natural law. That was what knocked me out for a whole day. But that was a hard one. It's a lot easier, for instance, to make a bullet miss its target. It's even easier to lift the cartridge out of the chamber and put it in my pocket so that the bullet can't even be fired. Want the crown jewels of England? I could get them, Dick." I asked, "Can you see the future?" He frowned. "That's silly. This isn't How about reading minds?" Larry's expression cleared. "Oh, you're remembering some of the things I said years ago. No, I can't do that either, Dick. Maybe someday, if I keep working at this thing. Well, I can't right now. There are things I can do, though, that are just as good." "Show me something you can do," I asked. He smiled. Larry was enjoying himself. I didn't begrudge it to him. He had hugged this to himself for years, from the day he found his first clue, through the decade of proving and experimenting, almost always being wrong, but always getting closer. He needed to talk about it. I think he was really glad that at last someone had found him out. He said, "Show you something. Why, let's see, Dick." He looked around the room, then winked. "See that window?" I looked. It opened with a slither of wood and a rumble of sash weights. It closed again. "The radio," said Larry. There was a click, and his little set turned itself on. "Watch it." It disappeared, and reappeared. "It was on top of Mount Everest," Larry said, panting a little. The plug on the radio's electric cord picked itself up and stretched toward the baseboard socket, then dropped to the floor again. "No," said Larry, and his voice was trembling. "I'll show you a hard one. Watch the radio, Dick. I'll run it without plugging it in. The electrons themselves." He was staring intently at the little set. I saw the dial light go on, flicker, and hold steady. The speaker began to make scratching noises. I stood up, right behind Larry, right over him. I used the telephone on the table beside him. I caught him right beside the ear, and he folded over without a murmur. Methodically, I hit him twice more, and then I was sure he wouldn't wake up for at least an hour. I rolled him over and put the telephone back in its cradle.
I ransacked his apartment. I found it in his desk, all his notes, all the information, the secret of how to do the things he could do. I picked up the telephone and called the Washington police. When I heard the siren outside, I took out my service revolver and shot him in the throat. He was dead before they came in. For you see, I knew Lawrence Connaught. We were friends. I would have trusted him with my life. But this was more than just life. 23 words told how to do the things that Lawrence Connaught did. Anyone who could read could do them. Criminals, traitors, lunatics. The formula would work for anyone. Lawrence Connaught was an honest man and an idealist, I think. But what would happen to any man when he becomes a god? Suppose you were told 23 words that would let you reach into any bank vault, peer inside any closed room, walk through any wall. Suppose pistols could not kill you. They say power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And there can be no more absolute power than the 23 words that can free a man of any jail or give him anything he wants. Larry was my friend, but I killed him in cold blood, knowing what I did, because he could not be trusted with the secret that could make him king of the world. But I can. End of Pythias by Frederik Pohl.
Revenge by Arthur Porges. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Anderson. Revenge by Arthur Porges. If the Syndicate is half as powerful as some people have claimed, they'll murder me any day now. I object on principle to being killed by evil men for a good deed, so maybe lynching by stupid ones is preferable. I mean you. And you, the suet heads who profited by my work but refused your help. You've been yammering about narcotics for years. How drug addiction was spreading, reaching down even to your unmannerly, spoiled brats who despise their parents and our venal society to the same degree. The stuff comes in by the ton across the Mexican border. They grow it for our benefit in Red China, and a few friendly Asian countries don't mind exporting some now and then either. In spite of heroic work by our small group of poorly financed narcotics agents, the flow of drugs cannot be halted. Oh, you and your elected representatives made a lot of panicky moves to combat this threat. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare was given a new bureau, set up like the FBI, and headed by Myron P. Bishop, a man trained by that distinguished expert on narcotics, Anslinger, himself. But as to sensible solutions, such as legalizing the sale of heroin to break the worldwide criminal control on the distribution of drugs, that your vapid Puritan morality wouldn't permit. Millions of dollars for enforcement, and to punish the sick, but not 1 cent for prevention, and almost nothing to find out why people bother to become addicts in the first place, and how to cure them. Oh, it wasn't entirely your fault. You listened to the experts, usually career policemen who expect to cure any social evil with clubs and prisons. I'm reminded of the simpleton found measuring 2 horses with a tape in order to be able to distinguish the black one from the white. Until I came along, nobody had ever reached the core of the matter. You don't kill a flourishing plant, in this case a upas tree, by lopping off a handful of leaves. You strike at the roots. That's what I meant to do, and did for your benefit. Oh, I admit there were a few dollars in it for me, but so what? The ox that treads the wheat is not muzzled. When a man saves a manufacturer $50,000 a year by some improved process, or even by using 3 bolts someplace instead of 4, they gladly pay him 3% of the annual savings, or something like that, as a reward. Most big outfits have such a policy, and it's a good one. Well, if I cut millions off the government budget, is a lousy $100,000 too much to ask? I just wanted to go on with my researches without battling a horde of bill collectors every month. Fat chance. I didn't get a measly dime. You, your elected and appointed officials, and your kept press just gave me all the time horse laugh. Well, he who laughs last. You'll remember the old saw. I'll see to that. I'm writing this so you'll know how they treated me. You mustn't think I'm a crank, mad at the world for no reason. My case is better than Dreyfus's and Sacco Vanzetti's combined. Here I was prepared to remove the drug scourge forever, and at a piddling cost. Did I get courteous handling, or at least a fair hearing? Not bloody likely. I was an idiot to expect anything from the world's most inflated bureaucracy. Dickens' circumlocution office brought up to date. Let me start at the beginning. Then you'll see who's right. I'm a biochemist by profession. Damned good one. But too individualistic to please the research centers. They like docile teams. Scientific percherons to pull the big red wagon. So I taught at one jerkwater college after another. Sooner or later, my superiors, all dodderers who stopped thinking with sighs of relief once they had their PhD union cards, objected to my attitude. If I published, they were jealous. It made the other faculty members look bad. If I failed to produce, then why was I wasting lab facilities and neglecting my classes? The students wanted their term papers back within 5 days. The other teachers could manage it. Why not me? The difference between what my colleagues expected from their pupils and what I did was the difference between the lightning bug and the lightning. Those students. They didn't want biochemistry. They want a letter on a card. A C would do. Damn few of them got it from me, I'm happy to say, and those that did knew more about the subject than most PhDs. Now, I take as my creed the fruitful dictum. Think in other categories. A famous researcher once invented, or discovered, this maxim in a dream. It is the secret of many great advances in science. Get off the main line. Stop fooling with the leaves of the tree and turn to the roots. Invert the problem if necessary. I was thinking about the narcotics scandal. A teacher at my college had a lovely 16-year-old daughter, carefully reared, who was badly hooked. Saw that poor man's hair whiten in a few months. How would you feel knowing that your daughter had been so degraded by a drug as to sell herself to anybody with enough money to buy her a fix? An innocent, playful sniff at a party. Some punk, probably an addict himself, had trapped her in order to finance his own habit. They talk about cures, but people on the inside know that permanent escape from the trap is as rare as portraits of Trotsky in Russia, or integrity among politicians in this country. Well, I put my brains to work on the problem. It seemed obvious that, as in the case of prohibition, you couldn't possibly lick the drug traffic by cutting the lines of supply. Not in a country as big as ours, with a Mexican border and Red China on the side of the enemy. Not when a package the size of a watch could be worth a fortune. Think in other categories, I reminded myself. How can a biochemist, rather than a policeman, stop the syndicate? Well, then it came to me, simple and obvious. Hit the source, the weak link, the roots of the poison tree. In short, Papaver somniferum, the opium poppy itself. Basic, isn't it? Destroy the plant and you cut the heart out of the drug traffic. No cops, no hopeless warfare against cunning smugglers, no battle with big money corruption of officials, and remember, no chemist alive can synthesize opium or its derivatives. Sure, there are a few other bad narcotic drugs from different plants like marijuana, but they play a relatively small part and can be controlled. Besides, it was my intention to destroy their sources as well when the time came. But first, the biggest culprit. I go to work, re-examining all the recent work on tobacco virus and similar plant killers. New studies on the key protein chain of the genes were the foundation stones of my plan. The disease had to be highly specific and deadly. I couldn't risk even the remotest possibility of harming food plants in a hungry world. But, as I've said, with no false modesty, I'm no slouch in my field of biochemistry. I took a harmless poppy rust from our California flowers here and treated its genes with certain chemicals. It was a matter of 6 months and well over 80 tries, but finally I came up with a virus that killed the opium poppy like smallpox wiped out the Sioux. No, more than that. Some Indians were, or became, immune to the disease, just as insects build up resistance to the most potent poisons. But with my virus, that's simply not possible. I won't get technical here, but to become immune to this stuff would be like man's developing antibodies against his own tissues. Couldn't happen without killing the organism faster than the virus does. Once this epidemic began, not a poppy would survive. So far, everything was fine. Except that, as usual, I lost my job. I got 50 term papers behind. Didn't bother me because there wasn't a student in my 3 classes who knew any more biochemistry than a baboon. In the first paper I'd found this gem. It is well known that a mammal reproduces by suckling its young. Faced with more of the same, it was a pleasure to be fired. Now, in any really civilized society, they'd have my statue on top of the Capitol building, and with neon lights to boot. But in our bureaucratic wilderness of Washington, with 1,000 government-hired cretins running interference for each big, appointed super cretin, my troubles had just begun. I took some sample poppies to the HEW offices. They were in vacuum-sealed plastic envelopes because I knew that once my virus spores got loose in the atmosphere, they'd spread all over the world like radioactive dust, or faster. I hoped to see the Commissioner of Narcotics, Myron P. Bishop, but his magnificence was harder to reach than the whole College of Cardinals. It was impossible to put my point across. Plants, was it? That way to the Department of Agriculture. Oh, poppies! Pamphlets on wildflowers could be had from documents. I wrote countless letters, pulled what few wires were within my reach, and haunted Washington like the ghost of Calhoun. And finally, I got 10 minutes with El Pomposo himself. As I've said, dumb students are nothing new to me, but even the worst of them couldn't have been any more obtuse than Bishop. I had the dead plants, all brown and withered. There were simple charts showing exactly, in terms of time, how the virus worked, killing the poppy within 48 hours, and even destroying the viability of any seeds that might be ripening. Did this jughead appointed by the president to fight the terrible drug problem comprehend the miracle being offered to him? The simple solution that would make him the greatest, in fact, the only success in his post that this country had ever known? Not he. I had to spell it out in nursery school terms. But I've penetrated many a numbskull in class by dint of persistent drilling, and finally got through to the cold oatmeal under his parietal bones. Did that clear the air? If you think so, guess again. He threw up his hands in horror. Turn a plant disease loose on the world deliberately? It was a violation of the Conventions Against Germ Warfare. It was barred by international law. It was unthinkable that the United States would indulge in such irresponsible behavior. All right, I said, take it to the UN. Let them distribute the poppy killer. He brightened a little at that, since every bureaucrat loves above all to pass the buck. A clear-cut decision is fatal to the species. Then he gave me a note to our delegate, Wilbur Kavanaugh, Jr. This character was a bit sharper. He heard me out, looked at my deceased poppies, and arranged a conference with a bigwig from the State Department. Then things got really messy. When I pointed out that in a few weeks every damned opium plant in Asia would be deader than the Ming Dynasty, this little creep from Foggy Bottom almost had kittens on the spot. It seems that just now our relations with Red China are highly delicate. If we turned the virus loose on them, even if it did kill only poppies, and he had his doubts about that, what if it, attacked rice? The Reds would scream murder. They'd yell germ warfare and have us cold. Well, they could ship us opium by the long ton. That didn't affect the delicate condition, though. It seemed to me, however, that there was something ambiguous and wistful in the statesman's attitude, and I thought I understood. When a country sends a spy to do some dirty job, they disown him officially if he's caught. Except for that U2 fiasco some years ago, when the US broke all the unwritten rules and made jackasses of us before the world. Now, obviously, if I killed all the poppies in the world, that would be a fait accompli. Washington could deny knowing anything about the cause of death, especially since it would work indiscriminately even in friendly parts of Asia. Just as long as I got my 100,000, I didn't mind skipping the official credit. In fact, it would keep the syndicate off my back. Suppose, I said, on my own responsibility, I release the opium spores and ruin the opium trade for good. Will you see that I get paid? He was horrified. In the first place, nothing whatever could be done until the virus had been checked out by government scientists. If I would give him the virus and my notes, he'd start the ball rolling. I know that Washington ball. It's all angles and doesn't roll worth a damn. I went cold at the thought. Before you can get an okay on anything big from a bureau there, your long gray beard will be sweeping the floor. For a moment I was tempted to take my plans to England, but then remembered by that sane legislation legalizing the sale of drugs under controlled conditions, they'd already licked the problem and wouldn't be in the market. For 2 cents, though, I'd make China pay me the money to keep the virus buried. For that matter, the syndicate would gladly kick in with $1 million. But I'm an American first, and couldn't play it that way, especially remembering Professor A's daughter. I thought the thing through, and decided that if I turned the disease loose so that every good poppy is a dead one, any decent government will quietly pay me off. They only need to know that no other plants are affected. And that's the way I played it. The next day I sprayed a few grams of concentrated virus into the humid air of Washington and went home. If you read the papers, you know the rest of that particular story. In 8 months, not even Sherlock Holmes could have found a live opium poppy on the face of the earth. Once current stocks are gone, there'll be no more narcotics deriving from that particular plant. The government sensibly outbid all the addicts and operators in order to save what is left for medical use. Should last for 50 years. All according to my plan. Fine. But when I tried to collect, they didn't know me from the late Lucky Luciano. There was no proof whatever, they said, that my virus did the job. After all, their scientists had not been allowed to check my work. I could have faked the whole thing, attempting to take credit for a mutant disease which began naturally, especially since dozens of bacteriologists were now isolating the virus. When I pressed harder, they dragged out an FBI file showing I was a crank and a maverick, unable to hold a job, guilty of signing a peace petition in 1949. If Bishop or Kavanaugh tried to help, I don't know about it. I suppose I'm lucky that the syndicate has been equally skeptical. Otherwise, being out many millions, they would have liquidated me by now. But it's basically your fault. You, the people. I took my case to you as a court of last resort. A few papers gave me a fair enough shake to present the evidence, but you paid no attention. Oh, I tried to get your signatures to a petition to purge the HEW department or to start a congressional investigation. You just laughed at me. Well, you enjoyed that headline. Crackpot chemist claims he killed all those poppies. Was it self-defense? Well, my jovial friends, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I could easily wipe out half of you by killing some selected food plants, but I'm not a mass murderer, and would rather make a more subtle job of it. I've 2 more viruses just about perfected. After the first, it's easier. When I turn them loose, you'll have a real grievance against me. This time, you're getting notice in advance, so nobody can talk about natural disease. Besides, the appended lab notes will easily convince a few key men in biochemistry, and they'll confirm me. Now let me point out the 2 plants you'll miss badly. One is yeast. Yes, yeast. When you read this, the one-celled organisms responsible for wine, beer, and alcohol generally will be dying as a race. In a few months, good liquor will be scarcer than an electric blanket in hell. Sure, grain alcohol can be synthesized, but bouquet isn't that simple, and you'll pay dearly for it. How you'll pay! And decent lab-made whiskey won't be on the shelves tomorrow either. The other plant you'll miss even more. I mean tobacco. No more cigarettes. No more fat cigars. Hallelujah! No more tobacco commercials on TV. Did you know tobacco cannot be synthesized at all? At any price? Get it, you 2-pack-a-day fiends? End of Revenge by Arthur Porges. Recording by Steve Anderson, Jacksonville, Florida. Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Anderson. Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. I first met Mr. Remington Solander shortly after I installed my first radio set. I was going into New York on the 8:15 a.m. train and was sitting with my friend Murchison, and as a matter of course we were talking radio. I had just told Murchison that he was a lunkhead noodle and that for 2 cents I would poke him in the jaw, and that even a pin-headed idiot ought to know that a tube set was better than a crystal set. To this Murchison had replied that settled it. He said he had always known I was a moron, and now he was sure of it. "If you had enough brains to fill a hazelnut shell," he said, "you wouldn't talk that way. Anybody but a half-baked lunatic would know that what a man wants in radio is a clear, sharp reception, and that's what a crystal gives you. You're one of these half-wits that thinks they're classy if they can hear some 2-cent station 500 miles away utter a few faint squeaks. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to listen to you. Go and sit somewhere else." Of course, this was what was to be expected of Murchison. And if I did let out a few lapses of anger, I feel I was entirely justified. Radio fans are always disputing over the relative merits of crystal and tube sets, but I knew I was right. I was just trying to decide whether to choke Murchison with my bare hand and throw his lifeless body out of the car window, or tell him a few things I'd been wanting to say ever since he began knocking my tube set, when this Remington Solander, who was sitting behind us, leaned forward and tapped me on the shoulder. I turned quickly and saw his long sheep-like face close to mine. He was chewing cardamom seed and breathing the odor into my face. "My friend," he said, "come back and sit with me. I want to ask you a few questions about radio." Well, I couldn't resist that, could I? No radio fan could. I did not care much for the looks of this Remington Solander man, but for a few weeks my friends had seemed to be steering away from me when I drew near, although I'm sure I never said anything to bore them. All I ever talked about was my radio set and some new hookups I was trying, but I'd noticed that men who formerly had seemed to be fond of my company now gave startled looks when I neared them. Some even climbed over the nearest fence and ran madly across vacant lots, looking over their shoulders with frightened glances as they ran. For a week I had not been able to get any man of my acquaintance to listen to one word from me, except Murchison, and he's an utter idiot, as I think I've made clear. So I left Murchison and sat with Remington Solander. In one way I was proud to be invited to sit with Remington Solander, because he was far and away the richest man in our town. When he died, his estate proved to amount to $3 million. I'd seen him often, and I knew who he was, but he was a standoffish old fellow, and did not mix, so I'd never met him. He was a tall man, and thin, somewhat flabby, and he was pale in an unhealthy sort of way. But after all, he was a millionaire and a member of one of the old families of Westcote, so I took the seat alongside of him with considerable satisfaction. "I gather," he said as soon as I was seated, "that you are interested in radio." I told him I was. And I'm just building a new set using a new hookup that I heard of a week ago," I said. I think it's going to be a wonder. Now, here's the idea. Instead of using a grid—" "Yes, yes," the old aristocrat said hastily, "but never mind that now. I know very little of such things. I have an electrician employed by the year to care for my radio set, and I leave all such things to him. You are a lawyer, are you not?" I told him I was. "And you are chairman of the trustees of the Westcote Cemetery, are you not?" he asked. I told him I was that also. And I may say that the Westcote Cemetery Association is one of the rightest and tightest little corporations in existence. It has been in existence since 1808 and has been exceedingly profitable to those fortunate enough to hold its stock. I inherited the small block I own from my grandfather. Recently, we trustees had bought 60 additional acres adjoining the old cemetery and had added them to it, and we were about ready to put the new lots on the market. At $300 apiece, there promised to be a tremendous profit in the thing, for our cemetery was a fashionable place to be buried in, and the demand for the lots in the new addition promised to be enormous. "You have not known it," said Remington Solander in his slow drawl, which had the effect of letting his words slide out of his mouth and drip down his long chin like cold molasses. "But I have been making inquiries about you, and I have been meaning to speak with you. I am drawing up a new last will and testament, and I want you to draw up one of the clauses for me without delay." "Why, certainly, Mr. Solander," I said with increased pride. "I'd be glad to be of service to you." "I am choosing you for the work," Remington Solander said, "because you know and love radio as I do, and because you are a trustee of the Cemetery Association. Are you a religious man?" "Well," I said, a little uneasy, Some, but not much." "No matter," said Mr. Solander, placing a hand on my arm. "I am. I have always been. From my earliest youth, my mind has been on serious things. As a matter of fact, sir, I have compiled a manuscript collection of religious quotations, hymns, sermons, and uplifting thoughts which now fill 14 volumes, all in my own handwriting. Fortunately, I inherited money, and this collection is my gift to the world." "And a noble one, I'm sure," I said. "Most noble," said Mr. Solander. "But, sir, I have not confined my activities to the study chair. I have kept my eye on the progress of the world, and it seems to me that radio, this new and wonderful invention, is the greatest discovery of all ages and imperishable. But, sir, it is being twisted to cheap uses, jazz, cheap songs, worldly words and music. That I mean to remedy." "Well," I said, "it might be done. Of course, people like what they like." "Some nobler souls like better things," said Remington Solander solemnly. "Some more worthy men and women will welcome nobler radio broadcasting.
In my will, I am putting aside $1 million to establish and maintain a broadcasting station that will broadcast only my 14 volumes of hymns and uplifting material. Every day this matter will go forth. Sermons, lectures on prohibition, noble thoughts, and religious poems. I assured him that some people might be glad to get that a lot of people might, in fact, and that I could write that into his will without any trouble at all. "Ah," said Remington Solander, "but that is already in my will. What I want you to write for my will is another clause. I mean to build, in your cemetery, a high-class and imperishable granite tomb for myself. I mean to place it on that knoll, that high knoll, the highest spot in your cemetery. What I want you to write in my will is a clause providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. I want to set aside $500,000 for that purpose." "Well," I said to the sheep-faced millionaire, I can do that too." "Yes," he agreed. "And I want to give my family and relations the remaining $1.5 million, provided," he said, accenting the provided, "they carry out faithfully the provisions of the clause providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. If they don't care and maintain," he said, giving me a hard look, "that $1.5 million is to go to the home for flea-bitten dogs." "They'll care and maintain, all right," I laughed. "I think so," said Remington Solander gravely. "I do think so indeed. And now, sir, we come to the important part. You, as I know, are a trustee of the cemetery." "Yes," I said, "I am." "For drawing this clause of my will, if you can draw it," said Remington Solander, looking me full in the eye with both his own, which were like the eyes of a salt mackerel, "I shall pay you $5,000. Well, I almost gasped. It was a big lot of money for drawing one clause of a will, and I began to smell a rat right there. But, I may say, the proposition Remington Solander made to me was one I was able, after quite a little talk with my fellow trustees of the cemetery, to carry out. What Remington Solander wanted was to be permitted to put a radio loudspeaking outfit in his granite tomb. A radio loudspeaking outfit permanently set at 327 meters wavelength, which was to be the wavelength of his endowed broadcasting station. I don't know how Remington Solander got his first remarkable idea, but just about that time an undertaker in New York had rigged up a hearse with a phonograph so that the hearse would loudspeak suitable hymns on the way to the cemetery, and that may have suggested the loudspeaking tomb to Remington Solander, but it's not important where he got the idea. He had it, and he was set on having it carried out. "Think," he said, "of the uplifting effect of it. On the highest spot in the cemetery will stand my noble tomb, loud-speaking in all directions the solemn and holy words and music I have collected in my 14 volumes. All who enter the cemetery will hear. All will be ennobled and uplifted." That was so, too. I saw that at once. I said so. So Remington Solander went on to explain that the income from the $500,000 would be set aside to keep A batteries and B batteries supplied, to keep the outfit in repair, and so on. So I tackled the job rather enthusiastically. I don't say that the $5,000 fee did not interest me, but I did think Remington Solander had a grand idea. It would make our cemetery stand out. People would come from everywhere to see and listen. The lots in the new edition would sell like hotcakes. But I did have a little trouble with the other trustees. They balked when I explained that Remington Solander wanted the sole radio loudspeaking rights of our cemetery. But someone finally suggested that if Remington Solander put up a new and artistic iron fence around the whole cemetery, it might be all right. They made him submit his 14 volumes so they could see what sort of matter he meant to broadcast from his high-class station, and they agreed it was solemn enough. It was all solemn and sad and gloomy, just the stuff for a cemetery. So when Remington Solander agreed to build the new iron fence, they made a formal contract with him, and I drew up the clause for the will, and he bought 6 lots on top of the high knoll and began erecting his marble mausoleum. For 8 months or so, Remington Solander was busier than he had ever been in his life. He superintended the building of the tomb, and he had on hand the job of getting his endowed radio station going. It was given the letters WZZZ, and hiring artists to sing and play and speechify his 14 volumes of gloom and uplift at 327 meters, and it was too much for the old codger. The very night the test of the WZZZ outfit was made, he passed away and was no more on Earth. His funeral was one of the biggest we ever had in Westcote. I should judge that 5,000 people attended his remains to the cemetery, for it had become widely known that the first WZZZ program would be received and loudspoken from Remington Solander's tomb that afternoon. The first selection on the program, his favorite hymn, beginning as the funeral cortege left the church and the program continuing until dark. I'll say it was one of the most affecting occasions I have ever witnessed. As the body was being carried into the tomb, the loudspeaker gave us a sermon by Reverend Peter L. Rugus, full of sob stuff, and every one of the 5,000 present wept. And when the funeral was really finished, over 2,000 remained to hear the rest of the program, which consisted of hymns, missionary reports, static, and recitations of religious poems. We increased the price of the lots in the new edition $100 per lot immediately, and we sold 4 lots that afternoon and 2 the next morning. The big metropolitan newspapers all gave the Westcote Cemetery full-page illustrated articles the next Sunday, and we received during the next week over 300 letters, mostly from ministers, praising what we had done. But that was not the best of it. Requests for lots began to come in by mail. Not only people in Westcote wrote for prices, but people away over in New Jersey and up in Westchester County, and even from as far away as Poughkeepsie and Delaware. We had twice as many requests for lots as there were lots to sell, and we decided we would have an auction and let them go to the highest bidders. You see, Remington Solander's talking tomb was becoming nationally famous. We began to negotiate with the owners of 6 farms adjacent to our cemetery. We figured on buying them and making more additions to the cemetery. And then we found we could not use 3 of the farms. The reason was that the loudspeaker in Remington Solander's tomb would not carry that far, wasn't strong enough. So we went to the executors of his estate and ran up against another snag. Nothing in the radio outfit in the tomb could be altered in any way whatsoever. That was in the will. The same loudspeaker had to be maintained, the same wavelength had to be kept, the same makes of batteries had to be used, the same style of tubes had to be used. Remington Solander had thought of all that. So we decided to let well enough alone. It was all we could do anyway. We bought the farms that were reached by the loudspeaker and had them surveyed and laid out in lots. And then the thing happened. Yes, sir. I'll sell my cemetery stock for 2 cents on the dollar, if anybody will bid that much for it. But what do you think happened? Along came the government of the United States, regulating this radio thing, and assigned new wavelengths to all the broadcasting stations. It gave Remington Solander's endowed broadcasting station WZZZ an 855-meter wavelength, and it gave that station at Dodwood, station PKX, the 327-meter wavelength. The next day, poor old Remington Solander's tomb poured forth Yes, We Ain't Got No Bananas, and the Hot Dog Jazz, and If You Don't See Mama Every Night, You Can't See Mama at All, and Hink Tubbs in his funny stories. Like, well, one day an Irishman and a Swede were walking down Broadway, and they see a flapper coming towards them, and she had on one of them short skirts they was wearing, see? So Mike, he says, "Gee be jabbers, oh, I see a peach." So the Swede, he says, looking at the silk stockings, "Maybe you been see a peach, Mike, but I been see one mighty nice pair." Well, the other day I went to see my mother-in-law, you know the sort of program. I don't say that the people who like them are not entitled to them, but I do say they're not the sort of programs to loudspeak from a tomb in a cemetery. I expect old Remington Solander turned clear over in his tomb when those programs began to come through. I know our board of trustees went right up in the air, but there was not a thing we could do about it. The newspapers gave us double pages the next Sunday. Remington Solander's Jazz Tomb and Westcote's Two-Step Cemetery. Within a week, the inmates of our cemetery began to move out. Friends of people who had been buried over 100 years came and moved them to other cemeteries and took the headstones and monuments with them. And in a month, our cemetery looked like one of those great war battlefields, like a lot of shell holes. Not a man, woman, or child was left in the place, except Remington Solander and his granite tomb on top of the high knoll. What we've got on our hands is a deserted cemetery. They all blame me, but I can't do anything about it. All I can do is groan. Every morning I grab the paper and look for the PKX program, and then I groan. Remington Solander is the lucky man. He's dead. End of Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. Recording by Steve Anderson, Jacksonville, Florida.
Dig by George O. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stop, Look, and Dig by George O. Smith. The enlightened days of mental telepathy and ESP should have made the world a better place. But the minute the Rhine Institute opened up, all the crooks decided it was time to go collegiate. Someone behind me in the dark was toting a needle ray. The impression came through so strong that I could almost read the filed-off serial number of the thing, but the guy himself I couldn't dig at all. I stopped to look back, but the only sign of life I could see was the fast flick of taxicab lights as they crossed an intersection about a half-mile back. I stepped into a doorway so that I could think and stay out of the line of fire at the same time. The impression of the needle ray did not get any stronger, and that tipped me off. The bird was following me. He was no peace-loving citizen because honest men do not cart weapons with serial numbers filed off. Therefore the character tailing me was a hot papa with a burner charge labeled Steve Hamilton in his needler. I concentrated, but the only impression I could get would have specified 98 men out of 100 anywhere. He was shorter than my 6'2" and lighter than my 190. I could guess that he was better looking. I'd had my features arranged by a blocked drop kick the year before the National Football League ruled the Rhine Institute out because of our use of mentals and perceptives. I gave up trying. I wanted details and not an overall picture of a hot bird carrying a burner. I wondered if I could make a run for it. I let my sense of perception dig the street ahead, casing every bump and irregularity. I passed places where I could zig out to take cover in front of telephone poles, and other places where I could zag in to take cover beyond front steps and the like. I let my perception run up the block, and by the time I got to the end of my range, I knew the block just as well as if I'd made a practice run in the daytime. At this point I got a shock. The hot papa was coming up the sidewalk, hell-bent for destruction. He was a mental sensitive, and he had been following my thoughts while my sense of perception made its trial run up the street. He was running like the devil to catch up with my mind and burn it down per schedule. It must have come as quite a shock to him when he realized that while the mind he was reading was running like hell up the street, the hard old body was standing in the doorway waiting for him. I dove out of my hiding place as he came close. I wanted to tackle him hard and ask some pointed questions. He saw me as I saw him, skidding to an unbalanced stop, and there was the dull glint of metal in his right hand. His needle ray came swinging up, and I went for my armpit. I found time to curse my own stupidity for not having hardware in my own fist at the moment. But then I had my rod in my fist. I felt the hot scorch of the needle going off just over my shoulder, and then came the god-awful racket of my ancient .45. The big slug caught him high in the belly and tossed him back. It folded him over and dropped him in the gutter while the echoes of my cannon were still racketing back and forth up and down the quiet street. I had just enough time to dig his wallet, pockets, and billfold before the whole neighborhood was up and out. Sirens howled in the distance, and from above I could hear the thin wail of a jet copter. Someone opened a window and called, "What's going on out there? Cut it out!" "Tea party," I called back. "Go invite the cops, Tommy." The window slammed down again. He didn't have to invite the law. It arrived in 3 ground cruisers and 2 jet copter emergency squads that came closing in like a collapsing balloon. The leader of the squadron was a Lieutenant Williamson whom I'd never met before. But he knew all about me before the copter hit the ground. I could almost feel his sense of perception frisking me from the skin outward, going through my wallet, inspecting my private operator's license and my weapon permit. I found out later that Williamson was a Rhine scholar with a bachelor's degree in perception, which put him head and shoulders over me. He came to the point at once. "Any ideas about this, Hammond?" I shook my head. "Nope," I replied. He looked at one of his men. The other man nodded. "He's leveling," he said. "Now look, Hammond," said the lieutenant pointedly. "You're clean and we know it. But hot papas don't go out for fun. Why was he trying to burn you?" "I wouldn't know. I'm as blank as any perceptive when it comes to reading minds. I was hoping to collect him whole enough to ask questions, but he forced my hand." I looked to where some of the cleanup squad were tucking the corpse into a basket. It was one of the few times I'd have happily swapped my perception for the ability to read a mind. The lieutenant nodded unhappily. "Mind telling me why you were wandering around this neighborhood? You don't belong here, you know." I was doing the job that most private eyes do. I was tailing a gent who was playing games off the reservation. "You've gone into this guy's wallet, of course?" I nodded. "Sure. He was Peter Rambaugh, age 30, and—" "Don't bother, I know the rest. I can add only one item that you may not know. Rambaugh was a paid hot boy, suspected of playing with Scarman's mob." "I've had no dealings with Scarman, Lieutenant." The lieutenant nodded absently. It seemed to be a habit with him, probably to cover up his thinking time. Finally he said, "Hammond, you're clean. As soon as I identified you, I took a dig at your folder at headquarters. You're a bit rough and fast on that prehistoric cannon of yours, but—" "You mean you can dig a folder at Central Files all the way from here?" I did. Here was a real Esper for you. I've got a range of about 2 blocks for good, solid, permanent things like buildings and streetcar tracks, but unfamiliar things get foggy at about half a block. I can dig lethal machinery coming in my direction for about 1.5 blocks because I'm a bit sensitive about such things. I looked at Lieutenant Williamson and said, "With a range like yours, how come there's any crime in this town at all?" He shook his head slowly. "Crime doesn't out until it's committed," he said. "You'll remember how fast we got here after you pulled the trigger. But you're clean, Hammond. Just come to the inquest and tell all." "I can go?" "You can go. But just to keep you out of any more trouble, I'll have one of the jet copters drop you off at home. Mind?" "Nope. But isn't that more than the police are used to doing?" He eyed me amusedly. "If I were a mental," he said, "I could read your mind and know that you were forming a notion of calling on Scarman and asking him what for. But since I'm only a mind-blank Esper, all I can do is to fall back on experience and guesswork. Do I make myself clear?" Lieutenant Williamson's guesswork and experience were as good as mental sensitivity, but I didn't think it was wise to admit that I'd been considering just exactly how to get to Scarman. I was quickly and firmly conveyed home in a jet copter, but once I saw them take off, I walked out of the apartment again. I had more or less tacitly agreed not to go looking for Scarman, but I had not mentioned taking a dig at the apartment of the dear departed Peter Rambaugh. Rambaugh's place was uptown, and the front door was protected by an 8-tumbler cylinder job that would have taxed the best of Esper lockpicks. But there was a service entrance in back that was not locked, and I took it. The elevator was a self-service job, and Rambaugh's back door was locked on a snap latch that a playful kitten could have opened. I dug the place for a few minutes and found it clean, so I went in and took a more careful look. The desk was not particularly interesting, just papers and letters and unpaid bills. The dresser in the bedroom was the same, excepting for the bottom drawer. That was filled with a fine collection of needle rays and stun guns and one big force blaster that could blow a hole in a brick wall. None of them had their serial numbers intact. But behind a reproduction of a Gainsborough painting was a wall safe that must have been built before Rhine Institute discovered the key to man's latent abilities. Inside of this tin can was a collection of photographs that must have brought Rambaugh a nice sum in the months when the murder business went slack. I couldn't quite dig them clear because I didn't know any of the people involved. And I didn't try too hard because there were some letters and notes that might lead me into the answer to why Rambaugh was hot-burning for me. I fiddled with the dial for about 15 minutes, watching the tumblers and the little wheels go around. Then it went click and I turned the handle and opened the door. I was standing there with both hands deep in Rambaugh's safe when I heard a noise behind me. I whirled and slid aside all in one motion, and my hand streaked for my armpit and came out with the .45. It was a woman, and she was carrying nothing more lethal than the fountain pen in her purse. She blanched when she saw my .45 swinging towards her middle, but she took a deep breath when I halted it in mid-air. "I didn't mean to startle you," she apologized. "Startle, hell," I blurted. "You scared me out of my shoes." I dug her purse. Besides the usual female junk, she had a wallet containing a couple of charge account plates, a driver's license, and a hospital card, all made out to Miss Martha Franklin. Miss Franklin was about 24, and she was a strawberry blonde with the pale skin and blue eyes that go with the hair. I gathered that she didn't belong there any more than I did. "I don't, Mr. Hammond," she said. So Martha Franklin was a mental sensitive. "I am," she told me. "And that's how I came to be here." "I'm an Esper. You'll have to explain in the words of one syllable because I can't read you." "I was not far away when you cut loose with that field piece of yours," she said flatly. "So I read your intention to come here. I've been following you at mental range ever since." "Why?" "Because there is something in that safe I want very much." I looked at her again. She did not look like the type to get into awkward situations. She colored slightly and said, "One indiscretion doesn't make a tramp, Mr. Hammond." I nodded. "Want it intact or burned?" I asked. "Burned, please," she said, smiling weakly at me for my intention. I smiled back. On my way to Rambaugh's bedroom, I dug the rest of the thug's safe, but there wasn't anything there that would give me an inkling of why he was gunning for me. I came back with one of his needle rays and burned the contents of the safe to a black char. I stirred up the ashes with the nose of the needler and left it in the safe after wiping it clean on my handkerchief. "Thank you, Mr. Hammond," she said quietly. "Maybe I can answer your question. Rambaugh was probably after you because of me." "Huh?" "I've been paying Rambaugh blackmail for about 4 years. This morning I decided to stop it, and looked your name up in the telephone book. Rambaugh must have read me do it." "Ever think of the police?" I suggested. "Of course. But that is just as bad as not paying off. You end up all over the front pages anyway. You know that." "There's a lot of argument on both sides," I supposed. "But let's finish this one over a bar. We're crowding our luck here. In the eyes of the law, we're just a couple of nasty break-ins." "Yes," she said simply. We left Rambaugh's apartment together, and I handed Martha into my car and took off. It struck me as we were driving that mental sensitivity was a good thing in spite of its limitations. A woman without mental training might have every right to object to visiting a bachelor apartment at 2 o'clock in the morning. But I had no firm plans for playing up to Martha Franklin. I really wanted to talk this mess out and get it squared away. This she could read, so I was saved the almost impossible task of trying to convince an attractive woman that I really had no designs upon her beautiful white body. I was not all that cold to the idea, but Martha did not seem to be the pushover type. "Thank you, Steve," she said. "Thanks for nothing," I told her with a short laugh. "Them's my sentiments." "I like your sentiments, that's why I'm here. Maybe we can get our heads together and figure something out." I nodded and went back to my driving, feeling pretty good now. A man does not dig his own apartment. He expects to find it the way he left it. He digs in the mailbox on his way towards it, and he may dig in his refrigerator to see whether he should stop for beer or whatever else, because these things save steps. But nobody really expects to find trouble in his own home, especially when he's coming in at 3 o'clock in the morning with a good-looking woman. They were smart enough to come with nothing deadly in their hands, so I had no warning until they stepped out from either side of my front door and lifted me into my living room by the elbows. They hurled me into an easy chair with a crash. When I stopped bouncing, one of the gorillas was standing in front of me, about as tall as the Washington Monument as seen from the sidewalk in front. He was looking at my .45 with careful curiosity. "What gives?" I demanded. The crumb in front of me leaned down and gave me a back and forth that yanked my head around. I didn't say anything, but I thought how I'd like to meet the buzzard in a dark alley with my gun in my fist. Martha said, "They're friends of Rambaugh, Steve, and they're a little afraid of that prehistoric cannon you carry." The bird in front of Martha gave her a 1-2 across the face. That was enough for me. I came up out of my chair, lifting my fist from the floor and putting my back and thigh muscles behind it. It should have taken his head off, but all he did was grunt, stagger back, dig his heels in, and then come back at me with his head down. I chopped at the bridge of his nose, but missed and almost broke my hand on his hard skull. Then the other guy came charging in, and I flung out a side chop with my other hand and caught him on the wrist. But Rhine training can't do away with the old fact that 2 big tough men can wipe the floor with 1 big tough man. I didn't even take long enough to muss up my furniture. I had the satisfaction of mashing a nose and cracking my hand against a skull again before the lights went out. When I came back from Mars, I was sitting on a kitchen chair facing a corner. My wrists and ankles were taped to the arms and legs of the chair. I dug around. They had Martha taped to another chair in the opposite corner, and the 2 gorillas were standing in the middle of the room, obviously trying to think. So was I. There was something that smelled about this mess. Peter Rambaugh was a mental, and he should have been sensitive enough to keep his take low enough so that it wouldn't drive Martha into thinking up ways and means of getting rid of him. Even so, he shouldn't have been gunning for me, unless there was a lot more to this than I could dig. "What gives?" I asked sourly. There was no answer. The thug with my .45 took out the clip and removed a couple of slugs. He went into the kitchen and found my pliers and came back teasing one of the slugs out of its casing. The other bird lit a cigarette. The bird with the cartridge poured the powder from the shell into the palm of my hand. I knew what was coming, but I couldn't wiggle my fingers much, let alone turn my hand over to dump the stuff out. The other guy planted the end of the cigarette between my middle fingers, and I had to squeeze hard to keep the hot end up. My fingers began to ache almost immediately, and I was beginning to imagine the flash of the flame and the fierce wave of pain that would strike when my tired hand lost its pep and let the cigarette fall into that little mound of powder. "Stop it," said Martha. "Stop it!" "What do they want?" I gritted. "They won't think it," she cried. The bright red on the end of the cigarette grayed with ash, and I began to wonder how long it would be before a fleck of hot ash would fall. How long it would take for the ash to grow long and top-heavy and then fall into the powder, and whether or not the ash would be hot enough to touch it off. I struggled to keep my hands steady, but they were trembling. I felt the cigarette slip a bit and clamped down tight with my aching fingers. Martha pleaded again. "Stop it! Let us know what you want and we'll do it." "Anything," I promised rashly. Even if I managed to hold that deadly fuse tight, it would eventually burn down to the bitter end. Then there would be a flash, and I'd probably never hold my hand around a gun butt again. I'd have to go looking for this pair of lice with my gun in my left, if they didn't try the same trick on my other hand. I tried to shut my mind on that notion, but it was no use. It slipped. But the chances were that this pair of closed-mouthed hot boys had considered that idea before. "Can you dig 'em, Martha?" "Yes, but not deep enough. They're both concentrating on that cigarette and making mental bets when it will—" Her voice trailed off. A wisp of ash had dropped and my mental howl must have been loud enough to scorch their minds. It was enough to stop Martha, at any rate. But the wisp of ash was cold and nothing happened except my spine got coldly wet and sweat ran down my face and into my mouth. The palm of my hand was sweating too, but not enough to wet the little pile of powder. "Look," I said in a voice that sounded like a nutmeg grater. "Rambaugh was a louse and he tried to kill me first. If it's revenge you want, why not talk it over?" "They don't care what you did to Rambaugh," said Martha. "They didn't come here to practice torture," I snapped. "They want something big, and the only guy I know mixed up with Peter Rambaugh is Scarman himself." "Scarman!" blurted Martha. Scarman was a big shot who lived in a palace about as lush as the Taj Mahal, in the middle of a fenced-in property big enough to keep him out of the mental range of most peepers. Scarman was about as big a louse as they came, but nobody could put a finger on him because he managed to keep himself as clean as a ray-gunned needle. I was expecting a clip on the skull for thinking the things I was thinking about Scarman, but it did not come. These guys were used to having people think violence at their boss. I thought a little harder. Maybe if I made him mad enough one of them would belt me on the noggin and put me out, and then I'd be cold when the cigarette fell into the gunpowder and ruined my hand. I made myself a firm, solid promise that if, as, and when I got out of this fix I would find Scarman, shove the nose of my automatic down his throat, through his front teeth, and empty the clip out through the top of his head. Then the hot boy behind me lifted the cigarette from my fingers very gently and squibbed it out in the ashtray. I got the pitch. This is the way it is done in these enlightened days. Rhine Institute and the special talents that Rhine developed should and could have made the world a better, brighter place to live in. But I've heard it said and had it proved that the minute someone comes up with something good, there are a lot of buzzards who turn it bad and make it a foul, rotten medium for their lousy way of life. No, in these days of mental telepathy and extrasensory perception, crumbs do not erase other crumbs. They just grab some citizen and put him in a box until he's ready to do their dirty work for them. Guilt? That would be mine. A crime is a crime and the guy who does it is a criminal, no matter how he justifies his act of violence. The truth? Any court mentalist who waded through that pair of unwashed minds would find no evidence of any open deal with Steve Hammond. Sure, he would find violence there, but the court is no more than well aware of the fact that thinking of an act of violence is not illegal. This Rhine training has been too recent to get the human race trained into the niceties of polite mental behavior. Sure, they'd get a few months or maybe a few years for breaking and entering as well as assault. But after all, they were friends of Rambaugh and this might well be a matter of retaliation, even though they thought Rambaugh was an incompetent bungler. So, if Steve Hammond believed that he could go free with a whole hand by planning to rub out a man named Scarman, that would be Steve Hammond's crime, not theirs. They didn't take any chances, even though I knew that they could read my mind well enough to know that I would go through with their nasty little scheme. They hustled Martha into the kitchen, chair and all, and one of them stood there with my paring knife touching her soft throat enough to indent the skin but not enough to draw blood. The other rat untaped me and stood me on my feet. I hurt all over from the pasting I'd taken, so I took a boiling shower and dressed leisurely. The guy handed me my .45, all loaded, as I came out of the bathroom. The other bird hadn't moved a muscle out in the kitchen. His knife was still pressing against Martha's throat. He was still standing pat when I passed out of Esper range on the street below. In pre-Rhine days, a citizen in my pinch would holler for the cops because he couldn't be sure that the crooks would keep their end of the bargain. But Rhine training had produced a real honor among thieves, so that organized crime can run as fast as organized justice. If I kept my end and they didn't keep theirs, The word would get around from their own dirty minds that they couldn't keep a bargain. Well, I was going to keep mine for the same reason, even though I am not a thief. That's the way it's done these days. You get a good esper like me to knock off a sharp mental operator like Scarman. The trouble was I really didn't want Scarman. I wanted the pair of mental sadists up in my apartment who were holding a knife against Martha's throat. I wanted them, and I wanted Martha Franklin's skin to be happily whole, and if I crossed them now, the only guys that wouldn't play ball with me in the future would be the crooks. Them I could do without. So if they figured that an esper could take a mental like Scarman, why couldn't an esper take the pair of them? All I had to do was think of something else until I could get my hands on their throats. Sure, they'd follow my mind as soon as they felt my mental waves within range. But if I could really find something interesting enough to occupy my attention, and maybe theirs as well, they could not identify me. So I went back into the lobby of my apartment, dug into the mailbox of another party, thus identifying myself as the man in 384. Then I punched the elevator button for the fourth and leaned back against the elevator and let my mind wander up through the apartments above. I violated all the laws against esping toms as the elevator oozed upwards. Eventually my sense of perception wandered through my own apartment and I located her lying on the bed, fully dressed. She'd probably been freed lest some esper cop get to wondering why there was a woman taped to a chair in a bachelor's kitchen. I shut my mind like a clam, but I couldn't withdraw my perception too fast. I let it ooze back there like the eyes of a lecherous old man at a burlicue. I left the elevator at the fourth and walked up the stairs by reflex, while my mind was positively radiating waves of vulgarity. My mind managed to identify her as the girl on the bed, without thinking any name. She was a good-looking strawberry blonde with a slender waist and a high bosom and long slender legs. She was wearing a pair of Dornier shoes with 3-inch heels that did things to her ankles. Her nylons were size 8 1/2, medium length, in that dark shade that always gives me ideas. Her dress was a simple thing that did not have a store label on it, so I dug the stitches for a bit and decided that it had been handmade. Someone was a fine dressmaker because it fitted her slender body perfectly. Her petticoat was a store type. It was simple and fitted, too, but it had a label from Forrester's in the hem. Her bra was a grace form, size 32, medium cup, but the girl in the bed did not have much need for molding, shaping, uplifting, padding, or pretense. She was all her and she filled it right to the brim. I let my perception dawdle on the slender ankles, the lissom waist, and the rounded hips. My door key came out by habit reflex and entered the keyhole, while my sense of perception let them have one last vicarious thrill. The girl on the bed was an honest, all-over strawberry blonde. Then the door swung open and hell went out for breakfast. My 45 bellowed at the light as I slid in and sloped to one side. The room went dark as I dropped to the floor in front of my bookcase. From across the room, a hit burner seared the door and slashed sidewise, cutting a smoking swath across my encyclopedia from A-AUD to CAN-DAN, and then came down as I squirmed aside. It took King Lear right out of Shakespeare before the beam winked out. It went off just in time to keep me from sporting a cooked stripe down my face. I triggered the automatic again to make a flash in their faces while I dug the room to locate them in the dark. The needle beam flared out again and drilled a hole in the bookcase behind me. The other guy made a slashing motion with his beam to pin me down, but he made a mistake by standing up to do it. I put a slug in his middle that slammed him back against the wall. He hung there for a moment before he fell to the floor with a dull, limp sound. His needle beam slashed upward and burned the ceiling before his hand went limp and let the weapon drop. I whirled to dig the other guy in the room just as the throb of a stun gun beam moaned over my head. I wondered where they'd got the arsenal, dug the serial number and realized that it was mine. It gave me a chuckle. I'm a pistol man, so the stun gun that old gorilla man was toting couldn't have had more than one charge. I tried to dig it but couldn't. Even a doctor of perception can't really dig the number of kilowatt seconds in a meson chamber. My accurate esping must have made the other guy desperate, because he made a dive and let his needle ray burn out a slashing beam that zipped across over my head. My .45 blazed twice. He missed, but I didn't. Just as the throb of the stun gun rang in the air again, I whirled to face my stun gun coming out of the bedroom door in front of Martha Franklin. The slug intended for Martha's body never came out of my gun because her stun gun got me first. It froze me like a hunk of Greek statuary, and I went forward and toppled over until I came on a three-point landing of elbow, the opposite knee, and the side of my face. I was as good as dead. My brain was still functioning, but nothing else was. I was completely paralyzed. My heart had stopped beating, and my lungs had stopped breathing. And I've been told that a healthy man can retain consciousness for maybe a minute or so without a fresh supply of blood to the brain. Then things get muddy black and you've had it for good. My ESP was still functioning, but that would black out with the rest of Steve Hammond. There was no physical pain. They could have drilled me with a blunt 2x4 and I'd not have felt it. Then, because I couldn't stare death in the face, I shut my mind on the fact and asked my late girlfriend. She was standing there with my stun gun in her hand with a smile on her beautiful puss and that vibrant body swaying gently. I wanted to vomit, and I would have if I had not been frozen solid. That beautiful body presided over by that vicious brain made me sick. Her smile faded as I began to realize the truth. Her story was thin. Rambaugh, a mental, would have been able to play his blackmail game to the fine degree. He would have known when Martha's patience was about to grow short, if Martha's story were true. No blackmailer pushed his victim to the breaking point, and Rambaugh wouldn't have gone for me if this had been just a plain case of blackmail. No, by thinking deeply, Martha Franklin had engineered the death of Rambaugh, and she'd almost engineered the rubbing out of Scarman. A mental, Martha Franklin. A high-grade mental, capable of controlling her thoughts so that her cohorts could be led by the mind into doing her dirty work. My mind chuckled. I'd be gone before they caught up with Martha, but they'd catch up all right. She'd leave the apartment positively radiating her act of violence, and then the cops would have a catch. And you should see how a set of court mentalists go to work on a guilty party these days. Once they get the guy that pulled the trigger on the witness stand, in front of a jury consisting of mixed mentals and espers, with no holds barred, the court gets a full load of the killer's life, adventures, habits, and attitude, just before the guilty party heads for the readjustment chamber. Things were growing blacker. Waves of darkness clouded my mind, and I found it hard to think straight. My esper sense faded first, and as it faded I let it run once more over Martha's attractiveness, and found my darkening mind wishing that she were the girl I believed her to be, instead of the female louse she was. It could have been fun. But now I was about to black out from stun gun paralysis, and Martha was headed for the readjustment chamber where they'd reduce her mental activity to the level of a menial, sterilize her, and put her to work in an occupation that no man or woman with a spark of intelligence, ambition, or good sense would take. She would live and die a half-robot, alone and ignored, her attractiveness lost because of her own lackluster mind. And I'd been willing to go out and plug Scarman for her. Ha! And then she was at my side. I perceived her dimly, inconstantly, through the waves of blackness and unreality that were like the half-dreams that we have when lying a doze. She levered my frozen body over on its hard back and went to work on my chest. Her arms went around me and she squeezed. Air whooshed into my dead lungs, and then she was beating my breastbone black and blue with her small fists. Beat, 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 beat. I couldn't feel a thing, but I could dig the fact that she was hurting her hands as she beat on my chest in a rhythm that matched the beat of her own heart. I dug her own heartbeat for her, and she read my mind and matched the beat perfectly. Then I felt a thump inside of me and dug my own heart. It throbbed once. sluggishly. It struggled slowly. Then it throbbed to the beat of her hands and the blackening waves went away. My frozen body relaxed and I came down to rest on the floor like a melting lump of sugar. Martha dropped on top of my body and pressed me down. Her arms were around my chest as she forced air into my lungs. She beat my ribs sore when my heart faltered, and squeezed me when my breathing slowed. I felt the life coming back into me. It came in like the tide, with a fringe of needles and pins that flowed inward from the fingers and toes and scalp. Martha pressed me down on the carpet and kissed me, full, open-mouthed, passionate. It stirred my blood and my mind, and I took a deep, shuddering breath. I looked up into her soft blue eyes and said, "Thanks, slut." She kissed me again, pressing me down and writhing against me and obviously getting a kick out of my reaction. Then I came alive and threw her off with no warning. I sat up and swung a roundhouse right that clipped her on the jaw and sent her rolling over and over. Her eyes glazed for a moment, but she came out of it and looked pained and miserable. "You promised," she said huskily. "Promised?" "To kill Scarman." "Yeah?" "You thought how you'd kill Scarman for me, Steve." "Someday," I said flatly, "I may kill Scarman, but it won't be for you." She tried to claw me, but I clipped her again and this time I made it stick. She went out cold and she was still out like a frozen herring by the time Lieutenant Williamson arrived with his jetcopter squad to take her away. The last time I saw Martha Franklin, she was still trying to convince 12 Rhine scholars and true that any woman with a body as beautiful as hers couldn't possibly have committed any crime. She was good at it, but not that good. Funny, mental sensitives always think they're so damn superior to anyone else. End of Stop, Look, and Dig by George O. Smith.
Such Blooming Talk by L. Major Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Anderson. Such Blooming Talk by L. Major Reynolds. The ringing of the doorbell cut into Henderson's concentration, and he made a gesture of irritation with one outflung hand. But he didn't raise his head or shift his eyes one iota from the tiny green thing on his laboratory table. Tensely absorbed, he stood watching the small miracle he had made, and emotion approaching exultation gripped him. He slid one hand toward a switch, never moving his eyes from the table. The infinitesimal movement of his hand increased the power throb in the machine at his side so imperceptibly that only he could be aware of it. Suddenly his breath exploded in what was almost a squeal of delight. The small green plant on the table was, with great effort, extending a pair of tiny rootlets and was trying to use them to walk. As Henderson watched, spellbound, the sudden cessation of the doorbell's ring went unnoticed. He stood there, willing with every cell of his body the miracle that would make that small shred of green take that first vital step. Slowly, slowly it struggled to an upright position, stood wavering. Henderson increased the power with a trembling hand and almost forgot to breathe as he waited for the miracle which followed. Several more rootlets abruptly appeared, and now the plant balanced itself easily on the bare table. Then, slowly, as a long minute passed, one of the roots made an uncertain step, then another, and another, until it was walking unsteadily across the surface of the table. Henderson, his face, even his lips, white with excitement, now reached for another switch. Before turning it on, he adjusted a tiny microphone on the edge of the table. Then he turned the screw switch. Instantaneously, the laboratory was filled with a rustling. Then there came a series of tiny squeaks that sounded strangely like a voice speaking. Henderson sat spellbound, watching, listening. The doorbell rang again, but this time he didn't even hear it. Nothing could break the spell which held him in his seat before the first talking and walking plant the world had ever known. He picked up an alternate phase microphone and spoke into it. His voice issued from a tiny speaker beside the plant as a small whisper of itself. "Man," his voice whispered. "Man." He nearly yelled his delight as the small green thing echoed the word. He shut off the mic then and got busy. He sat down and began to plan a vocabulary to educate his plant. When that was done, he would stun the world with a demonstration of his genius. It was some time before he realized there was a ghost of a voice coming from someplace in the room. He looked at the plant on the table, but it was standing quiescent. Henderson stared around the laboratory, frowning. Then a movement at the window caught his eye. His mother's prized geranium was struggling to free itself from the soil in the window box, and it was muttering. Henderson blushed as he made out some of the words the flower was muttering. That plant had been in the room with him during some of his most dismal scientific failures, and evidently it had a good memory. He watched, wild-eyed, as the plant struggled to lift its roots from the earth. One root finally came loose with an audible pop, accompanied by a squeaking streak of profanity. Another and another root worked free, and suddenly the geranium was standing on the edge of the box. Its bright red blossom turned from side to side. There were no eyes visible, but Henderson had the chilly feeling that the flower was surveying the room. Then, after a moment, the plant jumped to the sill of the window, from there to the seat of a chair. Then it slid down one of the legs of the chair to the floor. It shook its leaves, lifted its blossom upward at the amazed Henderson frozen in his chair, and the tiny squeaking voice said cheerily, "Hi, pal." Then it started walking across the floor, toward the door, muttering, "Somebody's gotta answer that damn doorbell." Henderson's legs came unfroze as it went through the doorway, and he made a wild dash after the walking geranium. It was padding down the hall, its roots making little padding sounds on the linoleum as he passed it. Henderson opened the door, and only then did he begin to realize the scope his rays must have. He stood, jaws agape, looking down at the rose bush which stood outside the door. His mouth opened, and words tried to come out, but the bush spoke first. "I've been ringing this bell for hours," it said petulantly. "Some nasty boys have been picking my roses, and I'm getting sore." Henderson fainted then. The last thing he remembered was the voice of the geranium saying, "Hi, babe. Come on in. I've been watching you for a long time." End of Such Blooming Talk by L. Major Reynolds. Recording by Steve Anderson, Jacksonville, Florida.
Sticky by Albert R. Teichner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Sweet Their Blood and Sticky by Albert R. Teichner. They weren't human, weren't even related to humanity through ties of blood, but they were our heirs. The machine had stood there a long time. It was several 100 feet long and could run on a thimbleful of earth or water. Complete in itself, the machine drew material from the surrounding landscape, transmuting matter to its special purposes. It needed sugar, salt, water, and many other things, but never failed to have them. It was still working, and at the delivery end, where the packaging devices had been broken down, it turned out a steady, turgid stream on the ground of pink-striped, twisting taffy. Once the whole vast desert area had been filled with such devices, producing all the varied needs of a very needful human race. But there had been no machine to produce peace. The crossing shock waves of fused hydrogen had destroyed the machines by the tens of thousands, along with all the automatic shipping lines, leaving only in the quirk of a pressure cross pattern an undisturbed taffy-making machine, oozing its special lava on the plateau floor. It had been working 7.5 million years. It continued to repair itself, as if a child of the race that had started all this would come by at any moment to tip an eager pinky in the still warm taffy, to taste its tangy sweetness. But there were no human beings. There had been none since the day when the packager collapsed at the edge of the total evaporation zone. Creno set a few of his legs on the edge of the glassy, weathered ridge and gazed over the plateau. Harta, next to him, trembled as she adjusted to the strange hardness of these 4 dimensions. "Being is a thin thing here," she said. "Thin, yes," Creno smiled. "An almost dead world. But there is a mystery in that, almost to make the journey worth the coming." "What mystery?" But Creno was of the wisest on the home planet, and her sense feelers scanned once more to find what he must mean. "I do feel it. Everything dead, but that one great mental thing moving, and a 4-dimensional stream coming out in the vibrations of this world." "I have been watching it," said Creno. "What kind of life can that be? You are a sharp sensor, Harta. Focus to it." She strained and then relaxed, speaking. "The circuits are closed into themselves. It learns nothing from outside itself except to move and extend its metal feelers for food. Soil is its food. Soil is its energy. Soil is its being." "Can it be alive?" "It is alive." All his legs rested now in a row along the ridge. He too was relaxed as one mystery disappeared. "I feel your feelings, but the thing is not alive. It is a machine." I do not understand. A machine in the middle of a dead world?" "Whether we understand why or not, that is what it is. A machine." Harta throbbed with excitement. How could Creno be wrong? He knew everything as soon as the facts were in his mind. Yet here now were living things crawling toward the machine, just like the excrescence at one end, but in no way a part of it. The feeling of willed effort as they crawled slowly toward it, white and pink-striped, reaching, grasping feelers into the turgid product, taking it in, then rising on easing legs as the food spread within them. "There are living creatures here," Creno pondered. "I feel your messages. 20, 30. A horde is crawling from that mountain toward it." 4,391, said Harta. She concentrated. "There are 3,005 more in the mountain caves, waiting to come out as the others return." They came in groups of about 100, pulling themselves slowly toward the edges of the great sticky lake that lay within the vaster area where the pink matter dried and crumbled into the strong breeze. Some were smaller than others, offspring who were nudged along by their elders. But these small creatures were the ones who scampered most of all after they had fed. Joyously they danced back toward the mountain. A few of medium height went back in pairs, firm taffy fingers intertwined in each other. "They mate," said Creno. "It is their custom." "How tiring they are," said Harta. "I have lost interest. We have seen 31 worlds with such customs, and these creatures are too simple to be interesting. Let us go home, or try some other system. Not yet, Creno insisted. We passed through the ocean and survived the lands of this tiny planet. Nowhere else has there been the tiniest unit of life. Why, at this one spot, should something exist? But we have several parallel situations, Harta protested. They were colonies landed in one spot by the civilization of another planet. They landed here with their feeder machine, and that is the explanation. Your mind does not function well in a four-dimension continuum, Harta. You will need more training. But these cases are rare, and Creno... I know they are rare, my child, but still they exist. You will have to learn eventually, a little at a time. Now then, it is a rule of such limited dimensional realms that the movement of matter and events from place to place is highly difficult. Certain compacting procedures must be observed. To transport a machine this size across their space would have required enormous effort and an intelligence they do not yet have. More than that, it would have been unnecessary. A smaller device would have supplied them with food. I am forced to conclude that somehow we are approaching this problem backwards. Backwards? You mean they made the machine here after they came? He did not reply to that. We must concentrate together on thinking ourselves into their functioning in the manifold. Harta followed his suggestion, and soon their thoughts were moving among and within the striped creatures. The insides of their bodies consisted of fundamentally the same taffy substance, but it had been modified by various organic structures. All, though, were built of the same fundamental units, elongated, thin cells which readily aligned themselves in semi-crystalline patterns. Enough, Creno said. Back to the hill. Their rows of thin limbs rested on the ridge crest once more. We have seen such cell crystals before, she sighed. The inefficiencies in such a poverty of dimensions. Do you still think we have looked at it backwards? Of course we have. They did not bring the machine, or make it. The machine made them. That is not possible, Creno. Great as you are in these matters, we have never seen life created by a machine before. No one ever has, from the millions of reports I have seen at home. Maybe we have and not known it. The life we have seen always evolved through enormous eons, and we could not see its origins clearly in most cases. Here we are dealing with something that has taken comparatively little time. He stopped, shocked that he, an elder, had said so much. No, disregard such theories. You are still too young to bother with them. Here is the important thing. This machine was left by an earlier race that disappeared. Everything else was destroyed, but it went right on producing its substance. The substance is not life. It is only four-dimensional matter, right. But over a long enough time, you know this as well as I do, random factors will eventually produce a life form. By some trick of radiation, this process has been speeded up here. The substance the machine produces has in turn produced life. Creno sensed with a tremor some dangerous shifting in Harta's consciousness. As an elder, it was his duty to prevent a premature insight in the young. It had been a mistake to bring this up. He must go no farther. It was not necessary. Harta took it up for him. Then, any substance producing life and modified by it could, if you go far enough back, be the product of a machine. But it would have taken so long to produce life that the original matter, that bore the direct imprint of the machine, would have disappeared. An error, said Creno desperately. There is just this case. By the time these creatures have arrived at self-knowledge, the machine will be gone. They will not know it ever existed, and... That is all it means. There is just this one case. Now we must leave this unimportant example of minor dimensions. He strained consciousness to a forward movement, but Harta remained behind. He had to pull back. Start, he ordered. Her mind's obstinately frozen stance made him freeze too. He applied all his force to bring her back into control, but she still held fast. Something more is hidden from me. I will be back, she said, and she disappeared from the ridge. He had never faced such a quandary before on a training trip with a younger one. If he went in pursuit, he would find her, ultimately. That was in the nature of being older and wiser. But if she revolted against his pursuit, she could extend the time considerably on this forsaken planet, and he wanted to get her away as soon as possible. The more time here, the more chance that the awful truth would come to her before her time. He watched the growing waves of creatures floundering toward the vast oozing puddle, which refilled itself as quickly as it was diminished by them, and the receding waves of those that had already fed. This, he could see, was an endless process. The whole life of the species moved in continuous systole-diastole around the machine. Soon he would have to go in search of her. But then she was back at his side, her being for this world once more solidified. She concentrated for a moment on the pink-striped waves of rippling inward and outward around the great sustaining pool, then communicated with him.
"We can leave now. There's nothing more to see."
Something in her mind remained closed to his, as the mind of younger never should be to older. But at least he could see with relief that the worst had not happened. The deeper knowledge had not arrived to her too early when it could only hurt. All he found turned to him as they receded from this thin manifold universe, then moved up the dimension ladder to their home level, was a surface of happiness. Suddenly, though, as they prepared for flight in that hyperspace, all her joy was gone.
"I saw it," she said. "In my free and unrestricted spirit I moved deep into the substance of that world, below all the total ruin, far below. And there was a monstrous machine, near the molten core, almost infinitely older than the feeding one far above it. And it, too, had been left in a stratum where all else was destroyed. I could see it had once produced the ooze from which came the life, from which in turn come the beings by whom the machine above it was made. Maybe they, too, thought they were free and unrestricted."
He sighed for the bitter cost of the knowledge. This one would no longer go forth in the joy of mere exploration, and he would no longer live vicariously in the happiness of another being's innocence. Now Harta, too, would be seeking the answer to the question of original creation, the answer that he had not found in his journeys across a myriad worlds and dimensions. That no one had ever found. End of Sweet Their Blood and Sticky by Albert R. Teichner.
Born Tomorrow by Dallas McCord Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Unborn Tomorrow by Mac Reynolds. Unfortunately, there was only one thing he could bring back from the wonderful future. And though he didn't want to, nevertheless he did. Betty looked up from her magazine. She said mildly, "You're late." "Don't yell at me. I feel awful," Simon told her. He sat down at his desk, passed his tongue over his teeth in distaste, groaned, fumbled in a drawer for the aspirin bottle. He looked over at Betty and said, almost as though reciting, "What I need is a vacation." "What," Betty said, "are you going to use for money?" "Providence," Simon told her whilst fiddling with the aspirin bottle. "We'll provide." But before providing vacations, it'd be nice if Providence turned up a missing jewel deal, say. Something where you could deduce that actually the ruby ring had gone down the drain and was caught in the elbow. Something that would net about $50. Simon said, mournful of tone, $50? Why not make it 500? "I'm not selfish," Betty said. "All I want is enough to pay me this week's salary." "Money," Simon said. "When you took this job, you said it was the romance that appealed to you." I didn't know most sleuthing amounted to snooping around department stores to check on the clerks knocking down," Simon said enigmatically. "Now it comes." There was a knock. Betty bounced up with Olympic agility and had the door swinging wide before the knocking was quite completed. He was old, little, and had bug eyes behind pince-nez glasses. His suit was cut in the style of yesteryear, but when a suit costs $200 or $300, you still retain caste, whatever the styling. Simon said unenthusiastically, "Good morning, Mr. Oyster." He indicated the client's chair. "Sit down, sir." The client fussed himself with Betty's assistance into the seat. Bug-eyed Simon said finally, "You know my name. That's pretty good. Never saw you before in my life. Stop fussing with me, young lady. Your ad in the phone book says you'll investigate anything." "Anything," Simon said. "Only one exception." "Excellent. Do you believe in time travel?" Simon said nothing. Across the room, where she had resumed her seat, Betty cleared her throat. When Simon continued to say nothing, she ventured, "Time travel is impossible." "Why?" "Why?" "Yes, why?" Betty looked to her boss for assistance. None was forthcoming. There ought to be some very quick, positive, definite answer. She said, "Well, for one thing, paradox. Suppose you had a time machine and traveled back 100 years or so, and killed your own great-grandfather. Then how could you ever be born?" "Confounded if I know," the little fellow growled. "How?" Simon said, "Let's get to the point. What you wanted to see me about." "I wanted to hire you to hunt me up some time travelers," the old boy said. Betty was too far in now to maintain her proper role of silent secretary. "Time travelers," she said, not very intelligently. The potential client sat more erect, obviously with intent to hold the floor for a time. He removed the pince-nez glasses and pointed them at Betty. He said, "Have you read much science fiction, miss?" "Some," Betty admitted. "Then you'll realize that there are a dozen explanations of the paradoxes of time travel. Every writer in the field worth his salt has explained them away. But to get on, it's my contention that within a century or so man will have solved the problems of immortality and eternal youth, and it's also my suspicion that he will eventually be able to travel in time. So convinced am I of these possibilities that I am willing to gamble a portion of my fortune to investigate the presence in our era of such time travelers." Simon seemed incapable of carrying the ball this morning, so Betty said, "But, Mr. Oyster, if the future has developed time travel, why don't we ever meet such travelers?" Simon put in a word. "The usual explanation, Betty, is that they can't afford to allow the space-time continuum track to be altered. If, say, a time traveler returned to a period 25 years ago and shot Hitler, then all subsequent history would be changed. In that case, the time traveler himself might never be born. They have to tread mighty carefully." Mr. Oyster was pleased. "I didn't expect you to be so well informed on the subject, young man." Simon shrugged, and fumbled again with the aspirin bottle. Mr. Oyster went on, "I have been considering the matter for some time, and—" Simon held up a hand. "There's no use prolonging this. As I understand it, you're an elderly gentleman with a considerable fortune, and you realize that thus far nobody has succeeded in taking it with him." Mr. Oyster returned his glasses to their perch. Bug-eyed Simon, but then nodded. Simon said, "You want to hire me to find a time traveler, and in some manner or other. Any manner will do. Extort from him the secret of eternal life and youth, which you figure the future will have discovered. You're willing to pony up a part of this fortune of yours, if I can deliver a bona fide time traveler." "Right!" Betty had been looking from one to the other. Now she said plaintively, "But where are you going to find one of these characters, especially if they're interested in keeping hid?" The old boy was the center again. "I told you I've been considering it for some time. The Oktoberfest, that's where they'd be." He seemed elated. Betty and Simon waited. "The Oktoberfest," he repeated. "The greatest festival the world has ever seen. The carnival, the feria, fiesta, to beat them all. Every year it's held in Munich. Makes the New Orleans Mardi Gras look like a quilting party." He began to swing into the spirit of his description. "It originally started in celebration of the wedding of some local prince a century and a half ago, and the Bavarians had such a bang-up time they've been holding it every year since. The Munich breweries do up a special beer, Marzenbräu they call it, and each brewery opens a tremendous tent on the fairgrounds which will hold 5,000 customers apiece. Millions of liters of beer are put away, hundreds of thousands of barbecued chickens, a small herd of oxen are roasted whole over spits, millions of pair of Weisswurst, a very special sausage, millions upon millions of pretzels." "All right," Simon said. "We'll accept it. The Oktoberfest is one whale of a wingding." "Well," the old boy pursued, into his subject now, "that's where they'd be, places like the Oktoberfest. For one thing, a time traveler wouldn't be conspicuous. At a festival like this, somebody with a strange accent, or who didn't know exactly how to wear his clothes correctly, or was off the ordinary in any of a dozen other ways, wouldn't be noticed. You could be a four-armed space traveler from Mars, and you still wouldn't be conspicuous at the Oktoberfest. People would figure they had the DTs." "But why would a time traveler want to go to a—" Betty began. "Why not? What better opportunity to study a people than when they are in their cups? If you could go back a few thousand years, the things you would wish to see would be a Roman triumph, perhaps the rites of Dionysus, or one of Alexander's orgies. You wouldn't want to wander up and down the streets of, say, Athens, while nothing was going on, particularly when you might be revealed as a suspicious character, not being able to speak the language, not knowing how to wear the clothes, and not familiar with the city's layout." He took a deep breath. "No, ma'am. You'd have to stick to some great event, both for the sake of actual interest and for protection against being unmasked." The old boy wound it up. "Well, that's the story. What are your rates? The Oktoberfest starts on Friday and continues for 16 days. You can take the plane to Munich, spend a week there, and—" Simon was shaking his head. "Not interested." As soon as Betty had got her jaw back into place, she glared unbelievingly at him. Mr. Oyster was taken aback himself. "See here, young man, I realize this isn't any ordinary assignment. However, as I said, I am willing to risk a considerable portion of my fortune." "Sorry," Simon said. "Can't be done." $100 a day plus expenses," Mr. Oyster said quietly. "I like the fact that you already seem to have some interest and knowledge of the matter. I like the way you knew my name when I walked in the door. My picture doesn't appear often in the papers." "No go," Simon said, a sad quality in his voice. "A $50,000 bonus if you bring me a time traveler." "Out of the question," Simon said. "But why?" Betty wailed. "Just for laughs," Simon told the two of them sourly. "Suppose I tell you a funny story. It goes like this. I got $1,000 from Mr. Oyster," Simon began, "in the way of an advance, and leaving him with Betty, who was making out a receipt, I hustled back to the apartment and packed a bag. Hell, I'd wanted a vacation anyway. This was a natural. On the way to Idlewild, I stopped off at the Germany information offices for some tourist literature. It takes roughly 3.5 hours to get to Gander from Idlewild. I spent the time planning the fun I was going to have. It takes roughly 7.5 hours from Gander to Shannon, and I spent that time dreaming up material I could put into my reports to Mr. Oyster. I was going to have to give him some kind of report for his money. Time travel yet? What a laugh! Between Shannon and Munich, a faint suspicion began to simmer in my mind. These statistics I read on the Oktoberfest in the Munich tourist pamphlets. 5 million people attended annually. Where did 5 million people come from to attend an overgrown festival in comparatively remote southern Germany? The tourist season is over before September 21st, first day of the gigantic beer bust. Nor could the Germans account for any such number. Munich itself has a population of less than 1 million, counting children. And those millions of gallons of beer, the hundreds of thousands of chickens, the herds of oxen, who ponied up all the money for such expenditures? How could the average German, with his $25 a week salary? In Munich, there was no hotel space available. I went to the Bahnhof, where they have a hotel service, and applied. They put my name down, pocketed the husky bribe, showed me where I could check my bag, told me they'd do what they could, and to report back in a few hours. I had another suspicious twinge. If 5 million people attended this beer bout, how were they accommodated? The Theresienwiese, the fairground, was only a few blocks away. I was stiff from the plane ride, so I walked. There are 7 major brewers in the Munich area, each of them represented by one of the circus-like tents that Mr. Oyster mentioned. Each tent contained benches and tables for about 5,000 persons, and from 6,000 to 10,000 packed themselves in, competing for room. In the center is a tremendous bandstand, the musicians all lederhosen clad, the music as Bavarian as any to be found in a Bavarian beer hall. Hundreds of peasant-garbed Fräuleins darted about the tables with quart-sized earthenware mugs, platters of chicken, sausage, kraut, and pretzels. I found a place finally at a table which had space for 20-odd beer bibbers. Odd is right, as weird an assortment of Germans and foreign tourists as could have been dreamed up, ranging from a 70 or 80-year-old couple in Bavarian costume to the bald-headed drunk across the table from me. A desperate waitress bearing 6 mugs of beer in each hand scurried past. They call them masses, by the way, not mugs. The bald-headed character and I both held up a finger, and she slid 2 of the masses over to us, and then hustled on. "Down the hatch," the other said, holding up his mass and toast. "To the ladies," I told him. Before sipping, I said, "You know, the tourist pamphlets say this stuff is 18%. That's nonsense. No beer is that strong." I took a long pull. He looked at me, waiting. I came up. "Mistaken," I admitted. A mass or 2 a piece later, he looked carefully at the name engraved on his earthenware mug. "Löwenbräu," he said. He took a small notebook from his pocket and a pencil, noted down the word, and returned the things. "That's a queer-looking pencil you have there," I told him. "German?" "Venusian," he said. "Oops, sorry, shouldn't have said that." I had never heard of the brand, so I skipped it. "Next is the Hofbrau," he said. "Next what?" Baldy's conversation didn't seem to hang together very well. "My pilgrimage," he told me. "All my life I've been wanting to go back to an Oktoberfest and sample every one of the 7 brands of the best beer the world has ever known. I'm only as far as the Löwenbräu, but I'm afraid I'll never make it." I finished my mass. "I'll help you," I told him. "Very noble endeavor. Name is Simon." "Arth," he said. How could you help? I'm still fresh, comparatively. I'll navigate you around. There are 7 beer tents. How many have you got through so far? 2, counting this one, Arth said. I looked at him. It's going to be a chore, I said. You've already got a nice edge on. Outside, as we made our way to the next tent, the fair looked like every big state fair ever seen, except it was bigger. Games, souvenir stands, sausage stands, rides, sideshows, and people. People! People! The Hofbrau tent was as overflowing as the last, but we managed to find 2 seats. The band was blaring, and 5,000 half-swacked voices were roaring accompaniment. In Munchen steht ein Hofbrauhaus. 1, 2, Gezuffe. At the Gezuffe, everybody upped with the mugs and drank each other's health. This is what I call a real beer bust, I said approvingly. Arth was waving to a waitress. As in the Löwenbräu tent, a full quart was the smallest amount obtainable. A beer later, I said. I don't know if you'll make it or not, Arth. Make what? All 7 tents. Oh. A waitress was on her way by, mugs foaming over their rims. I gestured to her for refills. Where are you from, Arth? I asked him, in the way of making conversation. 2183. 2183 where? He looked at me, closing one eye to focus better. Oh, he said. Well, 2183 South Street. New Albuquerque. New Albuquerque? Where's that? Arth thought about it. Took another long pull at the beer. Right across the way from old Albuquerque, he said finally. Maybe we ought to be getting on to the Schorbrau tent. Maybe we ought to eat something first, I said. I'm beginning to feel this. We could get some of that barbecued ox. Arth closed his eyes in pain. Vegetarian, he said. Couldn't possibly eat meat. Barbarous. Ugh. Well, we need some nourishment, I said. There's supposed to be considerable nourishment in beer. That made sense. I yelled, Fräulein, zwei new Bier. Somewhere along in here the fog rolled in. When it rolled out again, I found myself closing one eye the better to read the lettering on my earthenware mug. It read, Augustiner Brau. Somehow we'd evidently navigated from one tent to another. Arth was saying, Where's your hotel? That seemed like a good question. I thought about it for a while. Finally I said, Haven't got one. Town's jam-packed. Left my bag at the Bahnhof. I don't think we'll ever make it, Arth. How many we got to go? Lost track, Arth said. You can come home with me. We drank to that, and the fog rolled in again. When the fog rolled out, it was daylight. Bright, glaring, awful daylight. I was sprawled, complete with clothes, on one of twin beds. On the other bed, also completely clothed, was Arth. That sun was too much. I stumbled up from the bed, staggered to the window, and fumbled around for a blind or curtain. There was none. Behind me, a voice said in horror, Who? How? Oh, Wodo, where'd you come from? I got a quick impression, looking out the window, that the Germans were certainly the most modern, futuristic people in the world, but I couldn't stand the light. Where's the shade? I moaned. Arth did something, and the window went opaque. That's quite a gadget, I groaned. If I didn't feel so lousy, I'd appreciate it. Arth was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding his bald head in his hands. I remember now, he sorrowed. You didn't have a hotel. What a stupidity. I'll be phased all the way down. You haven't got a handful of aspirin, have you? I asked him. Just a minute, Arth said, staggering erect. and heading for what undoubtedly was a bathroom. "Stay where you are. Don't move. Don't touch anything." "All right," I told him plaintively. "I'm clean. I won't mess up the place. All I've got is a hangover, not lice." Arthur was gone. He came back in 2 or 3 minutes, box of pills in hand. "Here, take one of these." I took the pill, followed it with a glass of water, and went out like a light. Arthur was shaking my arm. "Want another mass?" The band was blaring, and 5,000 half-swacked voices were roaring accompaniment. "In München steht ein Hofbräuhaus. 1, 2, Gesuffe." At the Gesuffe everybody upped with their king-size mugs and drank each other's health. My head was killing me. "This is where I came in or something," I groaned. Arth said, "That was last night." He looked at me over the rim of his beer mug. Something, somewhere, was wrong. But I didn't care. I finished my mass and then remembered. "I've got to get my bag. Oh, my head. Where did we spend last night?" Arth said, and his voice sounded cautious, "At my hotel, don't you remember?" "Not very well," I admitted. "I feel lousy. I must have dimmed out. I've got to go to the Bahnhof and get my luggage." Arth didn't put up an argument on that. We said goodbye, and I could feel him watching after me as I pushed through the tables on the way out. At the Bahnhof, they could do me no good. There were no hotel rooms available in Munich. The head was getting worse by the minute. The fact that they'd somehow managed to lose my bag didn't help. I worked on that project for at least a couple of hours. Not only wasn't the bag at the luggage checking station, but the attendant there evidently couldn't make heads nor tails of the check receipt. He didn't speak English, and my high school German was inadequate, especially accompanied by a block-busting hangover. I didn't get anywhere tearing my hair and complaining from one end of the Bahnhof to the other. I drew a blank on the bag. And the head was getting worse by the minute. I was bleeding to death through the eyes, and instead of butterflies I had bats in my stomach. Believe me, nobody should drink a gallon or more of Marzenbräu. I decided, the hell with it. I took a cab to the airport, presented my return ticket, told them I wanted to leave on the first obtainable plane to New York. I'd spent 2 days at the Oktoberfest, and I'd had it. I got more guff there. Something was wrong with the ticket, wrong date or some such, but they fixed that up. I never was clear on what was fouled up, some clerk's error evidently. The trip back was as uninteresting as the one over. As the hangover began to wear off, a little, I was almost sorry I hadn't been able to stay. If I'd only been able to get a room, I would have stayed, I told myself. From Idlewild, I came directly to the office, rather than going to my apartment. I figured I might as well check in with Betty. I opened the door, and there I found Mr. Oyster, sitting in his chair he had been occupying for, or was it 5 days before, when I'd left. I'd lost track of the time. I said to him, "Glad you're here, sir. I can report. What was it you came for? Impatient to hear if I'd had any results?" My mind was spinning like a whirling dervish in a revolving door. I'd spent a wad of his money, and had nothing I could think of to show for it, nothing but the last stages of a granddaddy hangover. "Came for?" Mr. Oyster snorted. "I'm merely waiting for your girl to make out my receipt. I thought you had already left." "You'll miss your plane," Betty said. There was suddenly a double dip of ice cream in my stomach. I walked over to my desk and looked down at the calendar. Mr. Oyster was saying something to the effect that if I didn't leave today, it would have to be tomorrow, that he hadn't ponied up that $1,000 advance for anything less than immediate service. Stuffing his receipt in his wallet, he fussed his way out the door. I said to Betty hopefully, "I suppose you haven't changed this calendar since I left?" Betty said, "What's the matter with you? You look funny." How did your clothes get so mussed? You tore the top sheet off that calendar yourself not half an hour ago, just before this marble missing client came in." She added irrelevantly, "Time travelers yet?" I tried just once more. When did you first see this Mr. Oyster?" "Never saw him before in my life," she said. "Not until he came in this morning." "This morning?" I said weakly. While Betty stared at me as though it was me that needed candling by a head shrinker preparatory to being sent off to a pressure cooker, I fished in my pocket for my wallet, counted the contents, and winced at the pathetic remains of the 1,000. I said pleadingly, "Betty, listen. How long ago did I go out that door? On the way to the airport?" "You've been acting sick all morning. You went out that door about 10 minutes ago, were gone about 3 minutes, and then came back." "See here," Mr. Oyster said, interrupting Simon's story. "Did you say this was supposed to be amusing, young man? I don't find it so. In fact, I believe I am being ridiculed." Simon shrugged, put one hand to his forehead, and said, "That's only the first chapter. There are 2 more." "I'm not interested in more," Mr. Oyster said. "I suppose your point was to show me how ridiculous the whole idea actually is. Very well, you've done it. Confound it. However, I suppose your time, even when spent in this manner, has some value. Here is $50, and good day, sir." He slammed the door after him as he left. Simon winced at the noise, took the aspirin bottle from its drawer, took 2, washed them down with water from the desk carafe. Betty looked at him admiringly, came to her feet, crossed over, and took up the $50. "Week's wages," she said. "I suppose that's one way of taking care of a crackpot. But I'm surprised you didn't take his money and enjoy that vacation you've been yearning about." "I did," Simon groaned. 3 times. Betty stared at him. "You mean—" Simon nodded miserably. She said, "But Simon, $50,000 bonus. If that story was true, you should have gone back again to Munich. If there was one time traveler, there might have been—" "I keep telling you," Simon said bitterly, "I went back there 3 times. There were hundreds of them, probably thousands." He took a deep breath. "Listen, we're just going to have to forget about it. They're not going to stand for the space-time continuum track being altered. If something comes up that looks like it might result in the track being changed, they set you right back at the beginning and let things start, for you, all over again. They just can't allow anything to come back from the future and change the past." "You mean," Betty was suddenly furious at him, "you've given up? Why, this is the biggest thing. Why, the $50,000 is nothing. The future! Just think!" Simon said wearily, "There's just one thing you can bring back with you from the future. A hangover, compounded of a gallon or so of Marzenbräu. What's more, you can pile one on top of the other, and another on top of that." He shuddered. "If you think I'm going to take another crack at this merry-go-round and pile a 4th hangover on the 3 I'm already nursing, all at once, you can think again." End of Unborn Tomorrow by Dallas McCord Reynolds.
Point by C.C. Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Vestal. Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. Translated by me. In perspective, theoretically, the vanishing point is at infinity and therefore unattainable. But reality is different. Vanishment occurs a lot sooner than theory suggests. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced, but I told him, get it working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make them all by guesswork, as you call it. That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see them. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school, but I do all right. Carter now has a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him to help me with a series of real estate paintings I'd got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments, and drawings of buildings, roads, and causeways, that kind of stuff. It was a little too much for me to handle alone, because I never studied that kind of thing, you know. I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colors, figures, trees, and so on. He did fine. Job came out good. Client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on that job, enough to keep us in a couple of months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on, but Carter stayed here in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place, and he just dropped by in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it, really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated diagrams, trying to prove something or another himself. I'd come to the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room, and end up with little drawings of a cube, about an inch square, and anybody could have made it in half a minute without all that apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things, and a bunch of slide rules, calculators, and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women and fishing and sports and drinking, he was lousy at everything except working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him what more did he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear, he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely 3, but 4 dimensions, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot, Carter was. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made. Working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed that the whole world was full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is? Let me see if I can explain. Come over here to the window. You see how the road out there gets smaller and smaller in distance? Of course, the road doesn't really get smaller, it just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawings. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me, I just throw them in wherever I need them. But Carter claimed that was wrong. He said that we're all connected together some way, and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn them around so the arrows point to different figures and things. Here's the square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that this one is the tangent function, whatever that means. Log there is a short of an algorithm. Oh, he had a bunch of that scientific stuff in his head all the time. Don't know whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together the perspective machine there. Silly looking gadget, huh? All these pipes and wires and a little cube in the center. Don't try to touch it, it ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a teteract or cataract. No, that ain't right. What's the word? Something like that. Tesser something or other. There's a picture like that in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of money and fame and the perspective machine. I told him nobody ever made a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings, it was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is, instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell them. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before, I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to a question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself, and all no illusion? Why do things grow smaller the farther away they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present, non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack, that's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine about how he'd figured out that all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world, he'd prove it. How about cameras, I asked him. Take a picture with a camera and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures? I asked. They're closer to reality, but they still only cross sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it's open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now some of them think time may be too. Maybe everything is just imaginary and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we were taught to see it by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes. It's finished. Now to find out who's right, the science, the philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, and that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of the pointers you see there and squinted around at a different scale and dial and then stepped back. That little testy thing appeared real small at first, just a point, you could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening and thought it was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter and saw his face was white as a sheet. Good God, he says, just like that. Good God, that's all? Well, I says to him, who was right, the scientist or the artist? The artists, he sort of screeches. The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we've created ourselves. And now I've ripped a hole in that. He gives a strangled hoot and goes hightailing out of here like something was after him. Jumps in his car and roars off down the road and disappears. Nah, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go farther and farther away. Happens every day. That's what our artists mean by perspective. The machine? Well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like me getting rid of it. I was thinking maybe I'd put it in a hobby show at County Fair next week. You notice how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There, it just doubled its size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all those people looking at it. But come on. Let's go fishing. We better hurry before it's too late. The end. End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck.
Waste Not, Want by Dave Dreyfuss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Waste Not, Want by Dave Dreyfuss. Eat your spinach, little man. It's good for you. Stuff yourself with it. Be a good little consumer, or the cops will get you. For such is the law of supply and demand. Panic roused him, the black imp of panic that lived under the garish rug of this unfamiliar room and crawled out at dawn to nudge him awake and stare from the blank space to his left where Tillie's gray head should have been. His fists clenched in anger at himself. He'd never been the sort to make allowance for his own weakness, and didn't propose to begin doing so now, at age 86. Tillie'd been killed in that crash well over a year ago, and it was time he got used to his widowerhood and quit searching for her every morning. But even after he gave himself the bawling out, orientation came slowly. The surroundings looked so strange. No matter what he told himself, it was hard to believe that he was indeed Fred Lubway, mechanical engineer, and had a right to be in this single bed, alone in this house his Tillie had never seen. The right to be there was all wrong. He disliked the house and hated all its furnishings. The cybernetic cooker in the kitchen, the magnetically suspended divans in the living room, the three-dimensional color broadcasts he could so readily project to any wall or ceiling, the solar tropic machinery that would turn any face of the pentagonal house into the sun or the shade or the breeze, the lift that would raise the entire building 100 feet into the air to give him a wider view and more privacy, all left him dissatisfied. They were new. None had been shared with Tillie. He used them only to the extent required by law to fulfill his duty as a consumer. "You must change your home because of the change in your family composition," the ration board's bright young female had explained, right after Tillie's funeral. "Your present furnishings are obsolete. You must replace them." "And if I don't?" He'd been truculent. "I doubt we'd have to invoke the penalties for criminal underconsumption," she'd explained, airily. "There are plenty of other possible courses of action. Maybe we'd just get a decision that you're prematurely senile and unable to care for yourself. Then you'd go to a home for the aged, where they'd help you consume, with forced feedings and such." So here he was, in this home of his own that seemed to belong to someone else. Well, at least he wasn't senile, even if he did move a little slowly now, getting out of bed. He'd warm up soon, all by himself, with no one's help. And as far as these newfangled gadgets in the bathroom were concerned, he could follow any well-written set of directions. He'd scalded himself that time only because the printed instructions were so confusing. He took a cold shower this time. When the air towel had finished blowing and he was half dry, not wholly dry because the machine wasn't adapted to people who took ice-cold showers, he went into the clothing machine. He punched the same few holes in its tape that he put there every day, stood in the right place, and in due course emerged with his long, raw-boned frame covered by magenta tights having an excessively baggy seat. He knew the costume was neither pretty nor fashionable, and that its design, having been wholly within his control when he punched the tape, revealed both his taste and his mood. He didn't care. There was no one in the world whom he wanted to impress. He looked in the dressing-room mirror, not to inspect the tights, but to examine his face and see if it needed shaving. Too late he remembered that 20 years had elapsed since the permanent depilatories were first invented, and 10 since he'd used one and stopped having to shave. There were too many changes like that in this gadget-mad world, too many new ways of doing old things. Life had no stability. He stalked into the kitchen, wishing he could skip breakfast. Anger always unsettled his stomach. But everyone was required to eat at least 3 meals a day. The vast machine records system that kept track of every person's consumption would reveal to the ration board any failure to use his share of food. So he dialed breakfast number 3, tomato juice, toast, and coffee. The signal panel flashed, "Under eating," and he knew the State Machine Records system had advised his cybernetic cooker to increase the amount of his consumption. Chin in hands, he sat hopelessly at the kitchen table awaiting his meal, and in due course was served prunes, waffles, bacon, eggs, toast, and tea, none of which he liked, except for toast. He ate dutifully, nevertheless, telling himself he wasn't afraid of the ration cops who were always suspecting him of underconsumption, because he was the tall, skinny type and never got fat like most people, but that he ate what the cooker had given him because his father had been unemployed for so long during the Depression 75 years before, so he'd never been able to bring himself to throw food away. Failure to consume had in the old days been called overproduction, and by any name it was bad. So was war. He'd read enough about war to be glad that form of consumption had finally been abolished. Still, it was a duty and not a pleasure to eat so much, and a relief to get up and put the dirty dishes into the disposal machine and go up topside to his gyro. Disgustingly, he had a long wait before departure. After climbing into the gyro and transmitting his flight plan, he had to sit seething for all of 15 minutes before the Mount Diablo Flight Control Center deigned to lift his remote-controlled gyro into the air, and when the signal came, ascent was so awkwardly abrupt it made his ears pop. He couldn't even complain. The center was mechanical and unequipped to hear complaints. It routed him straight down the San Joaquin Valley, a beautiful sight from 15,000 feet, but overfamiliar. He fell asleep and awakened only when unexpectedly brought down at Bakersfield Field. Above his instrument panel, the printing receiver said, "Routine check of equipment and documents, not over 5 minutes delay." But it could take longer, and tardiness was subject to official punishments as a form of unproductiveness. He called George Harding at the plant. Harding apparently had been expecting the call. His round, bluff face wore a scowl of annoyance. "Don't you ever watch the newscasts?" he demanded angrily. "They began this routine check. You're in at 5 this morning, and we're broadcasting pictures of the resulting traffic jam by 6. If you'd filed a flight plan for Santa Barbara and come on down the coast, you'd have avoided all this." "I'm not required to listen to newscasts," Fred replied tartly. "I own the requisite number of receivers and—" "Now listen, Fred," Harding interrupted. "We need you down here, so hurry up." Fred heard him switch off and sat for a moment trembling with rage. But he ended by grinning wryly. Everyone was in the same boat, of course. For the most part, people avoided thinking about it. But he could now see himself, as if from above, spending his life flitting back and forth between home and plant, plant and home, racking his brain to devise labor-saving machines while at the plant, then rushing home to struggle with the need to consume their tremendous output. Was he a man? Or was he a caged squirrel racing in an exercise wheel, running himself ragged, and with great effort producing absolutely nothing? He wasn't going to do it any longer, by golly. He was going to— "Good morning." A chubby young man in the pea-green uniform of a ration cop opened the door and climbed uninvited into the cockpit. "May I check the up-to-dateness of your ship's equipment, please?" Fred didn't answer. He didn't have to. The young officer was already in the manual pilot seat, checking the secondary controls. In swift routine, he tried motor and instruments, and took the craft briefly aloft. Down again, he demanded Fred's papers. The licenses that pertained to the gyro were in order, but there was trouble over Fred's personal documents. His ration book contained far too few sales validations. "You're not doing your share of consuming, old-timer," the young cop said mildly. "Look at all these unused food allotments. Want to cause a depression?" "No." "Man, if you don't eat more than this, we'll have mass starvation. I know the slogans. Yes, but do you know the penalties? Forced feeding, compulsory consumption. Do you think they're fun? No. Well, you can file your flight plan and go, but if you don't spend those tickets before their expiration dates, mister, you'll have cause to regret it. With a special pencil, he sense-marked the card's margins. Fred felt that each stroke of the pencil was a black mark against him. He watched in apprehensive silence. The young cop was also silent. When finished, he wordlessly returned the identification, tipped his cap, and swaggered off, his thick neck red above his green collar. Fred found he'd had more than enough of swaggering young men with beefy red necks. That added to his disgust with the constant struggle to produce and consume and produce. Vague, wishful threats froze as determination. He absolutely wasn't going through any more of it. He filed a flight plan that would return him to his home, and in due course arrived there. The phone rang in his ears as he opened the cockpit. He didn't want to answer, and he stayed on the roof securing the gyro and plugging in its battery charger. But he couldn't ignore the bell's insistent clamor. When he went downstairs and switched on the phone, George Harding's round face splashed on the wall. "Fred," he said, "when we talked a few hours ago, you forgot to say you were sick. I phoned to confirm that for the attendance report. Did this call get you out of bed?" He could see it hadn't. Therefore, Fred knew he must be recording the audio only, and not the video, trying to give him a break with the attendance people and coach him on the most appeasing answers. A well-meant gesture, but a false one, and Fred was fed up with the false. "I forgot nothing," he said bluntly. "I'm perfectly well and haven't been near bed." "Now wait," George said hastily. "It's no crime to be sick. And, don't say anything you wouldn't want preserved for posterity." "George, I'm not going to play along with you," Fred insisted. "This business of producing to consume and consuming to produce has got me down. It's beyond all reason." "No, it isn't. You're an excellent mechanical engineer, Fred, but you're not an economist. That's why you don't understand. Just excuse me for a minute, and I'll show you." He left the field of view. Fred waited incuriously for him to return, suddenly conscious of the fact that he now had nothing better to do with his time. George was back in less than a minute, anyhow. "Okay," he said briskly. "Now, where were we? Oh, yes. I just wanted to say that production is a form of consumption, too, even the production of machine tools and labor-saving devices. So there's nothing inconsistent—" "What are you trying to do?" Fred demanded. "Don't lecture me. I know as much econ as you do." "But you've got to come back to work, Fred. I want you to use your rations, put your shoulder to the wheel, and conform generally. The policing's too strict for you to try anything else, fella, and I like you too well to want to see you—" "I don't need you to protect me, George," Fred said stiffly. "I guess you mean well enough, but goodbye." He switched off. The silence struck him. Not a sound stirred the air in that lonely new house except the slight wheeze of his breathing. He felt tired, bone-weary, as if all the fatigues of his 86 years were accumulated within him. He stood by a window and stared blindly out. Everyone seemed to have been heckling him, shoving him around, making him change all his ways every minute. He didn't want to change. He didn't want to be forever adapting to new gadgets, new fads, new ways of doing things. He thought of the villages of India, substantially unchanged for 3, 4, 5,000 years. The villagers had no money, so they couldn't be consumers. Maybe they had the natural way to live, statically, also frugally. But no, it was too frugal, too static. He'd heard and read too much about the starvation, pestilence, peonage, and other ills plaguing those Indian villagers. They didn't have life licked either. The Indians had not enough, the Americans too much. One was as bad as the other, and he was in the middle. He left the window he'd been staring from unseeingly and walked to the foyer control panel. There he pushed the button that would cause the house to rear 100 feet into the air on its titanium aluminum plunger. Then he went back to the window to watch the ground recede. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He decided the sensation was an illusion, a part of his state of mind. A young man's voice said, "Mr. Lubway, we need you." That was a nice thing to hear, so Fred turned, ready to smile. He didn't smile. He was confronted by another ration cop. This one was a tall young man, dark and hefty. He seemed very kindly, in his official sort of way. "Mr. George Harding sent me," he explained. "He asked us to look you up and see if we could help." "Yes?" "You seem to have been a little unhappy this morning. I mean, well, staring out that window while your house rises dangerously high. Mr. George Harding didn't like the mood you're in, and neither do I, Mr. Lubway. I'm afraid you'll have to come to the hospital. We can't have a valuable citizen like you falling out that window, can we?" "What do you mean, valuable citizen? I'm no use to anybody. There's plenty of engineers, and more being graduated every semester. You don't need me." "Oh, yes, we do." Shaking his head, the young ration cop took a firm grip of Fred's right biceps. "You've got to come along with me till your outlook changes, Mr. Lubway." "Now see here," Fred objected, trying unsuccessfully to twist free of the officer's grip. "You've no call to treat me like a criminal, nor to talk to me as if I were senile. My outlook won't change, and you know it." "Oh, yes, it will. And since you're neither criminal nor senile, that's what has to be done." "We'll do it in the most humane way possible. A little brain surgery, and you'll sit in your cage and consume, and consume, and consume without a care in the world. Yes, sir, we'll change your outlook." "Now, you mustn't try to twist away from me like that, Mr. Lubway. I can't let you go. We need every consumer we can get." End of Waste Not, Want by Dave Dreyfuss.